All right, let's see what we got here. Awesome. Just hold on, guys. We're going to get some brackets and jackets playing here in just a moment. As people come in, how's everybody doing? We will get started. I'm getting set up. Make sure the Substack is going so the people on the Substack can enjoy this as well.
Oh, we got 51 already.
Good. The Rumble's going.
All right, awesome. I'm going to open the Rumble too.
Let's get some brackets.
So I can see the chat. And
the Epstein Island edition. Who doesn't love this one?
Hello, guys. Something special. It's happening here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back to brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Kappy's in the portal. Kappy's in the portal. Kappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys, lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy,
thank you,
is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who
doesn't love brackets and jackets?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So let's get started here. We can go on and on with Kappy's Epstein Island edition there. But welcome, everybody. This is a Painfully Beautiful production. My name is Dorian, or D Booma San. Many just call me D. And I'm so stoked to have Phoenix Enigma, who's Corey. And then we got Alicia. And I'll let you guys kind of explain, you know, how you guys got together and that whole thing. We had a Zoom the other night that was probably one of the best, if not the best Zoom that I've ever been on because of the amount of information you guys shared and dropped and talked about. Some of this is typical for the people that were involved and closer to Kappy.
Yeah.
And then a lot of this is investigative work that Corey has done. So he's going to lay it out there with facts, evidence, and things that he has compiled over time. So with that in mind, I want to go ahead. I'm going to pass it over to you, Corey, and kind of like what we did with the Zoom that we had. Introduce yourself, introduce Alicia, however you feel is best, and get started, and then we can kind of start from the beginning.
All right. Well, make sure my ears are better. There we go. Okay. My name's Corey Daniel. I'm transparent. I don't hide behind fake accounts, sock accounts, you know, little avatars. This is me. It's my name. And I always have been. I've been very clear about that. Unlike some people out there that just terrorize people with sock accounts. I don't do that. We don't do that. We live in Arizona. I met Alicia during this during my Isaac Kappy investigation. It turned out to be our investigation later, and a lot of people's investigation actually. But I'm the one that compiled it and put all the information together. I felt it was very important at the time with the amount of buzz going around. I was quite emotionally involved as well. Once I saw what was happening, I saw some occulted underpinnings and undercurrents. That's what was going on. There was a lot going on at that time. It was a somewhat confusing, crazy time. A lot of new experiences for me. You know, I had done a couple broadcasts in the past. I'd only been, you know, my YouTube channel was new. I had just recently blown up on YouTube from I was on with Paranormal Files with Colin, and he did a thing. It's called "I Will Not Go into the Superstition Mountains Alone." That ended up being it's like over 6 million views on that now. I had like maybe 2,300 or so subs, and then after that happened, my channel started to blow up, and then I did a de-occulting as well on you want coffee, honey?
Yeah, please.
Oh, I forgot your cup.
I'll grab one.
Okay, no, your cup's out. I think I got milk in it too. Or
Okay,
maybe
I'll
not.
grab
There's
it.
milk. I'd done a de-occulting on the 2019 Golden Globe Awards. Jim Carrey made a comment. It was like a Ortolan bird thing. I'd done that, and that someone posted that on Reddit, and that just went insane. And my channel shot up to like 36,000. And I don't know if that was legit. I don't know if someone played the algorithms, but I went from 2,000 to 36,000 subs in less than like, I think a week and a half or something. It was kind of stupid, crazy. I don't know that much about the back end of social media, especially during that time. I was new to all this. And then on May 13th, 2019, I did a tour. I was supposed to be off that day, but I picked up a tour from another guide with the company I was working with. And I deadheaded to Flagstaff, picked up my people at the Little America Roadway Inn right there on I-40, and drove through Belmont, the Grand Canyon, came back down through the Navajo Reservation, dropped them off, and went home. It was just a normal day. You know, there's nothing crazy, nothing happened. And the next day, waking up, my phone blows up, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Isaac Kappy's dead." I'm like, "Who's Isaac Kappy?" Like, it's that guy with the hair going on about pedos in California. I'm like, okay, let me look. I'm like, oh, that guy. Yeah, I saw him bouncing around. And I made a video about about me driving by there. I had been driving by because from Flagstaff to Williams to the Grand Canyon, you go right through Belmont. And I went through there about 9:25, 9:26. And I know that time, David Sherter. I know the time I went through, David. You don't have to, it's not a mystery. I'm not making it up, because my pickup was at 9 o'clock at the Little America Roadway Inn. And it took about 5 minutes to load the people up, and we did the orientation speech. You know, if you gotta go to the bathroom, blah, blah. You know, here's our itinerary for the day.
Who's this David guy? Is there some
David Sherter is a schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic on the internet who has been, I don't want to say he's LARPing. He's, in my opinion, he's mentally ill. He's been going since 2012. He wrote a book on SRA victims and himself included. He's friends with Fiona Barnett. He knew Isaac as well. Have you ever seen the video where Isaac is crying? It looks like he's sitting on some stairs or a step or something. He's just crying. He's screaming and yelling. He's on the phone live with the FBI, and he's live streaming it. He's calling. He said, I just need 5 people to call. Just 5 people to call. He was calling on behalf of David Sherder. David Sherder had him all spun up that he was like this SRA victim. And I don't know what happened to David. Something happened to David. I mean, I think we all agree on that. But he had Isaac all spun up. But when you go back and look through David's material, after his stepfather died, the guy who adopted him, he was adopted. He came out with a book that his stepmother and stepfather were Satanists, and they made him burn a baby alive and sacrifice other babies, and they put him in the walls of the house after they were killed. And he was molested, a 3-year-old when he was like 8 or 10 or 12 or something like that. He lays it all out in this book, but he said he was acting out. When you go to his videos, you can find them. I got a bunch of them saved. You find a bunch of stuff back from like 2016, 17, where he's going on about satanic Nazi pedophiles. That's his big thing, satanic Nazi pedophiles. And he had different people inserted into those roles. That's his narrative inside of his head. He says he's being hit with direct energy weapons. They've been beaming him now forever. But if you go watch his stuff from 2016, 17, it's literally identical to today. There's no difference. Only the names have been swapped out.
He's still going right now.
Oh my God, yes. He goes every single day. He just goes.
I'll check him out. I don't know him, so I can't.
His big thing now is that because Thomas reached out and told him that me and Kelly and Gio and who else?
Me.
You and Shark Belly Kelly and Brett all killed Isaac, and that kind of became his narrative, and he's like beefing with Thomas now. He figured out what Thomas was. I think enough people reached out to him and said, dude, this guy's bad news. This guy's bad news. This guy's really, really bad news.
David figured out Thomas?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
Well, you think, but he doesn't stop his narrative. He just gets on every day. I mean, this show right here, he'll cover this show and he'll talk for 2 or 3 hours about it, claiming that I'm this, satanic Nazi pedophile. And he's got this narrative about how I think he's saying now that this is his words, not mine, that Thomas killed Isaac or so the last. They change. He has 1,000 stories, but they all just morph and blend into one another depending on what week you're listening to. Before it was Gio killed him, and then Gio killed his friend, and Gio tried to kill him, and then they tried to blow up his house. And the founder of the Satanic Church, Lucien Greaves, came, and he's been after him forever. He's paranoid. He's in my opinion, he's an absolute schizophrenic.
All right.
And if you watch him for more than 15, 20 minutes, you'll kind of form your own opinion on him. But
I'll check him out. But like Skilly's saying, we don't need to waste too much time on him.
Yeah, I agree, Skills. He's just another chaos rabbit hole in this whole entire thing. Anyway. So, but where was I at here in the story?
We're just under the bridge, babe.
Yes.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Just under the bridge.
So we passed on the bridge. I did the Grand Canyon tour. My phone blew up the next day, and I made the video. And I knew what time I was there passing through because I was on tour. We have a schedule when you're on tour. I've literally been to the Grand Canyon over 1,000 times. I know the Grand Canyon, the roads, the itinerary. When you do long haul driving every day, call you back. When you're doing the long haul driving every day, you know where you're supposed to be at a certain time. Anyway, that's how I knew I was through there about 9:25-ish. It was definitely between 9:20 and 9:30, but probably 9:25, somewhere in there. And I made a video because the TMZ article said that the DPS said that the roads were open by 10:30. And I said, no, when I drove through there, the roads were wide open at 9:30. And then later I found out when I talked to the tow truck driver that the roads were open at 8:30. That's what he told me. He said, no, there's no emergency vehicles out there. So there was a time discrepancy. So I made a 15, 20-minute video about that. And I released that video. Kate Schneider reached out to me within a day or two and asked me if I would look into and investigate Isaac Kappy and to look into what was going on and whatnot. And I'm like, well, sure. She's like, I see you have a YouTube channel. You're kind of covering these topics ancillarily. So I started looking into it. I reached out to the girl, Randy, who was working the cash register. She put me in touch with Forrest Scott Proctor, the guy that ran over Isaac.
And it's going to be very important, right? That his first name is Forrest.
Yeah, well, yeah, Forrest Scott Proctor. Yeah, a lot of people here in the audience probably know a lot about him. So the from the mind map, all of his information is in the mind map there. So
yeah, if you want to pull any of that up and you can, then feel free to show that whenever you'd like.
Yeah. Kate Schneider was Katanon. That is actually right. David knows many players and from Boys Town and Omaha Rigs. I don't know about that, but so anyway, that's kind of how I got into the Isaac Kappy thing. When I made the video, I was reached out to by the Famalam or the Famalam Burguesa, however you want to say it. That is a group of people Isaac collected. And by collected, I mean he had a group of people. He was field sourcing information, moving it through his contact, his White House contact, into the Trump administration. That's what Isaac was doing. The Famalam was kind of Isaac's group of people, groupies, if you will. I don't want to demean them, but they were groupies that were following him around, that were talking to him, knew him. They could call in. That group was vetted by Geo Harris or Geo Farnsworth and Brett. They were in charge of the Keybase at that time. Keybase shut down and the whole communications network moved over to Telegram. And that's where I entered. Several of the pillars or the admins reached out. They call them the pillars. They reached out to me and said, "Hey, do you want to look into this? I mean, you're there in Arizona. We check it out." They introduced me to other admins and people that were kind of, I want to say, high up, but those that Isaac had trusted to run the Famalam, the actual board in there. And it was the admin group. And there's how many were there? 6, 5, 6, 7, maybe somewhere in there.
About 5 or 6.
Yeah. So they gave me access to the other people in there that knew Isaac, and they said, "You're going to want to talk to several people in here who knew him." I was putting together a timeline at the time. I was just gathering data, everything I could find. Who was Isaac? What was he into? Who did he talk to? Who did he know? Where was he? Dates, times, text messages, DMs, emails. I was just pulling everything in, and I was sorting it out as I was going. So I kind of became friends with a lot of people in the Famalam. Vegan Mikey was in there. That's a whole nother story. Michael Whalen. That turned into a big thing. He was a crook, grifter, con man from the beginning, drug addict, heroin, and whatever else he could get his hands on.
And he scammed a lot of the Famalam, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he'll say that they were helping him out, but a lot of them didn't know that other people were helping him, and he was hitting everyone up independently. He would start a fight in one of the rooms in the Famalam, and he would like divide everybody to where you had to either choose his side or not.
That's what a lot of addicts do. They isolate people so that no one else can know, and then they just ask for help, and then they do it with each individually, but no one knows that they're helping this person continuously get money so that they can go buy drugs.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there was, I mean, you can read Vegan Mikey's page there. It outlines a number of people who tell what happened with Vegan Mikey and everything that was going on. So. And then it just rolled. Then the investigation rolled from there. During that, I met Alicia, one of the other pillars, said, "Hey, you're going to want to talk to Alicia." She was one of the last people to spend time with Isaac. I said, "Oh, yeah. I mean, does she know about the holes in his wall? Does she know about, when was she?" So he put me in touch with her. We talked. I
wrote you a letter. Mm-hmm. I actually wrote you a letter.
Oh, okay.
They told me to talk to you.
All right.
And probably told you to talk to me, and they kept encouraging me. So I wrote you a letter and told you that we probably should talk because probably the things that I knew from being there would help you keep like a straight line on whatever you were investigating.
And I had no idea what you'd been through at that time, what had happened to you. And a lot of people do know because they've seen you talk about it. Yeah. And I don't want to have to go into all that because I know how emotional it is. But there's video after video of Alicia talking about what happened in the aftermath of Isaac's dying. And there were people reaching out to her, threatening to come over to her house, telling her on the phone who her kids were, what her family business was, where she lived, knew her whole career, everything she had done, and that they were going to be over there within the hour.
And my home address.
And her phone completely got, taken over. They got into all of her banking stuff. Right there live while she was watching it happen. They just co-opted her entire phone.
My computer. And my phone fried.
Her phone fried while she was holding it. It wasn't, and Alicia's not crazy. She's a normal human being. Like, we're not LARPing here. This happened. So there was a lot that happened, and that's how Alicia and I met. That had to have been in late May or
May 28th.
Oh, you know the date we met. Look at that. And we.
It took me a little while. I was scared.
Yeah.
I was scared.
But we.
It's crazy that the attacks that I've already seen on some of this stuff. It hasn't been horrible, I guess, but they've attacked Alicia saying she's LARPing. And then, interesting enough, John Q. Simeon just comes out starts naming stuff, talking about it. He was connected to Isaac. And then this guy named Tyler Hansen comes out with a video that is just ridiculous, trying to say that it's a psyop and that Isaac Kappy is actually David Mayer de Rothschild. And
False.
and you just look at the ears, guys. Just look at the ears and that alone. But I can look up and check out so many different things to give me a reason why. Like that guy is full of shit.
How about this? Like, people knew Isaac. Isaac lived with Michelle over in Apple Valley. Like, we know Isaac's mother and father.
Is a Rothschild going to hang out at Michelle's house?
Yeah. Is he going to go to school in Albuquerque at high school? And then is he going to go to, U of A down in Tucson? And is Rothschild going to star in all the movies that he starred in? Was he going to have
And don't forget his monster paws.
was he going to be in a band called Monster Paws? Where was Debbie?
Yeah, exactly. I have it where the Rothschild guy was like floating in the sea on like recycled plastic or something like that, because he's like trying to be a philanthropist. Around the same time Monster Paws is going on. How does he pull off these things? You can look it up online, guys. Tyler Hansen is full of shit. He's also trying to say that Chris Cornell is now Jonathan Rumi, who plays Jesus on The Chosen. Like, whoever is handling Tyler at this point with his large platform is putting out major disinformation. But when I lined up this to do this, there was the LARPing accusation. Yeah. But then I keep getting told that Isaac Kappy himself was a complete psyop, and I'm sick of hearing it. Now, there's going to be some things that we're going to get into where we're not saying that Kappy was, he might have been handled himself. Yes. It seems to be. Yeah. But he was a good person. Yeah. He was trying to do good things, it does seem. And who else had the guts to call out the people that he called out?
So when you say he wasn't a psyop, or he might have been a psyop, it depends how you define psyop.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Was he being handled? Was Isaac aware that he was into the whole Q psyop? He was a true believer in Q. So, you can spin people up and weaponize them for your cause, and they don't even know that they're being weaponized. They think they're on a crusade. Half the people that attacked me in the aftermath of this investigation were spun up by another person out there. The same person that gets everyone spun up, and the Lord of Lies, who gets everyone to attack everyone and just create the ultimate amount of chaos that he possibly can. That's where most of all of, the dickheads in the chat, the LARPers, all of the people talking shit and just trying to troll, that's where they're coming from. That's that group right there. It's a very tight-knit group controlled by one person who directs them and has been directing them ever since I had the unfortunate experience to meet that person shortly after Isaac died. So, right. That's where that's coming from. And most people in this audience know that. Like there's hoax wars. There's hoax wars. Hoax wars knows. Hoax wars knows who that is. Hoax wars knows what he does. So, yeah. So that's the long and short of that right there.
Real quick, because some people are already like in the chat. I have it pulled up right here. If I can get it on the screen, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. It's this right here. This is Tyler Hansen. Tyler Hansen, as you can see right here. This is on his Facebook. I think he's bigger on TikTok, but I'm not sure. I'm not going to go through the video, but he's saying the Isaac Kappy psyop. So what I'm saying is that this psyop of Kappy being de Rothschild is not true. And I've got plenty of stuff that I could show on this, but I don't want to take up everybody's time. But I'm just showing you right here. Like, this is, he found pictures that they did look similar and lined them up. Just look at this. You have an earlobe, no lobe, right into the head. The ears are completely different. There's so many features that you can look at in just
the shape of the nose is totally different.
Exactly. But
the chin is different. The lips are different. And if you have seen other photos of his teeth, they're not the same.
It's the Tyler Hansen is so odd. I mean, Tyler Hansen's not going to come on my podcast. I'm a small dude or whatever. He's got this big old freaking platform or whatever. But I challenge him to, he does like 4 or 5 minute videos and then gets a couple videos that kind of pictures that, and he lines them up and makes it look realistic. But just look into it yourself, guys, before you go and believe this guy. He's full of it. So that's what I wanted to stay there, because I've already been getting pushback on the Tyler Hansen thing.
All you got to do is find a day where we know what Isaac was doing, and then just go look to see what David was doing that day. That's all.
Yeah.
It's just that simple, you know. Where was David on the day that Isaac died, or the day before? Or if you go to the mind map, go over to the timelines. I have like a detailed account of all the dates I could find to position Isaac wherever he was, based on text messages, plane tickets, debit card transactions, friends he was with that told me they were with him, or that they called him on the phone. So I plugged a lot of that stuff in there. We have times and dates where Isaac was for like the last year of his life, off and on.
Right. So here's just one example that I'll just show, like that I found August 14th, 2010. This is when he's doing his monster pause, kind of his like little music thing or whatnot. And then if I can, sometimes it's hard to find these tabs. I'll show you that this day Rothschild guy, he was doing his adventures and he was out there voyaging around the time of, let me get this, July. So you're going to tell me that this day Rothschild guy, who they also claims about little over 4 inches taller than Kappy is, he was out like in the sea doing some like adventure around this time, July 26, 2010. And then you got Kappy doing his monster pause in August of that same year. I mean, like, there's just certain things where it's just like, come on, guys. Like,
yeah.
Anyways, we can move forward. I want to really just now, but now that we've set that stuff aside, get into your work, Corey.
Sure. And I'm going to warn you, don't be distracted by that. Like the people in the chat here, they're just going to try and derail the whole entire thing he was talking about. So if you don't want to address the things in the chat until a specific time, they're just going to talk shit in there anyway. But one of the big critiques here is, where was Corey on the day Isaac died? Where was Corey? Corey needs to prove where he was at. Where was Corey? Where's the GPS coordinates where Corey was at? Well, I don't know. Where were you, Snake Farm?
Good.
Where were you?
Snake Farm's gone.
Yeah, where were you at? Where's your GPS coordinates? Where were you? I told you where I was. I was on tour. I was fucking working. Where were you, man? I know where I was all day long. Where were you? You know? And that comes from Thomas Schoenberger. Thomas is the one who came out when I stopped speaking with Thomas. I recognized and realized what Thomas Schoenberger was about 5 months after I met him. I'm sorry, I never met him in person, but after I had the unfortunate luck to run across him online, or he ran into me, rather, I believe. He says I reached out to him. I don't know how it happened. I'm sure I got record of it somewhere, but he likes to tell everyone I reached out to him first, like I psyoped him or something. But we were friendly for 5 months. And when I kind of I saw what he was doing, he kind of wrote me in, trying to get me to compromise myself. And I wouldn't do it. I don't break the law for anybody. For family, I don't lie for anybody. I don't care if it's I just don't lie for anybody. And he was trying to get me to get with Frank Bacon, and Frank Bacon was trying to give me Isaac's Steemit account that he had set up with Isaac. And hey, you can go online, you can start posting as Isaac. I'm like, but why would I do that? I'm not. Well, then you can like build it up. You can pretend to be Isaac, and you can like put stuff out there and carry on his mission. I'm like, but I'm not Isaac. I'll go on as my own. I'm not going to pretend to be Isaac. Like, that destroy my credibility. I'd be lying. No. He tried to get me to get into a lawsuit with, he kept telling me that Gabe Hoffman killed Isaac over and over and over again. And he talked about it publicly. And that's why Gabe sued him. But he told me that Bill Pulte, the philanthropist, was going to like fund the lawsuit. And I had to reach out to Bill Pulte's attorney. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean? What, a fucking lawsuit? What are you talking about here, dude? You know, like, well, what's going on? And he sent me a contact. Hey, Corey, meet whatever his name was. I got it somewhere in my emails. And so meet Corey. And I'm like, what's up, dude? He's like, I read your guys' thing, and I can tell you that Bill Pulte has no desire to sue anybody, much less Gabe Hoffman, for any of this stuff. And please don't contact us again. We're out. See ya. I'm like, well, that was weird. You know, Thomas just wanted to embroil me into a lawsuit, like just bring some stranger into a lawsuit, because he said Gabe, you know what, killed Isaac at that time. And he finally retracted after Gabe sued him. But there were several other things. You know, he tried to destroy my channel by calling out Defango and Lestat and everyone. And I didn't know that was a technique at that time. Keep in mind, at that time, I was brand new to the internet.
Right.
And like live streaming, I didn't know this shade of person was out there. I didn't know people like this existed. I didn't know this was a thing that people did online. This horror and evil to each other, and the lying and the scams and the psyops and the cons and the threats and the doxing and the whole dark world. That was never anything I'd ever come across in my. I didn't even know it was a thing. And when I realized that Thomas was at the heart of a lot of that, I just stopped talking to him. And that's when he scripted me into being someone who killed Isaac, and he's been pounding that ever since. There's no proof. There's no proof of anything. I mean, he can say whatever he wants. They're never going to find proof because there isn't proof, because I know where I was. I know what I never even knew Isaac. I never met Isaac. Never spoke to Isaac.
And never claimed to have spoken to Isaac.
Never claimed to. I believe someone told me once that Isaac mentioned me in one of his broadcasts he was doing. Someone asked him in the chat, hey, the Phoenix Enigma, and I think it was in regards to the Ortolan bird story that I did.
Yes.
And he said, oh, maybe I'll look into him. Okay. And that was it. Like that's the extent of him mentioning me, but that I could find anyway. And I never knew Isaac. So I had no connection with him whatsoever at all. So but that's
it's
Thomas
also been put out there by, I guess, the bread room said that John Q. Simeon killed Isaac. So there's all kinds of bullshit that they've been pushing.
Well, they just keep saying it.
Well, they'll just say that anybody else killed Isaac. Maybe they're deflecting.
Maybe they're
right. And what we're going to get into from what you've uncovered is that we're hoping that an investigation gets reopened so they really can figure out who the heck was responsible for what happened on that day.
I think there's enough evidence.
There's lots of questions.
I'm certain there's enough evidence.
We certainly do now have enough evidence
to reopen a case on Isaac. I just need to contact the proper people to find out if they're willing to go forward. A lot of times,
because having proper evidence doesn't necessarily mean someone's willing to do it.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's probably big money behind it not happening. I mean, you're talking about a guy that called out very powerful Hollywood elite.
Yeah.
It leads to even a bigger pedophile ring.
Yeah.
That's still operating today.
Mm-hmm.
But we do what we can, That's why I'd like to think that we're continuing the fight, the good part of the fight that Isaac was a part of.
Yeah. Isaac came out with all this stuff with he came out on July 22nd, 2018 at the Comic-Con in San Diego is when he came out with it. And a couple days later, Schoenberger reached out to him and began handling him. Got him on the Lift the Veil show. From that point, and then maintained. Thomas says, he said, I only had like 8 or a couple, and then 12. He said number of contacts with him. I don't know, but I remember when after Isaac died, when his roommate Michelle and Kayla were going through Isaac's stuff live on air, I remember Defango called in and asked her if there were any emails from Thomas. And I'm like, that's weird. And that went back, and that's been a thing ever since then as well. I know Gabe Hoffman came out and put a tweet and said, if you want to know what happened to Isaac, might want to look into Thomas Schoenberger. And then I know El High Priest came out and said, you might want to look into Thomas Schoenberger. I know Defango came out and said, you might want to look into Thomas. So 3 people came out that day and said, you want to look at Thomas Schoenberger. I know that. That's not me saying that. That's just what happened, And
who had access to Isaac's phone? Because we've got a question here. I don't know what this is all about. Why did Corey make it impossible to recover Isaac's phone? Hold on.
How did Corey make it impossible to recover Isaac's phone?
Corey didn't make it impossible. The phone was given to Isaac's parents from the scene.
How did Corey make it impossible to recover Isaac's phone?
I just handled that.
Right.
I just handled that.
Billy also coming in. His folks have the phone. Why would Corey have the phone?
Why would Corey have the phone? Corey wasn't at the scene.
No, Corey wasn't at the scene. Corey was also not at the coroner's office. Corey was not in any of those places to take possession of Isaac's possessions. Yeah. They were held until his parents arrived 2 days later and those items were given to his parents.
Yeah. I never had Isaac's phone. It was picked up off the road, handed to Officer Luna, I believe you can see in the camera, where the guy walks up and says, I don't know if this is one of your guys' or his, but we found this over there in the highway where the body would have been before it moved. And, here you go. And he looked into it and he was scrolling. You can see his body cam looking down at it. And that's when they found the push messages coming out, and they found the push message that said, hey, maybe you should leave the room for a while. That got bad. You can see the guy on the camera putting it into the blue glove as a protection, for fingerprints and whatnot. And then it got handed to, like Alicia just said, to his parents 2 days later. So
and did Isaac have multiple phones? I think this is a good question. Do you know if he had multiples?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
He seems like a guy that might have a whole bunch of phones.
Just one.
Yeah.
And then this
Isaac
is
Isaac was very limited in his means, and
he probably
tried.
kept it simple because it was everything else was so complicated, right?
Well, that too, and he was very limited in his means. Another phone and another phone bill would have probably been out of his budget. He lived extremely simply. He lived in a small room, and with Michelle, and that he had a car, and he occasionally had money for extra cigarettes, and that was kind of his limit. When he didn't often have money.
When he died, he had about $2,000 left in his account. That's what was on his debit card statement. He paid back somebody in Florida a couple $100 about a day or two before he died, and I think he had about $2,000 in his bank account when he passed.
Yeah. Corey didn't gatekeep the parents. The parents didn't want to be contacted. They were sad. They were grieving. And why would we publish their information so you people could call up their parents and talk to them? Why would we do that? If your friend died, would you publish their parents' phone numbers so that strangers could call them and ask them questions?
See,
these kind of insensitive.
Here's how the game's played. Like, they want to know they want GPS coordinates for where I was at, so they want to know who I was working for at that time, so they can call that person, harass him, and try to get them to never hire me back again. It's the more information they get, the more they just start asking pointless questions with no proof, trying to spin it back around. That's how the game's played. D.
Yeah. I'm learning on the fly.
It just never ends. It just never ends.
And I want to go through just a couple more here, and then I really want to dive into the mind map.
So let me add real quick, because there is a question about the parents. When Isaac's parents came to California to collect his things from his place in Apple Valley, I met with him because I'd been speaking to his mother on the phone for a couple weeks. And so we met together and we had lunch together at the Subway just down the road from Isaac's place. We had lunch. We spent about 3.5 hours talking in person. And she was kind of sharing her struggle of collecting the things that belong to Isaac from the roommate.
Oh, never mind. No, you're good. Go ahead.
And so we kind of talked about what her next steps were and how I was doing and how she was doing and how his dad was doing. We just kind of had like a little grieving session together because, they lost a son, I lost a friend, and it was nice to meet them in person. And they're real people. They're real people who didn't want it. They're quiet people, and they didn't want to be in the public. Their son's life was very public. Their son's death was even more public. And, that's a lot to take in. And so I was able to spend a little time with them, give them some love, get a little love back, and sort of build a little bit of a relationship and give her some comforts so that she knew that her son wasn't alone in some of his darkest hours. So, I did get to meet them, and I would protect their location and their phone numbers and their emails and all of that to the death if I had to. So it's none of your business to talk to them.
Yeah. I think
if you feel you need to talk to them, you go on your own crusade and then reach out to them and then
I will not expose that
if that's what you feel you need to do. But yeah, there was no gatekeeping going on. In fact, Wendy didn't want to speak to me at first. Vegan Mikey had gotten to her first, and Vegan was handling her. And I had one of the pillars reach out to her and say, hey, she was really scared. She wanted to talk with one person. Didn't want to go through a lot of people. And I finally said, hey, listen, I'd like to speak to you. I have questions. Like, I'm conducting this interview. Here's what I'm finding. And so she finally spoke with me, and we opened up. We had a dialogue. And we filled a lot of things in back and forth. I gave her info, and she gave me info about Isaac, and that's the extent of that. So
right.
Yeah.
So let's just get through just a couple more, and then let's dive in. Do you know who this Hoax Wars person is?
Yeah. Hoax Wars is one of Thomas's people. Thomas has been cultivating and handling hoax for years in any number of online harassment, online LARPing operations. He's just one of Thomas's people. And he's been at it forever. He's sort of infamous on the internet for being an anonymous troll that just starts shit and trolls people.
Right. And it's like we have not even really gotten to the evidence yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they've already been talking shit. So
yeah,
that one's gonna go. And then this one, it'll be the final question from this person because they said they think it's valid, even though they're the ones that asked the last question that was horse shit.
What's their valid question?
They're saying, why did Corey gatekeep the parents and make it impossible to contact them, interviewed, and handle them with a lively priest or something like that?
Oh,
I think
high priest.
Alicia basically answered this one, but
I didn't control anything. Isaac or Wendy and Glenn, his father, did. I just spoke to them. There was no handling anywhere of anything. I didn't tell them what to do. I didn't tell them what to say. I asked questions when I had questions, and they gave me evidence from the sheriff's office or the Coconino County Sheriff's Office or the Department of Public Safety when they got it. And that was it. That was the extent of our working together. We worked together a little later on when Michael Fisher came out and started another fucking psychopath. He came out and started saying that he knew Isaac and knew Isaac's brother, and they grew up together. And Isaac had come over and given him his mother the dead man switch,
Put her life in danger.
the big manila envelope, and it went on and on with this whole
and then
story.
he died on the porch.
And he died on his mom's porch, and they had to bring the body back, and they staged the whole entire thing over in Belmont. And everyone's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he's going on like he was this cult leader kind of on the internet. He changed his name to Ohm, OHM, and he spoke with like such conviction about everything. He's a lunatic, and you find out like fast forward 4 months, you find out that it's all imaginary. It's all in his head. It's all psychosis. And he goes into meditation. He goes to the other world, like the 5D earth belief thing. And he has these experiences in a parallel dimension. Then he comes back on his YouTube show and talks about these experiences with Isaac as if they actually happened in real life. And he forgot to tell everybody that like 5 months prior. So he was telling everyone that like Isaac died on his mom's porch, and he turned over this.
And that he was friends with Isaac, and they grew up together.
And Wendy's like, we don't know who this guy is. And he's telling everyone that we have this secret information about pedophiles. We don't want people coming over to our house trying to kill us or break into our house.
So
this
they
guy's
did come
crazy.
on our show.
Yeah, so they came on our show and she said, can I come on your show and tell everybody, like, I don't know David Schroeder, or sorry, I don't know this Michael Fisher. None of us know him. His brother doesn't know him. Isaac never spoke about him. And I most certainly never met him. Isaac didn't die on my porch. We have no manila envelope. And this is putting us in danger. So that's when she came onto our show to tell the world, this Michael Fisher guy, we don't know him. He's not our friend. And they told Michael, stop, or we're going to seek legal remedy. You're stalking us and harassing us. Stop.
And then he said that she was the aunt and not the mother.
And then he makes another video saying, well, that wasn't Isaac's mom. That was Isaac's aunt.
Oh my God.
And here's how we know. And Isaac's mom never was talked to Corey and Alicia, and that wasn't her real mom. And Corey's a LARPer. And it's like, oh my God, you just can't win. It doesn't matter what you do. They're just going to create their own narrative to troll and to grift. And that's what a lot of those cats in your chat room right now are represent. So
gotcha. All right, let's get into the goods.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. How do I share my screen with you, man?
I think it's set up so that you can. So down below it should say present.
Yeah, I clicked it and I got a little present window. It says I'm in the show, but I'm not seeing it popping up here.
You see the share screen once you click it?
There. Okay. Yeah, there it goes. It finally popped up. Okay, there it is. Right.
And then you have to look through the tabs of which one you want to grab. Like,
yep, got it.
Yep. StreamYard's a little bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, yeah. now I can add it to the stage.
There you go. Okay, so I know you were the other night. You were really. I asked you. I said because you kept asking me questions. I said, "Have you looked into the mind map yet?" And you're like, "The mind map? I never heard of that." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" Like, right. I've done a pretty good job at trying to get this out there, but I'm still pretty amazed when I realize no one's seen it. What? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna. I mean, I'm gonna get it to everybody as much as I can, but I can't believe that this has been out here, and I've never even heard anybody talk about it.
Yeah, I released this in. Honey, when did you move in? October 8th, right? 2019.
Yes.
When I rescued you from California.
Yes, you did.
Came to Arizona, and I know I hit the button like I think a couple days before I flew over to pick up Alicia. So it was early October. This got launched, and this is all the evidence that I've collected. And even a lot of these dickheads in the chat haven't looked through this. They just don't care to. Their job is just to derail and troll for fun, some for narrative control, some for disinformation, some for harassment, depending on how close they are to Thomas. Depending on what their job is. But there's a lot of information in this in this map, and it's not even done yet. I'm adding stuff to it. Every 2 weeks I go in here and add more stuff to it. But if you want, like in the eyewitness testimony interviews, I say probably the bulk of the stuff people would be most interested in are up here on the left corner. That deals with the actual death scene itself, Belmont, the dash cam videos, the scene, the photos, the interviews with the witnesses that were there. All that's right up here. The homeless man, the cardboard thing with Forrest Scott Proctor. And another thing, D, I want to say, and I was transparent in everything. I was hyper transparent. I didn't rework things. I didn't try to put a spin on things. I don't believe. I'm sure I made mistakes along the way, and people I called out will probably think I was wrong in my critique of them on some of the things in here. When you get down, especially to like the government assets, chaos agents, and LARPers, and LARPing, gang stalking, and social media chaos theory, like that's where a lot of the dickheads are at. But I put stuff out here just as I found it. When you go to the eyewitness testimony here, like right here, you go to the website, and here's the scene witness reports. I went and I paid for the documents, and like here is John Kosh, the guy that called the 911. Here's his actual report that he wrote with his own writing, with his own signature on it, as to what happened. Like it's prima facie. There's his 911 call. There's my interview with him that he gave me the permission to publish. And there's my observations and thoughts on it. Like there's John Kosh. We got Eric Beatty. He's the guy that was driving the vehicle that had the dash cam that picked up Isaac sitting on the bridge. Here's his report. Here's the dash cam. Here's the photo. So, there's so much in here that people want to know and look. They can go see when people ask me, well, how did you know this? And how do you know where Isaac was at? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, go to the timeline. Go to Isaac's last week here. And he had a predicted withdrawal for $219.56 on his predicted account per his debit card or his debit report. Deposited on said which payments, and Kappy's got $3,000. That $3,000 is the insurance payment for the claim on his burglarized storage unit. You mentioned something got stolen. His storage unit was broken into in California, and his viola and a lot of his personal things were stolen. That was the insurance settlement for $3,000 that he had received there. And you go down the list, it just tells you Kayla sees a black car outside of Isaac Kappy's home between 8 and 9 p.m. Closer to 9, probably. That's what she stated in one of her videos. Purchase authorized. NA Liquor Apple. So we know Isaac was right here. It spent $10.30 at N&A Liquor, Apple Valley, California on 5/10 on Friday because it was in his bank card, unless someone has his bank card, right? So then you can go down. So this is how we know a lot of the things where he was at. I know he was in Kingman. We know he left Apple Valley at 7:45 p.m. That's what Michelle said. She'd gotten back from the LA area on a business trip, and she said Isaac was getting ready to leave. He had texted to Alicia earlier that he was heading to Albuquerque to spend time with his mom. So I knew he left 7:45, and I lined up how long it took to get from here. I knew he was over here at the Love Station in Kingman, and then I knew about what time he would be over there at the other station in Williams. So you can, based on speed and his purchases here, I tracked his trip from Apple Valley to Belmont. It was going to be to, New Mexico, but he never made it. So that's how I know a lot of the timeline. After he made his video on Instagram, he had 7 people called him while he was driving. Gio was one. John Q. Simeon was one. Grammy was one. Gio was one. I said Gio before. And I think 2 or 3 other people. So he talked to 7 people while driving. I spoke to all of them, and they told me what they told to him. They told me what he told them. And, so we have information. And I built this so that people would stop just making shit up, flat out making shit up. When you go to like here, like the last week here, for instance, when you get down to the actual day it happened, the Days Inn manager sees Isaac at 7:11 a.m. stating that he looked erratic. Camp Navajo Security Patrol drives by on his way to work and captures dash cam video of Isaac sitting on the west side of the overpass directly over the right-hand eastbound lane. This is if you believe that the video is legitimate. Next witness, John Koch is driving southbound across the overpass, So we know what happened in the order it happened. So when people like David Schroeder come on there and say, Thomas went and kidnapped Isaac and took him to the military base and did blah, 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 and then handed the body over after he beat him to Corey and Gio and Kelly and Brett, who drove him out the bridge and throw him off the side. It's like, where do you come up with this shit? Like, we know Isaac left at 7-Eleven in the morning from the Days Inn hotel. He was seen by the night manager, who was telling Jib Camera, who's one of Thomas's friends, by the way, but he released the audio on a video. And so we know that that's what he saw. We know that Isaac checked in about 1:30 per that phone call. We know he was walking around the hotel at night per that phone call.
And do you have, here's one question that's coming up. Do we have the still of Isaac's phone that says to leave the hotel room? Do you know about that?
You do. What would you say that? Sorry, you have it after he was in.
I don't think you can see it on the dash cam tape. What you can see here is the officers talking about it as they're reading it, but I don't.
Oh
think,
no, we don't have a picture of that.
Yeah, I don't think his
it didn't catch
his body cam picked up that wording, if I recall.
Is that when the body was already down and like the cop was looking at it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll show you where it's at. If you go to here and you go to scene photos and recordings, and you come down here, these are all the photos, official photos taken by and received by the Coconut County Sheriff's Office. These are his car in the parking lot at the Days Inn. That's what was in the back of his trunk. That was his back. He had stuff he's taken to his mother, some gifts there. His flat tire, right? He had a flat tire there in Belmont. All of his ID that got taken out. You can click on that and open it up, and there's all of Isaac's ID. Okay, his Vaughn's card, his Lowe's card, his Rewards card, Ralph's card. It's all there. And you can keep going down and, oh shit, sorry, wrong place here. Go back. There we are. And you can go down to the body cam footage. Here's the truck. That's the truck that ran over Isaac.
And the guy's first name was Forrest.
Forrest, yeah. Scott Proctor.
On Route 66. I mean, some of you guys probably know this. Yeah. Like I came into the game late. I didn't know about Isaac Kappy until he had already been announced, had already passed. I got into the Q movement late 2019, really just started getting red pilled into this stuff and finding out about Kappy probably early 2020. And so I was way late to this whole freaking thing. Yeah. And so when I find out that the first guy that hit him in his truck allegedly, I mean, I don't know, like there's so many different things here because we're going to get into a cardboard box thing and we're going to get into whatever happened. But it's Route 66 and the guy's name is Forrest. Forrest Gump ran Route 66.
Oh, but there's more than that too. Yeah, we're getting to that too. Go ahead and show this. Go ahead and share that screen again real quick. I had to put the audio on so we could hear this here. So I think it's in this one right here. Let me see. So that's Isaac on the ground. It's blocked out.
Can you make it big screen?
Yeah, I will. I got to find where the officer walks up with the phone here. Okay. That's what I'm looking for here. All right, it's probably not that one. It's going to be maybe this one here. As long as I look through these things here. Yeah, and I don't know why everyone comes after me all the time. I mean, I know why, because, people were weaponized against me.
Jedi said, I'm pretty sure it was in the police footage, the very first phone you see the police might have. See the police have might be wrong. You can see that he's holding it, but you can't really see the screen or read it.
Yeah, well, what I find interesting...
He is holding it.
What I find most interesting is that when he walks up and gives the phone to the officer, he says, I don't know if this is one of your guys's or his. And he points to Isaac on the ground and says, but it was over there where the body was, where the body would have been. And I'm thinking, that's weird, dude. Like, it's in the first one here. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, there it is. There it is, right there. Okay.
2 out of 100. Hey, officer.
Now, can you go big? Yeah.
Can you identify on-call CI 901?
Okay. Here, officer, I don't know if this, I found this laying in the lane. I don't know if it's one of theirs or if it's his. And he points to Isaac. Now, it's kind of confusing from the shadow right here, but it's about 7:30 in the morning here. Okay. And the sun, the bridge is here and the sun's over here. So the shadow cast from the bridge is down over here. So Isaac is almost literally directly under where he fell. Okay. He's not under the bridge here. He's right on the edge of the bridge. It just looks like he's under the bridge because the the sun's over here and the shadow's coming in. And you can see it when he walks out and walks back. You can see where the shadow is. But right about here is where Isaac hit. Like that's where Isaac hit. His body only moved about 2 or 3 feet, according to Robert Taylor, who saw him get run over. He watched him get run over. He said the body didn't roll. It didn't get drugged down the highway because the truck that you saw was so high, it rolled right over Isaac. And he said Isaac lifted his head up just before the truck hit him. He was alive and he lifted his head up and the front axle struck Isaac right here on his right side and it slammed his head back down in the ground. When it did, his body jumped up a little bit and then the pumpkin, the front differential and the tranny or whatever, it struck Isaac again. And that's when you can see, if you get the undoctored, the unblurred photos, you can see the grease marks from where the undercarriage of the truck ran over and slid across Isaac, his leg, I think in his chest area, but he was alive.
Do you have those on the mind map? I don't.
Yeah. No, I did not put all, out of respect for his mother and his father.
Right.
They asked me
not to.
if I would not put the very graphic, very up close photos of Isaac's dead body uncovered on the internet. I said, absolutely.
They confirmed his death.
Well, here's the deal.
No.
Here's the deal. And again, I'm not scripting a narrative. I'm just saying what happened.
Right. We don't want to do that. So
yeah,
no
I'm
narrative,
not making up a story. I don't want this to end any certain way. I want the truth to come out. Wendy said that when she went over to the coroner with her husband, Glenn, and they were going to go view the body, they were kind of talked out of it. Those aren't her words. Those are mine. But she said they advised me that I may not want to look at the body because it was in such bad shape. They said that his eye had come out and they had to kind of put it back in, but it wasn't pretty. And they gave her his belt, the contents of his pockets, all of his ID, and they gave him that the video footage of Isaac on 20-second video footage of Isaac on the bridge from the dash cam that Eric Beatty took. So she said, we knew it was Isaac. He called us. We knew he was here, and we refused to eyewitness the body, and then we had him cremated immediately.
Wait, they refused to eyewitness the body.
Yeah, no, the parents did not want to because they were told the body was in such a bad state of shape. So they did not put their eyes on their son.
Boy.
And
which just fuels the...
So here's the thing.
Fuels all the other theories.
Jedi says it's ironic the driver that hit him said he thought it was a box of kittens.
It's not ironic. The word's not ironic. It's strange.
Well, it's bizarre.
It's very bizarre and very strange, and I fucking agree. It's fucking weird. It's crazy and weird.
But if we were scripting a specific narrative, there are some very bizarre circumstances around the death of Isaac.
Yeah.
And if we were scripting a narrative, do you think that we would have released those things, that Corey would have put all these bizarre things out there?
They would have made this shit up.
The truth seems to be the best way to handle it, whether it's the only way fits a story or not. There are going to be anomalies. And
here are the critiques. I was accused of making this up for sensationalism to get clicks and views and donations. That's what everyone's a grifter. Everyone's a grifter. Everyone's a grifter. I didn't know what grifting was. I didn't know what LARPing was until I think Defango. And me and Defango, as you know, we got off on the wrong foot, but we're all cool now. And he's apologized to me, and I apologize for things I may have said and done. And we agreed that we've all grown up in 6 years and kind of know what happened. And we've all, we skinned it, man, and we're just moving on. But I didn't know what LARPing was until I was accused of it by Defango. I'd never heard that word. And outside of the Society for Creative Anachronisms, which are the people that dress up like the kings, and the peasants, and they sword fight and shit with Nerf weapons. But other than that, I didn't know. So, I didn't make anything up. When Forrest Scott Proctor came out and said, it looked like I ran over a box of kittens, that's what Forrest Scott Proctor told me. That's what I relayed to everyone in the investigation. I'm not going to omit what the guy that ran over Isaac said. I'm not going to change it because it's weird. I'm not going to like make it fit a narrative to please anyone out there. That's what the dude said, and that's what I reported on. Like, full stop. And yet I'm accused of being the person that came out and said the guy that ran over Isaac thought that he ran over kittens. Those aren't my words. That's just what I reported. And as you heard the other night, D, you heard the phone call when I was talking to him where he said that. And if anyone in the audience doesn't know, we did there's a phone call here in the mind map where you can hear the guy talking about it. The guy that ran over Isaac, you can hear me questioning him again on the phone, and he'll say, yeah, he confirms. Yeah, I thought I ran over box kittens.
Let's play that second one, that short one.
So let's get through this here real quick here.
Absolutely.
744. That's
Allegedly. That's Isaac's phone, allegedly. And here's why I say allegedly. Because when Isaac went over, his phone was found, he pointed back that way, past that girl with the skirt on right there, by about 15, 20 feet to the west. That's an iPhone, dude. You drop an iPhone from 23 feet onto asphalt and 10 cars drive by. It ain't cracked. It ain't broken.
Horseshit,
dude. So he's got this uncracked phone that he just found laying in the road. I always thought that was really bizarre. Because when Isaac's sitting there in his meditative state on the bridge, his hands are in his lap. He's not holding a phone. So that means that when the Deck brothers, Tanner and Levi Deck, came up to him, as the story goes, per their narrative, he would have had to have grabbed his phone and fell back and threw his phone. I mean, I can't imagine what happened, but the fact that there's an unbroken iPhone 15 feet to the west of where Isaac's body was, it didn't get run over, it didn't get cracked, I find is very bizarre and suspicious.
Right.
I think it might be his.
So right there, you see it 7:48. Was that 7:48? So that's 7:48 in the morning. Those are the push notifications. And I don't think we get a better view of it after that.
I think it's his.
See your telegram.
Yeah, the
Signal,
detective's
sorry.
on his way.
I can't believe they didn't take pictures, though, that they would have in case the parents ever changed their mind and wanted to see what it was. But I guess at that point, it would already possibly be unreliable.
Two out of one of the kids in the office.
Anywhere from 3:30 to 5:30. Normal level.
So, I mean, that's about it with the phone. But do you see this white sheet over Isaac here, D?
Yes.
You know, the only thing I can think about when Forrest Scott Proctor says he saw the girl pulling the cardboard back over the body was this here. He might have mistaken that because that's the only thing over the body we're talking about the other night.
Yeah, I mean, but he thought he saw it before he even hit him.
Yeah. And okay, so we can jump into that now. We'll go into like here, cardboard gate. I called it. I know what else to call it. So here's my conversation with Forrest Scott Proctor for all you people out there that want to hear. This is the guy I'm talking to who ran over Isaac. This is him.
Who are you looking for?
Scott.
This is Scott.
Scott, hey man, we talked about 2 months ago. I asked you about an incident that took place at the Transwestern Bridge, and you gave me a story. But I'm curious because I'm reading the report right now that was just issued from the Department of Public Safety, and nothing's making sense on it. It doesn't mention cardboard. It doesn't mention kind of what happened, what you said.
Hey, what now?
So you and I spoke about 2 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. You had told me a story. You mentioned that as you were driving eastbound lane, you saw a piece of cardboard, and you wrote, and you mentioned something about you thought they were protesting up on tops, like 18 people, and you thought maybe ran over a box of kittens. You said something about cardboard, and
Yeah, there's a piece of cardboard on them.
there was a piece of cardboard on them.
Yep.
And the reason I'm calling you back here, I'm reading the report. I'm reading the actual paper that you filled out here, and it just said it's heading east on I-40 in Belmont. 2 cars veered to the side. That's what you told me before. Specifically, I hit something in the road, pulled over, walked back, and saw it was a person. Heard something hit my undercarriage, so I pulled over. There's no mention of cardboard, of the body being covered. And the reason I'm asking is because I also got the dash cam footage and the body cam footage from the police, and there's no cardboard anywhere. Not on the side, not on the road.
Yeah, there was. When I walked back to him, someone put the cardboard back on him.
Someone put
The lady did.
the lady put the cardboard on him.
Yep.
Can you and just this has been a really strange point for me during this investigation. How big was the piece of cardboard?
Oh, I don't know.
Would
I don't know.
it be like 5 foot by 4 feet, or was it a small, like a kind of like a box that you?
I don't remember. I know there was a piece of cardboard over it, and when I got back to it, yeah, the cardboard was still on him. Well, the lady put the cardboard back on him.
So when his body was in the lane, there was a piece of cardboard over that body when you ran it over.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. It's not, and like I say, the only reason I'm calling and asking is because it's not mentioned in the report, and it's not anywhere else. And which lady put the cardboard back on him?
The lady that was there.
Was she one of the other drivers that swerved?
Yep.
And there was cardboard on him. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I've had enough. Okay, this has already been said and done. I don't want to discuss this anymore. I'm trying to forget it.
no, I understand, and this will be my last call. It's just that no one mentioned cardboard, and I hello. And he hung up on me. So that's what, right there, guys, in his own words, that's what Forrest Scott Proctor told me.
But he didn't put it in the report.
But he didn't put a report. No, he didn't. In fact,
Because
this is a very, very strange thing that happened here. It was when you get down to, well, when you go into the eyewitness testimony, the conflicting, I think you got, it might be either in conflicting testimony and police reports. The one of the guys that was there, one of the witnesses stated, 1 second here. That was the witness. So it's not there. It's going to be over in here. So I want to show you. This is very, very important. And I didn't catch it at first until I spoke to Robert. But Robert Taylor, witness number 3, he was the guy who was driving on I-40 heading eastbound. And it was a clear shot. There were no cars between him and it had about maybe a mile. When you come around the bend there, you got a mile before you reach the bridge, the overpass, but you can see it. It's just a mile. And there was nobody between him and there. And he said, as he was driving up, he saw what looked like a white sheet, or his words, a baby crib. He said, don't repeat that. I don't know what I meant by that, but my mind flashed a baby crib. I'm like, that's weird. He goes, no, I know. It's just, he said, I saw something white come off of it. And I thought like a small mattress for a baby crib. So he said that, and I'm like, okay. So they got a cardboard, and you got a guy saying a big white thing fell off the bridge. That, it's not a body. It looks like, and he said that when he got up, he went around Isaac, who's in the right-hand lane, laying there, and he looked like a woman or a mannequin. And he pulled over, and when he got out, his hand still on his door handle, shutting the door. That's when Forrest ran over Isaac. and he saw him run over, and then Forrest slowed down, hit the brakes about 200 yards further, pulled off to the right. And then another car came up. That car was driven by Aaron Hudman. Okay. Aaron Hudman, he said, also ran over Isaac. And he was almost up to Isaac on the side of the road there. And he turned around. He saw John Koch coming down the side of the hill on the cell phone, still talking to 911. And you can hear it in the phone call. You can hear John Koch right here. John Koch, witness number 5. You can hear him coming down on the phone, say, all right, I'm almost down there, down there. And then Robert turns around and says, hey, that other car just ran him over. And John tells Robert, no, it didn't. He said, no, I saw him. He goes, no, you couldn't have seen that from where you were at. She didn't hit him. He said, okay. And she pulls over and comes back. Now she's walking back, and she's closer to the body than Forrest Scott Proctor is, right?
And this is Aaron you're talking about.
Say again.
She's the only. Is she Aaron?
Yes, Aaron Hudman.
Yeah.
That's the woman in the dress there. And anyway, so later on, Robert Taylor told me on the phone. He said, the weirdest thing, Corey, like I saw her run over Isaac, not over, but kind of hit him off to the side, and then no one talked about it. And when I told John, he said, no, you didn't see that. He said, but then later on, he said, Forrest Scott Proctor's walking back and forth. He was all a mess. He said he was like panicking. He was freaking out. Like they thought he was going to need some psychological medical help or something, They had to settle him down. He was really, really out of it. He was really traumatized. He said, but then when they handed out the witness reports, he said, Aaron told me, write down as little as you can. You don't want to be involved in things like this. He said she told him that. I said, are you serious? He goes, yeah, she flat out told me that, to write down the little bit. So I went and I looked. He said, that's why when you go to my statement, I barely wrote anything down.
The girl at the gas station, Randy, she did she say that she saw him walk to the bridge that morning?
She said she saw him walk to. She saw the homeless man who they all believed was Isaac. We'll get that. I don't want to conflate that here.
Okay, just because there's a question about it, and
yeah, we'll discuss that next.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to conflate that because this is kind of crazy. Skilly, all I can say, Skilly, is if you want to come out of the shadows, and I'm not hacking on you here. If you want to come out of the shadows and you want to do an investigation, by all means, Skilly, do it.
And because we continue to receive death threats and some really horrible things coming our way regarding all of this, just handing over our locations and things like that.
Yeah.
It seems a little bit wild to me that it would be expected that we do that.
Yeah.
And that Corey would put his boss in the same line of fire then.
Do you think I'm going to tell everyone who I was working for that day so Thomas can call and harass and terrorize people, or he can have his minions do it? Do you think I'm going to let him get that much closer to my professional life? Do you think I'm going to open up my life to these attacks?
She's not upset with us, and she's not trolling us. Okay, just so you know.
Well, Skills always has all these opinions about things, but she's never done a damn thing.
She's been very supportive tonight in the chat.
Well,
yeah, I agree.
So we're gonna give her the appreciation of that.
No, I do appreciate that. But if you want your proof, Skilly, you need to get out there and you need to conduct an investigation. And you can call the people I called. You can pay the money and get all these reports, and you can spend 5 years of your life poring over them and piecing them together, going through the 911 calls, lining up second by second, minute by minute, who was where and when, and you can get your answers.
And that goes for a few of the other
everyone else out there.
A few of the other members in here, even more so than Skilly.
If you think I'm doing it wrong, by all means, go out there, dedicate your time and life to this, and conduct an investigation, and come out and start up a YouTube channel and tell everyone about it.
And is there any other person that has done any even close to the amount of work that you've done? Now, I would say no, but anybody claiming that or that has their own?
Yeah, there's one other person, Steve Outram. Steve Outram.
And then what happened to Steve Outram?
Steve Outram, a couple years back, he did a very well documented job. He got different stuff than I was doing. He was ancillarily grabbing all kinds of stuff. I was concentrating on the day that Isaac died specifically. with the reports and the people and the witnesses. That's kind of where and then I branched out from there. He was covering everything Isaac was into, from the Gabe Hoffman stuff, all of it. I mean, just everything, the whole dirty ball, and he did a pretty good job of grabbing a lot of information. And I really liked the way that he had organized it, and there were hot links to everything, and they opened up. He did a good job, but then
Is
he
that
made
gone?
No, it's out there.
Okay,
It's
so
out-
that's
it's out-
out there, but he disappeared.
So yeah, it's on burners.me. He's an eccentric, very, very wealthy guy. He lives in Australia. And he made a video the last time, and he said, I'm stopping the Isaac Kappy investigation. It's about an hour and a half long video. And he basically says, I have come to be convinced, I know, that the people that took out Isaac, and I think he used the word an international secret society. I think those were his words, or secret cabal or secret society.
Something like that.
And he said,
I don't remember the words.
It's real. I'm too close to it. It's too dangerous. I'm washing my hands of the Isaac Kappy thing. I've done, I think, all that I can. And don't ask me anymore. I'm not going to get involved. I'm out.
Damn.
So he said he found something that tied back to secret societies, whatever that means. He didn't clarify. I reached out to him twice, and he wouldn't speak with me. So, but anyway, back to this here. So, the woman told him, fill out the least amount that you have to, because you don't want to be involved in this. So he said, that's kind of what I did. And I find out later that this Erin Hudman lady, right? She worked, where am I at here? Scene witnesses. Erin Hudman worked for the fire department that responded that morning. Like the first engine that showed up, she worked in the office at the fire department. That was her job.
Right.
Purchaser.
Strange. Because doesn't one of the Deck brothers?
Both the Deck brothers.
Both of them, they're both connected to the chief, right?
Yeah, they're the sons of an under police chief out of Flagstaff, 12 miles to the east. Robert Taylor is ex-Navy. He's the only one who doesn't live in Arizona. He was coming through from California to his home in the Midwest. His vehicle was a rental. Erin Hudman worked for the fire department that responded with the first engine. Okay. She then was promoted 3 days later and moved to Texas. She got a promotion 3 days after this. John Koch worked in the area as well. And I believe John was an ex-Arizona customs officer that you drive through from California or Utah when you come in. I think that was what he did at one point. He wasn't doing that any longer. Eric Beatty was the security guard for the Camp Navajo military base. And Forrest Scott Proctor, him and his father sell cars, junk and scrap and salvage and that kind of stuff. So those are the players. The only one not from Arizona is Robert Taylor.
Hey, what about Proctor's car?
Yeah.
What about it?
So the car,
I thought he had a truck.
Yeah, well, his vehicle. Yeah,
his vehicle, his truck.
Yeah, his vehicle. When you go to, let me close that out there. Scene photos. When you get to the photos here of his truck, right here, we had those plates ran to the best of our ability, and they came back as that number right there. From what we found, we were told was never registered in either United States, Canada, or Mexico. So there's a database that has all those databases, and it was run through that, I believe. And that those plates don't and never existed.
Never.
Ever.
Because that's part of what's so crazy about this.
And they most certainly they're not registered to either Forrest or his father.
And then, yes, because it's Route 66. It's a guy named Forrest. And then you got Tom Hanks on Instagram who has the cap with a P on it.
So let's get to Tom Hanks if you want. Yeah. So, and for the record, I don't believe Tom Hanks killed Isaac Kappy. Thomas goes around saying that. I don't. Okay. I don't.
Actually, we don't.
I have never said Tom Hanks killed Isaac Kappy. I've never believed Tom Hanks killed. Do I think it's very strange that he's posting shit about Isaac? Tangentially tied into Isaac. I think it's very strange. Isaac.
Why didn't he ever sue Isaac?
Because when you have to prove malice, and you have to, and they're stars. So if you're a star, when you're a certain point, you open yourself up to all this. For instance,
when you're a public figure, you are open to. They can't really sue you for defamation
unless they know they can prove malice and it's done financial damage and whatnot on you. They have to prove all of that, and the more famous you are, the higher the bar is to prove that. So what's going to happen is if he sued, let's say, you have 333 million people in America. I think that's what we're at right now. And let's say less than 1% are aware that Isaac Kappy is calling Tom Hanks a pedophile. Tom Hanks sues Isaac Kappy. TMZ gets a hold of it. Now 333 million people know that Isaac Kappy is calling Tom Hanks a pedophile.
Okay, so it's they just hope it stays in its echo chamber.
Exactly.
And then I think they add on extra, psyops. Like,
so
it was the psyop of that. The guy that I joined up with, if people don't know, I freaking joined up with Gene Decode. Yeah, fuck me, right? Anyways, it happened. And so I spent 3 years with that psycho, and he was talking about how Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson were taken out while they were over in Australia at the beginning of COVID. He had the corona. There was a lot of psyop stuff going on, don't get me wrong, but that we haven't seen the original Tom Hanks ever since. And now I'm just like trying to figure out what's real, what's not. And it's stuff like that gets added on, though.
Yeah.
Game that they play on us.
Do I think Hanks was involved somehow? Do I think Hanks was aware that Isaac was saying things about him? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Do I think Tom Hanks is aware that people believe that he owned Sarah Ruth Ashcraft? Yes, I think he is aware of all this stuff. And by talking about it, he's giving validity and credibility to it.
Right.
So he's not going to do that.
Did you do much research on Sarah Ruth Ashcroft?
Not past, her stuff and her story. It's history, whether she did or not. I don't know. I don't have the means to discover that. I'm not omnipotent. I'm not psychic. So all I know is what she has said, and that Hanks denied it, or his publicist denied it. What else can I find out? I mean, I can read for 2 weeks and form an opinion, but it's just an opinion. So I don't want to say one thing or the other. I just don't know. There's no way that I can know.
Cool. I was just curious about that one because it seemed like that Sarah Ruth Ashcroft thing came at the same time with Isaac. Mm-hmm. And then there was even, I don't know if they were on the 4chan boards or what it was. That's some of the intel that I've gotten, is that they were trying to expose the Hollywood elite, pedophilia, and Satanism and stuff. And then now I don't know if Sarah Ruth Ashcroft is a real thing or if that's a psyop or what. But
let me real quick bring something up. You just said the word Satanism, and this is a thing that I keep hearing over and over, because when you get into the online truther communities, they're full of Christians.
Yes.
Primarily Christians, mainly Christians. And Christians couch everything into their Christian ethos, into their Christian paradigm, into their Christian pantheon. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yep, they do. And because that's their worldview. And everything that's evil is from Satan or the devil or Lucifer, right?
Right.
And that's how they talk about all of these things. They just assume that Satan is in charge, and these people worship Satan, and they're all Satan worshipers. That's a rather huge leap to believe that all these people are doing it in the name of Satan, and they're all active Satanists. And I always want to ask them, are they Satanists from the Temple of Satan, the TST? Are they Luciferians? Are they Temple of Set? I mean, which branch of Satanism are they? Because most Satanists are actually atheists. Now, personally, I can't stand Satanists. I don't like their selfishness. I think their view on the world is absolutely based in selfishness. It's myopic, and it's pathetic. That being said, most of them are atheists. The Satanic Church is an atheist entity. Did you know that? They don't believe in the deity of Satan. In fact, they don't believe that the Bible's real. They don't believe in God. They're actually atheists. And
do they believe in black magic in the sense of like actual sacrificing of people? Because that goes back to Mayan.
So
Egypt.
When I reached out to the Satanic Temple a couple of years back to ask them some questions about their group, they said, we do not sacrifice people. We do not kill people.
What about goats, animals?
He said we don't sacrifice people or anything.
No animals, no.
I can dig up the email somewhere here.
So there are older belief systems where that is a thing, and where human blood sacrifice is a thing. And those are older belief systems. I don't use the word religion anymore, but those are older belief systems who practice those types of things. But it would not be, the Church of Satan.
Right.
And
As easy it would be to pin it on them, to keep things in our little rows of order and understanding. It's really something older than that.
Yeah.
Right.
There's so many religions out there, but
Do you need water?
I got a bit of water.
Okay.
But be
right back.
The truther community really has this insanely myopic view on the world, and they presume that a lot of people believe in their pantheon and their belief system, and they attribute their belief system to everyone else's belief system. And I see it over and over, day after day after day, and I'm like, why are you assuming this is satanic? Why are you assuming they're not just pedophiles, or why are you assuming they're not just murderers? Why do they have to be satanic for you? And that's when you see people start scripting the narrative, and that's where you see the psyops happen. The people that write these psyops for the right-wing truther Christian community then grift off of them, like, I don't know, Gene Decode, Blessed to Teach, Rick over there. I can go down a whole list of these fucking dickheads, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, baby. They couch everything Christianity, and they pull in the Christians, and then they say, and if you join our channel here, you go behind the $35 a month paywall, and we'll tell you the real things that's going on. And that's what Rick does, right? I don't know if you know this or not, but the word Satan isn't a noun. It's an adjective. Satan is not a person in the Bible. Satan it means the adversary, and that's Hebrew. It means the adversary, and it means the adversary in a legal term.
So, and you consider yourself, you said, a de-occultist?
Yeah, I practice and study what we call rational metaphysics.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, we don't need to get into this area right now, because I'd probably push back on you a little bit about Satan being an actual entity. But
just go read the Hebrew.
We're talking about the Hebrew what?
The Hebrew Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. Go in and look up the word Satan, see what it means in Hebrew, and it'll say adversary. It means adversary. And when you get into the historicity of the Old Testament, it starts talking about how, especially Genesis, was written from a legalese kind of a standpoint. It was poetic in a lot of ways, and it couched a lot of their legal systems. That's why they called it Moses came down and gave the law, right? This is the law. This is the book of God. This was God's laws. That was the Torah that he gave to the Hebrews. And in there it says Satan, and Satan is an adversary. It's not a person. In fact, you can get into studies if you go into Catholic seminary schools, and they have whole classes dedicated to, is Lucifer, Satan, and the devil the same person? And for 250 years, 300 years, 400 years, they've been arguing this in the halls of religious academia within Catholicism itself. So this isn't even settled within Catholicism, Right. But the whole point of that is that be careful if you're consuming this stuff out there, that you're not couching it into your own belief system, and that it's not written and scripted for you to buy into, that it's not pandering to you.
But
that's my point.
Let me add here, we are not defending Satanists.
Oh God, no.
But trying to be fair to all. And there's a question here. I got to scroll back real quick. Let me get it. It's got to be right here. So what about the people who are SRA survivors who have shared the blood sacrifices?
Have they?
Okay, so people who are SRA survivors who have witnessed those things, who have participated in those things are real, and they do happen. But again, probably not under a satanic, under the auspices of the Satanic Church. Are those dark and demonic groups that do those things? Oh, absolutely, 100%. I will tell you 100% that is true.
There's been court cases where people have testified to
Right.
doing it. Those things happen.
Absolutely, those things do happen.
Yeah.
This conversation is not saying that those things did not happen, and I want to be sensitive to that, because
Who said that? Why would you bring that up?
No, I think it's a fair question.
It's not a question. It's just bizarre that they would say, well, what about that person? Well, yeah, no, this stuff happens.
Well,
but still, while this stuff happens, the Satanic Church in their own welcome page says we're atheists.
I think that the title SRA, Satanic Ritual Abuse, needs an update. I think that
there you go. That's a novel idea.
No, really, I think that it needs an update, because I think that while these things are very dark and demonic, I don't necessarily, and again, I'm not protecting the Church of Satan or, organizations that have these dark beliefs, but I think that we need to update that term, because I don't think that the Satanic Church is responsible for these things. I think that these are other groups who are doing dark and demonic things. And so maybe we need
maybe the Temple of Set, maybe the Order of the Nine Angles, maybe
right. There's many of them, and they probably do very different
right.
things.
Maybe the Process Church. I mean, go down the list of them, man. There's hundreds of them.
Right. And Jim mentioned here that the Druids sacrificed people. So, the Catholics used to sacrifice people, and the priests used to peel their skin off and dance on the skins of the victims.
For God.
In the name of God, the Christian God. So I would love if somewhere along the line we could come up with a new term for the survivors of these demonic experiences, because this is not accurate.
And by the way, again, I want to add something else, because this whole thing about the SRA thing, it's not they don't have compassion for people that have been victimized. However, just because somebody calls you and says that they're an SRA victim does not mean that person calling you is an SRA victim. The person calling you could be an SRA victim. They could have misunderstood what happened to them. They could be crazy. They could be a paranoid schizophrenic. They could be a paid shill. They could be a disinformation agent. They could be a fucking government asset. They could be any number of things. You don't know what they are. And why am I making this point? Because when Alicia and I opened up our show to SRA victims, we were bombarded with people with stories that were not cohesive, that they couldn't be proven. No one would vouch for them. And granted, the other side of the argument is, okay, well, maybe people that are abused go on drugs and alcohol and have problems, and then they have no credibility later. Sure, I get that. I understand that.
And that's not all. When you're a child that goes through these things, you don't have the capacity to go to the police, and who are you going to tell on anyway? So there's no police records. There are all kinds of problems for. But
you, as the person getting the phone call about an SRA victim, you have no way of knowing. You can believe it if you choose to. Isaac believed it when he chose to. But he didn't truly know. He didn't truly have the proof.
Now, you have characters also like Marina Abramovich.
Yeah.
That have done some art that's very creepy. And then Prick the Finger and Eat the Pain, and Podesta art.
Spirit cooking. And
that's tied to Lady Gaga and some of these celebrities. And you've seen Will Ferrell at one of these events. And you see these pictures of these people connected into this stuff that looks pretty damn satanic. Now, maybe they're atheists and they're just doing stuff that is art to them that pushes back against the Christian faith, maybe because they hate being forced into believing that or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. These are kind of things I like to have a discussion about. But did Hillary Clinton not tweet? Don't we have proof that she was going to sacrifice a chicken to Moloch? What the hell are these people talking about?
It was an email.
It was an email. Was it tongue in cheek? Were they joking? Were they playing off of the? And I'm not offending her. I'm just saying what was it? I mean, these are the possible things it could have been. Were they making fun of the truther? Were they running psyops on the right-wing truther community, peppering this shit into the social media and then watching us just run with it while we're all going on about child trafficking, underground satanic freaking dumbs, deep underground military bases where adrenochrome's being sucked out of people by lower fourth dimensional reptilian hybrids, right?
Right.
What's going on? The kids are coming across the border.
That's what I want to know.
The kids are coming across the freaking border because the money's going from FEMA right? From Congress to FEMA to the NGOs over to the cartels, and they're running the kids up through the actual organizations.
Yes, and some people foo-foo things like adrenochrome, but you do have, I think, the company, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, Ambrosia, where they take young blood and put it into people.
Yep.
As they're calling it medical or whatever. There's
Can I
something
share
to
my
these
research
things.
on that?
Yeah, Alicia's researched that.
I did an extensive research on this, and so they started this off with a little mouse experiment. They connected two mice, an old mouse and a young mouse, and they connected their circulatory system. And those circulatory systems, they're transferring the old blood to the old new mouse and the new blood to the old mouse. And the old mouse for a while was younger, but because
it showed higher vitality.
It showed higher vitality. The things that it was doing to show age seemed to reverse some. But then because the old blood was going into the younger mouse, younger mouse began to age, and soon there wasn't enough young cells for both of them, and they both died. Now there had been some blood labs where you can go get a blood transfusion that is taken from a young person, not a young person that is sacrificed and dies, but a young person that donates their blood.
Right.
And I mean, this is an important piece of this. These are not people that were sacrificed, young people that were sacrificed, and then these vampires took their blood, right? These were young people who came and donated their blood to this facility, and these other people were taking their younger blood to have some rejuvenation. And this is a thing that works. It is a thing that happens. You get new stem cells, you get you get cells, blood cells that have healthy coding and information. So it reignites some of the coding in your blood and your cells to be a little healthier, to do some regeneration, and you can take stem cells and put them in your knee and to help regenerate your knee joint, or your something going on in your back. But they can do that with your own cells. So there is some science here. There's some science here. And this, of course, is a parallel line with adrenochrome. So let's just talk about it briefly here.
Adrenochrome?
Yeah, let's just talk about it briefly here. So adrenochrome is a waste product, and it is a very low volume waste product in your body that happens. You cannot torture a child to raise the level. There's only so much adrenochrome that will happen in a child's body. The body starts to flush it out. And so there's only so much. And if you want to go to the Trip Report, Arrowhead, you want to go and read people who have taken adrenochrome, because you can buy it in a vial for $37 from China.
Right. What is this? Right. Why do they create this synthetic form of it then?
Because
they've been able to recreate it since the 1940s. They've been synthesizing it.
Because it is a heart stimulant. So if a person's having a seriously irregular rhythm, an arrhythmia, and they need to regulate it and they need to bump it up, they'll give them a little dose of adrenochrome because it bumps the heart.
It's called a digitalis is what it is. So adrenochrome in your body is a natural byproduct. When you have adrenaline, right? When you're shocked or whatever, adrenaline, cortisol, what's the other one?
Epinephrine, norepinephrine,
those
dopamine.
Chemicals, dopamine, those are all put into your body for your fight or flight response. Almost immediately, within 15, 30 seconds, the adrenaline starts oxidizing and turns into adrenochrome. And then from adrenochrome, it breaks down into I forget the other one. And then from there, it breaks down into a fourth compound where it's then pushed out of the body.
Right.
Okay.
Peroxide, when you are stressed out, peroxide takes all those stress hormones, insulin, all of those things, and adrenaline. And the peroxide your body produces oxidizes the adrenaline, turning it into the adrenochrome. Yes, you can get it in an EpiPen. The EpiPen has to be expired. But again,
Yes.
if you take this drug, it's not a fun high. It doesn't give you hallucinations. It doesn't make you feel like a god. It makes you feel like you're dying.
It feels like you're having a heart attack. It feels like you're on meth and you're about to have a heart attack. Your heart's going to explode. You're sweating. Your heart's beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you
feel
think
like
you're going to
gonna
die. Every trip report is like, oh, I'm going to take it now, and holy shit, I'm going to do that again. Maybe this time, though, I'm going to smoke it. So he smokes it once.
He smoked it. He mainlined it. He snorted it. And
they were all the same. I think the mainlining was the worst for him, he said, obviously.
Yes.
But there's 2 other trip reports on there, and they're like, it's horrible. It's like, it's not something you want to take. So again, where are the adrenochrome victims? Where are the adrenochrome survivors? Where are the people that extracted adrenochrome from people who then, and this is what I asked Gene Decode and Rick at Blessed to teach. I said, where are these people? We have an underground military base that has 5,000 kids rescued by Trump's Q super secret XK9 backscroll ninja recon team when he's not even fucking president, right? And he goes in the middle of the desert and he saves 5,000 kids and he transferred them all to where? Oh, a military base. Okay, where are the bus drivers? Where are the medics? Where's the triage? Where's the attorneys? Where's the Corps of Engineers? Where's the people who drove the assault?
Where are
Where
all
are
the
the
buses?
soldiers? Where are the buses?
Where's
Where are
the
the
medical
vehicles?
team?
Where is everybody involved? Where are the transition teams?
Take a breath.
Where are the parents of the missing kids? I mean,
Yes.
where are the counselors, the survivors, the follow-up questions? And it doesn't exist. And when you ask fucking Gene Decode, hey man, like, where are these underground bases? Well, here's what happens. You know, they go in and they blow up these bases after they're done, so they can never be used to torture kids. Oh, they're blowing up evidence now? Is that what you're saying? They go in, they find an underground dump, and they blow it up so they can't be used instead of keeping it for evidence.
Right.
Is that what you're telling me? And they mask it all with these earthquake record things, you know, so we know that Trump's secret war on the pedophiles, secret, satanic cabal is winning because these earthquakes are going off across the country, and that's the sign that they're blowing up after they're saving the kids.
Dude, I
Okay.
want
It's the
you guys
stupidest
to come
fucking
on.
thing in the world, dude.
I want you guys to come on with one that's focused completely on Gene Decode and all this stuff. 107, because we got into that just a little bit, and you told me some things even about Juan that I hadn't heard yet.
Wayne R. Willett.
I want to get into the Seth Rich story, because that's another one that's a big one, and it's coming back out. The Flynn Network, as I call them, are all pushing the Seth Rich thing. I want to know what's true about that in your research. We can have a discussion. But let's so I got a lot of things that I'd love to bring you guys back on. Let's get back to Tom Hanks here and the creepy shit.
Can I answer 2 things here real quick?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what about the one of the questions is what about any type of homeopathic effect from adrenochrome? So a homeopathic is made by succussing, to keep this brief. You take an herb, you stick it in some water, and you shake it. Then you take that water and you shake it, and then you take that water and you shake it until
You dilute it.
you dilute it and you shake it down until there's only the vibrational footprint of that plant in there, and that's what is the homeopathic. So they don't do that, and I want to say
And I don't believe in that personally. Me and Alicia we disagree on this. She has a belief system in that. I don't.
And that's okay.
That's fine.
However, I do want to bring this back to sacrifice, and I do want to bring this conversation back to what really happens in a blood sacrifice. So, we're talking about adrenochrome being a thing that makes them high and makes them feel like a god and gives them all of this sense of power, right? So in ritual, when you sacrifice a human being, you are taking their soul, you are taking their heart, you are taking, sometimes they go in and they take the pineal gland from the brain. So you are taking the seat of their soul. This is the part of the blood ritual that creates that godlike feeling. It is not a few little chemicals in a child's blood bank.
We did the math on that. You couldn't extract, you could not have the body create enough adrenaline to convert to adrenochrome to pull out of the blood after you spin the blood out to even have enough adrenochrome to get high on, even though it's a bad high. It's not physically possible. The measurements aren't there.
No.
There's a guy that came out claiming to have taken adrenochrome twice, and he could see the future.
Huh.
That's interesting. I would like to see that report. Will you share that with us later?
If I can find it again, he showed up
Okay.
in 2 places. I think he even showed up on the Michelle Moore show. He
Yeah.
showed up in a few places, and he says that he took it twice. The first time when he was younger and he was into drugs and stuff like that, and like it was supposedly like this like witch-like lady that offered it to him, and he's like, "What is this?" And they said they have to tell him. So he claimed that they had to tell him what it was because it's not, I don't know, it's like a spiritual thing or whatever. Said that he is going to drink baby's blood, and he laughed about it. Took it, and he saw a future where Trump and Flynn were like saving the world and shit.
Okay, so we have a story from a guy who's talking about Adrenochrome who ties in Trump and Flynn, and he can see the future. Have we looked into this guy? Do we know who he is?
I know. I'm just saying that's what's kind of
Sounds
crazy
like a-
that's out there that people in the truther movement
He
they
was
we
on
have to
Truth Stream,
contend
too.
with. Because I've heard that it's like heroin. I've heard it's like ecstasy. I've heard it's
No.
it's like this
No.
like all the Hollywood people are carrying around vials and hitting this adrenochrome,
So-
and they're freaking like in a different
Have
world.
you ever taken ecstasy?
I have not.
It's
didn't.
like falling in love, like the most passionate, happy love. Your body doesn't feel any pain.
glad
You
I
feel
never took
happy and love, and you just
I would've
feel
never
so
stopped taking it.
happy and lovey. You're not gonna have visions like that.
No.
I would have never stopped taking it. That's why I never did
Yeah.
a lot of the harder drugs. I never did heroin or crack or
Good,
coke
yeah.
or any of them.
Yeah, none of those either. But
I would say that for your listeners out there, when you hear and see people coming out tying into their experience politics specifically and saying outrageous things to get on shows, you can probably bet that they might be assets. They might be driving narratives. They might be planning to disinformation. You know, the best thing that ever happened for the freaking U.S. intelligence agencies was the internet. You know how easy it is to infiltrate and control narratives on the internet? Oh my God! Look at the fucking Q operation, for God's sake.
Oh yeah, it's there's a Mockingbird alternative media. I've pointed that out in multiple videos that I've done where I've literally showed them when the hurricanes happen and the devastation happened in North Carolina. That doesn't fit the narrative that the white hats are in full control, meaning that they'd have control of HARP, they'd have control of the weather. They're in full control. Patriots in full control, right, Q? Anyways, it doesn't fit the narrative because all these people are dying and getting murdered, losing their homes and all this kind of stuff. So the truthers created this narrative that there was the biggest human trafficker of all time. He's had his face altered 20 times to change his appearance and hide from the white hats. And they went in there and they got him and they took him down with a bunch of his henchmen. They used that story to make people think about that and celebrate it while people are dying and losing everything in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kind of things that I've had to deal with, pointing out this bullshit. I don't even know if it's helping or what, but this is the conversations that I like to have.
It just waters everything else down, dude, is what it does. When you get into like the Q operation, you get into how they did it. And the Q used like a number of different psychological tactics, ambiguity, sorry, my stammer, apophenia and pattern-seeking behavior, fear and moral panic, in-group identity and social reinforcement, authority and trust transference, cognitive dissonance and sunk cost fallacy, gamification, and dopamine loops. There are psychological scientific breakdowns of the manipulation patterns that you can see within the Q operation, as well as other online truther movement ops. And once you learn how to see these, you're like, oh, there you go. That just fits the script. It fits the pattern. But again, people wrap this up in their own religion. And once they make it theirs with their own belief system, not a fact system. What is faith? Faith is belief without proof. That's what faith is by definition. Right. So if you have faith in something, you're believing it, you're choosing to believe it without the proof. And when you wrap up any physical happenings in the real world with your belief system, and you see them married, that's when they're marrying belief systems with that's the psyop. That's how you can recognize these psyops.
Right. And I would say faith is, believing without having absolute proof, because some people would point to scripture or experiences that they had and stuff like that. That's another conversation. But to get it back to the Isaac Kappy thing.
Sure. Yeah.
So talking about drugs like adrenochrome, Kappy had no drugs in his system. I think he had some cannabinoids, you said, and some nicotine.
Yeah, let's go to it.
That as far as that thing. But Kappy did believe fully in Q.
Yep. Okay.
And those are some of the things I'd like to get into.
All right, let's do it. Let me go into official reports. If you click the official reports button and you scan down, you get to the Coconino County Sheriff's Office report, the PDF right there. You can go scan through that. This is the Arizona Department of Public Safety. I may need to re-upload that one. Department of Public Safety witness reports. Coconino County's forensic toxicology report. That's the one that you want right there. When you get to that, you can see he's positive for cannabinoids. Oh, by the way, real quick, this was done in Coconino County Medical Examiner's Office by Yasmin Seeley. There's the address. It's got a date on it. 5/17. It was finished at 5/14/2019. So this is Isaac's deal. Right here, case number unidentified Kappy. Subject's name. This is interesting. Unidentified Kappy. I always thought that was weird right there.
Right.
So it doesn't say Isaac Kappy. It says unidentified Kappy. So good, bad, otherwise, I'm pointing it out. Positive for cannabinoids, THC, COOH, right there. So that's another chemical within the marijuana right there. The devil's a lettuce. And then he's got nicotine and cotinine. Cotinine. COTININE.
Cotinine.
Cotinine. So the cotinine is another.
I'll look it up.
It's an alkaloid that runs parallel to nicotine within the tobacco plant.
Yes.
So and that's it. That's all he had in his whole entire body. So he was not on drugs.
Yep. And so
Negative for benzos, negative for amphetamines, negative for fentanyl, cocaine, all of it. Opiates, negative on everything. So for those people out there saying that Isaac was on drugs, he was a drug addict, they're full of shit. And
Right.
Alicia was in his house, and he had no drugs in his house.
No, I was out in his garage. I was in his living room. I was in his kitchen. I was in his bedroom. I was all over the house, in the living room again, the living room, the kitchen. Anyway, no drugs. No drugs in the drawers, no drugs on the counters, not even like a weed pipe, nothing.
Yeah.
Wow.
You want to get into Q here? We get into Q. I mean, it's this shit. Here's a condensed history of Q. If you want to go through that, we all know what Q is.
I think Q is an important thing, and like it's its own thing that I've been covering, and I had Defango on and all that.
Mhm.
Some of this is tough for people, and you have your own beliefs. You get your own discernment here on my channel. That's what I like to say. I have my own thoughts now. I used to call myself a little bit Q-tarded. Now I pretty much am at war with it in a way where it's like it's not healthy anymore. And I think this is where guys like Thomas Schoenberger come into play, because they were feeding Kappy a lot of this and making him have confidence in certain things.
Allegedly,
We'll say allegedly, but people that were whispering in Kappy's ear misled him on some things to give him certain confidence that things were happening.
I spoke to Ella High Priest when Isaac was down in, not when, but afterwards, after the fact. Ella High told me that while Isaac was down in Australia, he was on the phone several times a day with somebody who was just a Q-tard, going on about Q, pumping, and he'd get off the phone all wound up about Q. And he's like, Isaac, dude, stop with the Q shit. Just stop. It's not real. And it's a total psyop. Deep State Katanon told Isaac, it's not real. Manny Chavez III, Defango told Isaac, Q's not real. So several people were out there telling, and another person, I can't mention his name, told him that it wasn't real as well. And so a lot of people knew that Q was a psyop, but he was a true believer. But my God, you try to tell people who believe in Q. I have one of my best friends believes in Q. And he thinks the white hats are, they're in control, and this is all Trump's plan, and save Israel for last, and the storm is upon us, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man, come on, And I say, here, watch this video. Here's this guy. This guy's name is Manny Chavez. Listen to what Manny Chavez has to say about when he was there. It was created. Listen to what these people have to say here. And he's like, oh no, that's disinformation. But it's easier to convince a man of a lie than to convince the man he's been lied to. Yeah. Because now you're convincing them that they fell for it, that they weren't as smart as they thought they were, that all the sunk cost fallacy, right? Like they fell for it. So now you're not fighting the ideology of Q anymore. You're fighting them.
You're fighting their faith in it.
Their faith, their intelligence, their ability to tell fact from fiction, their fantasies, and they defend that. That's what you're fighting. Kind of like with COVID, right? Like we believed that the COVID vax was deadly. It was killing people. And we turned out to be right. But about, 2 or 3 years ago, and people start dropping dead from the vax everywhere, they're slowly waking up now. Like, and you're talking to people that are, pro-vax, they're upset that they took the vax. So now you're fighting their intelligence levels. And people, they polarize and they tribalize into controllable groups. That's what these psyops do. They polarize and tribalize people, then they play them against each other.
Right.
That's the psychology of all this. So that's what Q did, and you go on here. Here's the tactics, some of the tactics that I use, not even all of them, right? Q and Isaac Kappy. I write about how he gets into it here, what he was involved in, all that stuff. Here's Defango telling Isaac, hey, get out of it, dude. Like, it's not real. I think I put your guys' thing up here as well the other night. Isaac, who's the behind Q? This is, I think, your guys' right here. By the way, you're officially in the Isaac Kappy Mind Map.
Nice.
Yep. I interviewed someone who claimed to be Q. I wrote about that there. Whether it's true or not, or he was pulling my chain, I don't know. But there's a synopsis of the interview.
What was the name of the guy? Did he even give it?
No, he told me he was using a pseudonym. Remember, is it Johnny used or something like that?
I can't remember. There was so much going on then.
He was from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah.
He said he worked outside of Baton Rouge as Department of Energy. He worked in some like underground facility. He was really chill. It wasn't like he was like spinning a story. He was a really chill, normal dude. And he's like, yeah, no, he said, I posted the first 3. They were anti-Hillary. I really didn't like Hillary. And I was on the 4chan board and I picked the name Q because I have Q clearance. He said I work for the energy department. That's why I picked it. But after listening to Defango, talk about it, I don't know. I mean, so anyway, whatever it is, I'm not saying he was Q, but he claims that he wrote the first 3 and then the trip codes got stolen from him and they got hijacked. The only person that could have done that is either Jim or Ron Watkins. He says, or somebody who they allowed the back end of it. So we talked about that. I've tried to find the interview a dozen times. It doesn't exist because shortly after this interview, I didn't have this one recorded when I was broadcasting. It's before I recorded all my broadcasts. And YouTube nuked my channel.
Oh,
so
man. That's
it
a
was
good
gone.
idea. I need to download all these live
Oh,
streams
yeah.
I've been doing.
Absolutely.
Shit.
So that interview was gone. I've asked people out there if you can find it, get it back to me, but everyone's like, nah, no one can find it. There's Thomas Schoenberger and QAnon and Cicada, right? So, and yes, there are ties between QAnon and Cicada. Yes, there are. There is proof of these. We got emails, we got evidence, we got things were happening that some people probably don't want out there about Cicada and QAnon.
Okay.
Shit, even go to AI and type in, are there any connections between Cicada and QAnon? And you're going to get fucking pages popping up. That's not Corey Daniel talking about it. It's AI talking about it. So, yeah.
So Kappy believed all that.
Yeah.
And so what do we know about his trip to Australia then?
So when he was down in Australia, well, let's go to the
Yeah, because this was a pivotal change, and I even covered that in a little brief intro that I did to let people know about this. I read the purpose for the mind map and some of the things that happened, and one of the crucial events that seemed to happen, all of his friends and family said after he came back from Australia, he was not the same.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, that's what everyone told me as well. All right, so I know that to get the money to go to Australia, Isaac sold one of his Bitcoins. He had 2 Bitcoins, and the price of Bitcoin was like $7,500 at the time, if I recall. He sold one of them because I spoke to Katanon, who was there, and she told me that he sold it while she was there. October 22nd, Isaac flies to Australia. He stays with Fiona initially from the 23rd until an unknown time. Isaac travels to different cities while in Australia. It's the best I could find. The first week, November, Isaac is in Sydney. Isaac claims he caught Illuminatus spying on him in Sydney on November 2nd. He told Elahai about it. They were friends at this point. Elahai told him they were private label United Nations agents. November 4th, Isaac texts a friend, says, I'm all right. Just kind of over everything. Tired of this stupid planet and all the idiots here. November 5th to the 10th, he's in Melbourne, presumably because he had left, I guess, where he was staying at. This is the best that I have. November 10th at 1:42 p.m. Isaac texts a friend. I'm in Melbourne. The same day at 2:15, he says, on the plus side, my mate, I'm staying in Sydney. The mate I'm staying with in Sydney has 2 children, and they love me so much. Sydney to Melbourne is 8 hours, 45 minutes apart. Isaac tells a friend how depressed he is. November 15th, Isaac texts a friend in a small town on the Gold Coast, linked up with one of Elahai's mates. Message a friend, looks like I'm in Australia till 12:13. Trying to be excited about it. Numerous people told me not to head back yet. November 23rd, he's with Elahai Priest. November 23rd, Isaac messages a friend on the text exchange and says, in regards to drinking while in Australia, not very concerned about that. No desire. Can count the number of drinks I've had in Australia on one hand. November 25th, Isaac says, tried to sell a week earlier. About his Bitcoin. But dude wasn't returning my text. Cost me quite a bit. Go somewhere safe. Be blessed. On December 8th, Isaac speaks with Liz Crokin. She told him that Joe M. DM'd her. They had proof that Mike Cernovich was getting dark money comped.
Those are some characters, man. Gets interesting with Liz Crokin and Joe M, man. Joe M's the one that put it out. I mean, if this is the same Joe M, if it's actually Joe M that put out all the videos that basically helped Q explode into the plan to save the world and was a psyoper. And then
are you starting to see the connections here?
Yes, you're starting to see some of the players that were involved with Isaac Kappy that could have been feeding him the kind of shit that would drive a person insane.
Yep. And by the way, keep in mind, at the same time, Isaac has SRA victims calling him with their own personal insane drama and horror stories about being raped in adrenochrome and underground facilities and all this shit. People after them. So he's absorbing all of that stress while dealing with his family, while dealing with this crap, while dealing with Q, and he's spun up, and people are telling him, people are after him. Can you see how this can make you insane?
I can't imagine. And some of them are probably just sent to feed his head full of the darkest shit, that imagery that you could.
Oh,
there you go, dude.
Not just some, a bunch.
You hit it. That you hit it right on the head.
G-Code would do, not just with listeners, but he'd have us in these meetings, and we'd do it like once a month, but it would be all weekend, and it'd be like 6 to 8 hours, and sometimes it was just you'd hear the most horrific things, and it would put trauma into your brain.
That's right. That's what it's designed to do.
Cause the imagery that would make you feel like depressed, and then you needed to stop it, and you thought that guys like Gene Decode were the ones that were helping stop it.
That's right.
And so, but right here with Isaac, you got Liz Crokin, who is wife tied to Flynn. She got brought on by like George Bush Jr., and she was a Hillary supporter before Trump won. And like there's all kinds of weirdness. And then she celebrated Lady Gaga about something, and then she comes out on Instagram and goes nuts on Lady Gaga when she's just making a pizza, claiming that that's her proof of Pizzagate. And so she does these erratic things basically to make Pizzagate and the conspiracy theorists look crazy. That's part of her role.
Yeah. So as it ties into Q as well, I want to share here as well. I don't know all the ins and outs about everything. Nobody does except for those who were involved. Let me actually read this real quick. I got messages coming in here.
That's all right. You can look at it later.
Okay. All right. Okay. Isaac was down there. He met with Fiona Barnett. In short, he met with Elahai Priest. He met with another girl, platonically. She was a member of the family. She called and spoke to me for a while as well. Me and Alicia both actually. He met with some other people, and then he met with the prime minister's best friend and his son, and that was Jesse. And I got on Jesse's bad side when I interviewed Elahai Priest. Elahai Priest is a member of his own political party over there. He started his own political party, and he's a character. He is a character. It's based on free energy. He's another shadowy. I can say shadowy. I openly like Elahai. I don't think he's a murderer like everyone says. I don't think he's a creep. I don't think he's an interesting dude with a very checkered dark past. Not checkered, well, criminally maybe. I don't think he's been involved in crime.
I don't know.
But he's had a lot of trauma. His kid died. his ex passed. He had a lot of trauma.
He's had some rough things in his life.
He changed his name to Ella High Priest. That's his chosen name now. But he was friends with Isaac. I believe he was put in touch with Isaac through Defango. I think Defango introduced them, actually, if I've got that straight. I'm pretty sure that's straight. About 90% on that. But he was speaking with the prime minister's best friend. And Jesse, his son, was in the family. So Isaac was in Australia talking to him about that, okay, about Q. Because Jesse was also a big Q guy. And later on, you would find out that this tape leaked, this phone call between the prime minister's best friend and another guy. And he says, listen, I'm best friends. And this is the prime minister's best friend talking. He says, I'm best friends with the prime minister. If I say something, he's going to listen. I'm going to mention about Q and the satanic blood rites and, you know, all the Q stuff. He went into the Satanism and the sacrifice children, the pedophilia. And someone got a copy of that recorded conversation and gave it to the media, and they spun it up and they used it in the media that the prime minister's best friend was a Q-tard and was trying to infiltrate the Australian national politics with this American conspiracy theory of right-wing, quasi-Nazi, Q-tard, psyop people. So that was the stance from the media. And they were tying the prime minister's best friend to the prime minister, even though the prime minister was like, hey, wait a minute. He went on the phone and said to somebody else. He didn't tell me about, you know. So that prime minister lost the election. And I believe the Democrats took over. So
crazy.
So was Isaac sent to Australia to meet with Jesse to influence the prime minister in order to sabotage that election? It sure looks like it to me. It sure looks like it to me. Create this big ball of stupidity and insanity and right-wing conspiracy craziness, and then get these politicians to attach themselves to it like a tar baby, and then air it all out there and burn them all down together. That's what it looks like happened.
Right. And which led into a crucial time with COVID. And we all know how that went for freaking Australia. Not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arguably one of the worst, if not Israel and Australia, some of the worst.
Yeah. And I want to say, I'm pretty sure I got that story, all that. I'm sure there's more in there. People in the audience might know more about that than me. That's not the definitive, you know, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that can add to that and say, no, Corey, you might be wrong here. But that's what I know about it. And I'm pretty close. We're in the ballpark right there as to what happened.
Do you know when the election was decided?
I don't know. No.
That would be something we need to look into, because obviously there's the infamous last broadcast by Kappy that allegedly isn't the last one. Apparently, like you guys were saying,
not allegedly, factually.
I mean, factually. Isn't the last one, because he was talking about going and visiting his mom in a final broadcast. But the one that's infamous for being the last one is where he's talking about how he really messed up. And people have always wondered what that is. This might be the I don't want to call it a rabbit hole. This might be the area to investigate deeper, because if he influenced the political situation in Australia and it ended up blowing up and causing the Democrat form of leadership to take over in Australia because of that, that is a major fuck up.
Yeah. But I don't think that would have done it. I think that Isaac was being fed a lot of bullshit. Right. And I think that maybe somebody was convincing Isaac that he had done things that he really hadn't done. And some people were blowing things so far out of proportion, spinning him up. That's why I think he was being spun up. I think he was being fed insanity, the SRA victims. There might have been multiple accounts. There might have been sock accounts. There might have been a small group of people coming at Isaac all at the same time, putting him into a social media kill box, if you will. That may have been happening. That's what it looks like, because, you know, I don't say I went crazy myself, but I was starting to, at one point in this investigation, when another person kept coming at me with these same similar things, started to realize, wait a minute, was this what Isaac was going through? Where people, I got sock accounts coming at me. I got fake accounts coming. I got emails coming in. I got people introducing themselves to me. I got people carbon copying emails to other people. Like what's going on here? You
Right.
know? And I just know that what I went through in the aftermath of doing this investigation, I saw a lot of similarities. And then when I heard Defango talk, a lot of similarities. Then when I heard other people talk, a lot of similarities. And they all kind of go back to the same group, if you will.
So one thing I want to point out, because of what I just said, I want to say that maybe Isaac had nothing to do with that, but people started to tell him that he was the reason, or because he was there, that's what happened, and he started to take responsibility, feeling guilty for that outcome.
Or maybe I don't know either. Maybe I'm hypothesizing here, but maybe, just maybe, he was introduced to somebody, and this somebody was introduced to him as a real person, but it was just another character. It was another sock account. And this person, Isaac thought he was talking to somebody else. And Isaac thought he was having a real conversation with a real person, and it was a controlled conversation. Maybe that happened.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you don't know. When you have all of this, this is why I get so angry, I guess is the word, at people with these fucking sock accounts. Like, here's my face. My name's Corey Daniel. You know what I'm saying. You can track me down. You can find my history. I have I'm not this shadowy character. This is me. But so many people, you show your face on here, use your name. Right. Most people, they don't. And that's when the fuckery starts, man. That's where the psyops start. When you don't show your name, your face, you don't use your real name. That's when the pain starts. That's when all the chaos happens.
Yeah, well, I was anonymous for a long time, and I was just doing videos without showing my face or saying my name. Mm-hmm. People were challenging me to do it, and I had a lot of people that actually came from Gene that were telling me not to do it, and people that were warning me to stay anonymous because of the stuff that I was covering. Mm-hmm. But at some point, they were just starting to threaten me, and they were starting to taunt me, and then I pissed off enough people to where they started to dox me. And then at that point, I was just like, cool, I'll come out. And then it's been a little bit, I still get attacked plenty, but a lot of it has stopped because find all you want, bitches.
Yeah.
December, got nothing on me.
Right. December 18th, Isaac confides in a friend about his friendship with Tyler Shields, that his father was a CIA spook operator. Tyler made it out that he was MK Ultra, and that Seth Green hit him up to run psyops on Isaac. Yeah, I mean, wow. There's all kinds of shit in here, man. Isaac claims that Q loves him and that he was on 8chan last night talking on Q. December 29th, Isaac tells, not me, I don't know why I have me in here, I dropped some info on a pedo ring in San Diego last night.
Are you quoting somebody there?
Yeah, I was quoting somebody. Someone sent that to me. The same week, I've been going through filling in these names, by the way. I think a lot of people have come out about this stuff recently, but I did preserve their anonymity while they asked me to. The same week he started on Ace Frehley's Kiss guitarist wife. I know Isaac was talking to her too. It just goes on. I mean, so this is
before you go too far on that, we'll scroll back up a little bit. There's a couple characters. I was a little shocked about Fiona Barnett.
Yeah.
Isaac not liking her, because I've heard only good things really about her in this movement. So that is what it is for people to, go in and investigate. But Craig the Sawman Sawyer was involved in this shit. January 7th, Craig Sawyer accuses Isaac's family of being pedophiles. Wow.
Allegedly. That's what I got. That was out there somewhere. That's why I put it in there. I've tried to reach out to Craig several times. He won't speak to me, or didn't see it, or whatever. But for whatever reason, maybe he doesn't know. He's never gotten back to me anyways. I know he lives in Tucson. I live in the Tucson area. We live in the Tucson area. Sorry, honey.
We live in different counties here, apparently.
So, the Craig Sawyer thing, I can tell you this. It was rumored that Isaac went to Phoenix, Arizona after he got back from Australia. Okay. It took me 2 years to track this down, and I tracked it down. I know where Isaac went. I know how long he was in Phoenix for. I know what he was doing here. I know the hotel he stayed at. I know the house he went to and the friend he met with. I have a general overview of the conversations that they had. And then Isaac left a couple days later. He went back to California. I can tell you that they talked about Isaac apologizing to Craig Sawyer. He was going to apologize to Craig for calling Craig a pedophile. He believed that he was given bad information. He believed that he was psyoped, and he had reached out to a liaison, a friend of Craig's, and they were talking about meeting up, and Isaac was going to introduce himself in person and apologize to Craig about labeling Craig that.
Wow.
So that may be the first time I've said that online openly, but I've met with a person who Isaac was staying with. And I've had detailed conversations with that person. I've asked him to go through, he even sent me photos of him and Isaac. I got the photos of him and Isaac, hanging out together. So I found all that about 2 years back as well. And that person, however, is scared to death. He's had 3 attempts on his life. He's had cars swerve and try to run into him 3 times now on the road. And because he rollerblades and bike races. He's a pretty athletic guy. And he said, man, they try to fucking kill me. Like they fucking hit me once and they fucking took off. Like he thinks that he doesn't want to come out because he thinks that he did ask, he did say Isaac asked him to hold something, didn't he?
He did.
Isaac asked him if he would hold something for him. And he said,
and what did he say?
He said, no, I don't want to get involved in all this. So that's what the guy told me, that Isaac asked him. And he said, nah, I really don't. I said, what was it? He said, I don't know. But Isaac asked me to hold something for him. And I told him that I didn't want to get involved. So I'm going to surmise that what may have happened is that somebody found out who Isaac went to Phoenix to see and thought that maybe Isaac gave him. That could be the dead man switch.
Yes.
Could be. It could be something else. I don't know. He doesn't know because he never accepted what Isaac might have had. He says now, he told me, man, I wish I would have taken it. I didn't know that Isaac would, 5 months later be gone. He said, if I'd have known Isaac would have died 5 months from then, we'd have had different conversations, but he was just visiting me. He was just, we were hanging out. And I said, did he talk about Q? He said, no, we didn't talk about half that shit. He said he mentioned Craig Sawyer and he wanted to meet up with him and apologize to him in person. But he said, we celebrated my birthday and we hung out and we didn't talk about any of that shit. He said, Isaac didn't want to talk about it. He was taking a break from all that. He said, I was the only person he knew not connected in any way to any of this stuff, any of it at all, with the exception of knowing Craig Sawyer. Okay. A Late Night Real Talk says Isaac did tell me he had a dead man switch, but did not give it to me. Late Night, I want to talk to you again, brother. I need to update the mind map about that.
I've been taking notes here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I need to speak with you, man. So, because if that's the case, and that's 2 people he may have tried to confide the dead man switch into, with. So, and if indeed he had one. So I don't know. And by the dead man switch, what was that? So
how would you ever actually get a dead man switch to do anything in this world? They control the whole internet. Because look at McAfee. You're telling me McAfee didn't actually have a dead man switch? And then why did nothing happen?
Oh, I think they grabbed all of his shit online.
Right.
I think when they killed him in Spain, they just grabbed they made sure they confined him in a Spanish jail. And they went to the internet scrubbing everything, grabbing all of his communications, all of his codes, all of his emails, grabbing it all, sanitizing it, and then they killed him. That's what they did to John McAfee, because John McAfee came out a year prior and said, I know how they killed Jeffrey Epstein. I know who killed Jeffrey Epstein. I hacked into their phones, and we have the deputy warden of the prison texting the guards. He said, I know what they said to each other. I know how they killed Epstein. That's when shit got really rough for McAfee.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
The hash for Kappy's DMS is verified against the key.
Okay, but
so remember the key that
Lynn Wood was going on about? Lynn Wood wanted.
I have a copy of it.
Yeah.
You've seen it,
yeah,
right?
Can we smash Lynn
You
Wood?
You have to know where to apply that key in order to open it. Nobody knows where to put it. If that is his dead man switch.
Yeah. It could be. I don't know. We just don't know. And I'm not
Lynn
telling anyone
would
that I
We
know.
claim
gave,
to
we
have
gave it to a handful of anons to try and suss out.
Yeah.
They came up with nothing.
Yeah, all the anons we reached out to couldn't do it either. So,
Yeah,
but
and
here you go.
Lynn would claim to have it, right?
Linwood didn't have shit. That's why Linwood was talking to me.
God, Linwood.
Because he thought
He
I had
claimed
it.
to have it, right?
All Lynn wanted
Oh.
from me. He tried to get out of me on the phone one night. All he wanted to know from me was
drunk.
Was a list of Democrat names who were pedophiles who Isaac had listed. He wanted me to give him a list of Democrat names. I'm like, I don't have a list of Democrat names. I've never heard that Isaac. He goes, well, then Corey, what's that man switch? I'm like, Lynn, I don't know. It might have never existed. It might have never existed. I don't know. If he had it, well, here, let's go down. First of all, for those of you that don't know, Dead Man Switch is a piece of or a body of information, files, videos, audio recordings, which a person lets known exist but holds back from releasing unless they are harmed or killed. This information is usually entrusted to one or more people who have been advised to release it to the police, media, etc., should they themselves be killed. That's a Dead Man Switch.
Do you have a Dead Man Switch?
I do have a Dead Man Switch.
I have a Dead Man Switch.
You got right here, Dead Man Switch and Keybase. Here's where Thomas's minions and Thomas himself has accused Geo Farnsworth and Brett Trimble of killing Isaac, I believe, question mark. See, Thomas won't come out and say that you killed him. He'll make a video that says Corey Daniel killed Isaac Kappy, question mark. And then he'll write me an email. You killed Isaac Kappy, question mark. So he'll claim it he'll state it as an imperative statement and put a question mark after it. And like he thinks that absolves him of his legal harassing and defamation. But because Brett Trimble and Geo Farnsworth were Isaac's friends and they were helping him with the whole Keybase thing, right? Now because they were his friends, the narrative gets created that they're the ones that took Isaac's Dead Man Switch and they're the ones that probably killed Isaac. And that's the narrative that David Schroeder runs with now because he was conveniently given that narrative by either Thomas or Assange or his minions. But it was just a Keybase account where Isaac wanted a secure format to get people in there. And Geo was the one who was going through vetting everybody. So he would do the background checks and go through and vet people for this Keybase before it went over. So there were claims that the Dead Man Switch was in Keybase, but both Geo and Brett and Greg Phillips, by the way, all of them said, nope, it's not in there. There's nothing in there. It was just the room that we chatted with the ancillary rooms, and there was nothing in there like that. And that's what they told me. So people can think that I'm lying or holding it back or whatever, but that's what I know, and that's what they have said. There's no evidence that anything was ever in that room.
Late Night Real Talk says, Captain Kyle kept reassuring me that he was alive simply because the switch hadn't been released. Well, if the switch hadn't been passed off to someone who had the capacity to release it, or if it hadn't been passed off at all, then maybe that's not exactly accurate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Kappy's hash from his tweet verified against the key from Linwood. Yeah, it did. But what does it open?
What is open? What does it produce?
Where do you apply that? Where do you apply that hash? That's the problem. Nobody.
No one has it. No one has it.
And if they do, they've either been threatened or they're too terrified to release it, or they've decided not to and stay anonymous.
Or they stay anonymous, yeah.
So
the reason why the Dead Man Switch gets talked about so much is because of Vegan Michael Whalen. And I go through here.
Well, and the video from the temple, the day spa.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll talk about that next here. But here's Isaac Kappy. Here you go.
I would like to address the letters that were posted to TMZ. I don't know why they did it, because it basically proves my story. And think to yourself, why did Isaac do those letters? Okay, why did he send those letters? Why did he? Well, the first one I passed off in a handwritten note, and this is why. Because I can tell I'm very intuitive, and I just know when people are, I know what people are doing. And that's the first letter I sent to them, or that I handed to Claire, is that I had a dead man switch. Why would I do that? Why would I hand them a dead man switch? Well, we know you can't trust the cops, okay? We know you can't trust the cops. So I was like, what can I do by myself, personally, to give myself time, to save myself, to insulate me? So I gave them the thing that said I had a dead man switch. What does that do? It means they can't kill me, okay? Which is good because I like to stay alive. A dead man
Not
switch is
suicidal.
basically, it's like if you die, then like stuff happens, okay? Like information goes out, etc. The second letter was because they were still watching me, and I wanted them to feel that the surveillance community was watching me. So I said, the NSA has everything. And right when I sent that, Claire stopped watching all of my stories, and Seth deleted a bunch of people that he follows from Twitter. So Intel, Five Eyes, that would be nice to like look at that purge. What did he purge? What is he hiding? What did he do? Okay. After I sent that one, like the stalking in my immediate neighborhood kind of subsided. Oh, by the way, another thing that happened. I had people in my yard. I had people on multiple occasions, and I had people like dig up my yard. I had people like just cause havoc and pull shit out everywhere. I haven't even brought these stories up.
So for what it's worth, that's him talking about the dead man switch there. Those could have been construction people, and he could have been in a state of paranoia at this point. Sounds like that's what it was to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why they would overtly come dig up his yard, other than they're just
well,
fucking city workers.
hold on. David Schurter had broadcasting rocks in his yard.
Yeah, David Schurter says the rocks they put in his yard were broadcasting and magnifying the
Skilly, I think you're right.
What's that?
She says, Kappy didn't remotely strike me as somebody having big information hidden. I think he would have shared it out. Share the fuck out of any mother of all bombs if he had them.
I think Skills is
I think
spot
she's
on
on target there.
Vegan Mikey came out and he said he had the dead man switch. After Isaac was gone, he got with the pillars, myself and a couple other people in the rooms. And the problem is that Vegan Mikey needed $7,000 to develop the dead man switch. And he needed to be in contact with a guy from Langley. And the guy from Langley couldn't receive the dead man switch via electronic form. One of us had to get on a plane and fly across the country and hand deliver it to him in a coffee shop because he wanted to stay anonymous. And that was Vegan Mikey's story. And you can go down and you can watch him trying to sell the dead man switch to Robert the Deplorable for I think it was like $8 or $9 grand. Then you can hear him on the phone with me going like explaining why he won't make the dead man switch public while telling me he'll turn over to me at the same time. He called me on the phone one night and he broadcast it live. I knew he was live because someone told me he was live just right after he called me. So I kept him on the phone and he just went crazy. I was trying to see how far he would go, how much chaos he would generate. And he just kept spinning the story back and acting like a lunatic. And it went nowhere. It was 33 minutes, 54 seconds of garbage. But, after the thing with Mikey, I conclude a couple things happened here. Vegan Mikey never had a dead man switch. Vegan Mikey had something which he and Isaac were working on, but wasn't the dead man switch. So maybe he had another project. He said he had a list of names, and these names are the people that Isaac suspected or that he said were pedos, but he had to develop that and do the research to find out whether they were or not, because Vegan Mikey was such a good guy that he wasn't going to put anyone's name out there and throw them under the bus or defame them if it wasn't true.
Babe, will you pull up the information about the bathhouse in a few minutes?
Yes, that's next. The bathhouse is next. And okay, so maybe that was something that him and Isaac were working on, because he said he had that, but he never showed it to anybody because we couldn't even verify he had anything. He never came out with anything. He never showed anybody anything. Instead, he always needed money to help develop. 3, Isaac had a dead man switch but never entrusted it to Vegan Mikey, and someone is still sitting on it. That could be. Isaac entrusted his dead man switch in person to persons who did indeed turn it over to the designated recipients, and actions and measures were taken with the ramifications never circulated back to become known to anyone. This is quite plausible as any information taken in by the FBI, CIA, NSA, those guys are never shared outside. So maybe after Isaac died, somebody did have the dead man switch and they did turn over to the FBI or the CIA. They're not going to call us and fucking tell us they have it, right?
Right.
So that could have happened. Isaac had a dead man switch. It was intercepted and or extracted from him before his death. That's a possibility.
It is.
Isaac's dead man switch is still out there sitting in plain sight, but it's either coded or not recognized for what it is. That could be as well. He could have put it in a code in his last letter. These are just possibilities. Or Isaac was bluffing and never had a DMS. But he asked the guy in Phoenix to hold it, something.
He asked him to hold something. We don't know what.
And he asked guy in the audience here to hold it as well. So, John. Okay, so that's, I don't want to say I don't know if it was that. So that's what we know about that. And those are the possibilities. I'm not saying it's one or any or all of those. I'm saying like, this is what it could have been based on what we know. And I don't pretend to know the answer to it. These are just what we've uncovered. Like I told you when you invited me on the show, I'm not going to get up here and make claims that I don't know about factually. I'm not going to spin narratives that I don't know. I'm just not going to do that. So when I don't know something, I'll tell you I don't know it. Or there never was a dead man switch. Recent dead man switch activity here. In mid-September 2019, I was approached by Thomas Schoenberger and asked to publicly run with information that supposedly had come from a cracked Keybase file. He was told that there was copious records and information on certain key players whose names had been mentioned at length in the course of the investigation. When asked to provide evidence of this, I was provided links to public websites and told that these links were aggregated in the file Deadman Switch, which had been hidden the whole time in the Keybase account. I stated that for me to run with this information and put it out there would require personal access to the account and access it for myself and run it through members of my own team to verify the authenticity of it. Ergo, Gio and Brett, who had access to the Keybase. Thomas told me that cannot happen, so I did not run with it. This information was then given to another YouTube content creator who ran with it. While this information, although not proven to me to be a Deadman Switch, certainly triggered known enemies of Isaac's and resulted in 4.5-hour live tube video streams wherein this man threatened to sue multiple people for defamation. That would be Gabe Hoffman. So that happened. I was approached and asked to run with a bunch of public links and claim it was a Deadman Switch, which I didn't do.
Wow. They tried to set you up too.
That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
Right.
That's what it looks like. Okay, let's get into the fake dead man switch or the false dead man switch right here, or the alleged dead man switch. That would be the following video is allegedly the last video Isaac was said to have uploaded before his death, and a video many call his dead man switch.
Which appeared first on 4chan. And it had red lettering, by the way.
Yeah. This is the dead man switch. This is the alleged dead man switch. Okay. There you go. There's a handful of girls, 1, 2, 3, 4 girls you see in here. They look like they're in swimwear, children's swimwear. They look to be in a Middle Eastern spa family vacation. That's what it looks like. There's no rape going on. There's no coercion going on. There's no torture going on. There's no adrenochrome harvesting going on.
These children are healthy. They are not beaten. They are not drugged. They are not subdued.
They're playing with water and their friends.
They're in a public space.
In a public space. There are not
sigils on the walls, on the floor, on the ceilings.
There's no ritual going on here. This is just, and later someone claimed out and said, hey, how did my personal family vacation video wind up on the internet? Someone came and claimed that this was their family vacation. So here, this is not a dead man switch. The dead man switch, by definition, is a file or video recording someone's death. There's nothing illegal going on here. How is this going to incriminate anybody? There's no perpetrator here. There's no metadata in this thing. There's nothing but 4 girls playing with some water in a public hotel.
The only way this connects to Isaac Kappy is that when it was released, it came out with some red lettering that said Isaac Kappy's Dead Man Switch. It doesn't say that Isaac released it. It doesn't say my Dead Man Switch. It doesn't say this is proof. It doesn't say I was here. It doesn't say any of those things. It is a video of some children playing in the day spa. It is there's nothing here that even connects it to Isaac Kappy. Not even the account that released it on 4chan. So no, it doesn't connect to Isaac.
It's crazy how many things like in this whole deal that we're kind of debunking or at least challenging for people, and maybe it'll help stabilize some people in a lot of areas. The Adrenochrome one is going to be controversial for a lot of people because that
what is
Adrenochrome?
Adrenochrome is going to be tough. That dead man switch thing there with the kids there. When you look at it just like that, without the context that they put on it when they initially released it, saying it was Kappy's dead man switch, so you're already thinking like, oh my gosh, these are kids that are being raped and tortured and all this kind of stuff. That has to be a ritual being set up.
But are they being raped and tortured?
I don't see any
They're
rape and
not
torture.
exactly, and so like
I don't see any altars with stirrups and ties on them. I don't.
And they
see
look like they're
anything.
fine. They're just like, oh man, it's just
How
like,
is there's nothing illegal happening in this thing at all, right?
Or
So-
an indication of something horrible to come.
Here's the location, by the way. For about a year following the release of the above alleged dead man switch, the girls in the bathhouse, many people were passing around the following photos as proof. They discovered the location, however, as you can see, it's not the same. We did find the actual other one though. Commercial from Anjana Spa or Anhana Spa, where I clipped from the above photo. Here you go.
A possibility of unpaid child labor, but not much else.
There you go.
That's it.
That's the spa right there at the Legends Resort. That's it.
and that's just a public spa that everybody goes, that all kinds of people go pay price. It looked like a nice spa, like that is high end.
And you know, when you go to some
absolutely.
of these things, if you
Absolutely.
if you don't have swimwear, they provide it. And if you don't have things to, you know, clothing appropriate for the spa, they provide it. A robe, a gown.
I worked at a 4-diamond hotel resort in Scottsdale, Arizona as a concierge for 4 years. And we had boxes of bathing suits for kids, different sizes, that were just stock bathing suits for kids that covered them all, and other ones that they could buy if people needed them.
Yeah.
It's something that high-end resorts have. And if you look, the girls had the same bathing suit in there.
There was only one in a peach one who probably brought her own suit because she knew better.
Yeah. So you can tell the girls have like the same suit on here, which it looks like it looks like it's hotel wear
Yeah.
to me.
And
Right.
it certainly fits
Right
the Roman column theme.
So, you know, A, Isaac never posted this. B, there's no crimes being committed here. C, we know the location, and it's the Legends Resort, the Land of Legends. Okay, resort. That's where it's at. And everyone says that it was in this little thing here that goes underground. Yeah, that just got, Jeffrey Epstein's island. That's where it was. I'm like, what do you mean that's where it was? How do you know that's where it was? Well, because, because
And we've all seen the videos of the walkthrough of Jeffrey Epstein's place here. Did you see this there? No. So there's that.
yeah. So I mean, when you really start dissecting this stuff, you can't be a Q-tard. You can't dive into this with religious or preconceived spiritual belief systems that you're going to mold all of it into, unless you just want your own fantasy, unless you're going to LARP your own fantasy here.
Right. And that's what I've noticed about a lot of things that I've gone back and debunked, having been with Gene. That's a lot of stuff. Not that
Oh my
I've done
God, it's everything.
But if you guys remember when Biden won the election in 2021, there was that evening kids coming out of the White House. And there was just this clip that was taken from a public camera. And they were all trying to say that it was kids coming up from underneath the dumbs from underneath the White House.
Yeah, I saw that.
Why would you wait until Trump was out of office for one thing? But at the time, the way they framed it, I think it was Simon Parks and guys like that started it. And then Gene came in and parroted it. And it's just that alternative media, Mockingbird media style. And he came in and sold that. And guys like I don't want to name any more names because it was a while ago, but I know Gene, obviously, he put it. And when you watched it, the kids are walking fine, they're healthy, and it's just like they got a tour. It's like
You knew Gene for 3 years, you said?
I was with him for 3 years.
Is
And for the
Gene
last
any-
9 to 10 months, I did his video editing. At that point, though, I was already starting to get suspicious of him. And the longer that I listened to him and paid closer attention, the more I started to see. But I didn't know the worst of it until I left.
Do you think that Gene is a government disinformation asset in some capacity, or do you think he's just fucking retard?
He could just be an absolute lunatic.
Okay.
That's possible. He's got a wife that's quite a bit younger than him that does some job that I don't really know. I think it has to do with the government. So that we have wonders whether or not he's handled. And then he comes from a father who worked for a company that became Lockheed Martin. I can't remember the name of it.
Okay. All right.
But he has like family ties to some stuff
Sure.
where he could have been brought up in ways where he either got MK Ultra or he just was kind of a loner kid that had a wild imagination and didn't get a lot of attention. And then all of a sudden this Truth Movement thing, Q thing popped up, and damn, everybody wanted them some crazy.
You know, Occam's razor, man, there's a lot of people. Most of the people out there are that. And you know what happens? The people running these psyops necessarily aren't with the government themselves. They're out there just trying to grift off everyone else. And they add to the grift by saying that person's a psyop, that person's a control opposition, that person's just information agent for the NSA. They throw this shit out there, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, I heard that person was an X, Y, or Z," and there's no proof of anything. And you know what? You mentioned something a second ago. A lot of people work for the government. Just because you work for the government or did work for the government doesn't
make
mean
you a spook.
Doesn't make you a spook. It doesn't make you evil. It doesn't make you disinformation operative. It makes you someone who is employed by the government.
Right.
The government is made up of citizens. So, you know, there's these right-wing conspiracy nuts need to stop making these leaps and tying them into their narrative.
Right. And they've taught all of us how to think these ways too. So it's hard not to go into conspiracy land and think something horrible is going on. Gene had us all so paranoid all the time that we were being attacked by demons. So he had this Jesus Christ invocation that it was like you had to say it freaking day and night. I had this thing memorized and I was doing it. And I feel like just that alone was causing more fear and therefore more what you were
being worked at that point. So when Alicia and I were working with the Stop the Steal rally out of Phoenix, right after the 2020 election was stolen, that's where we met Jacob Chansley, the Q shaman with the horns, right? Yeah. That's where we met Jake. And there was a guy who infiltrated the Stop the Steal movement. His name was Adel Bagaid. And Adel Bagaid, ASU graduate, second generation, was it Iraq or Iran? He's Iraqi, isn't he? I think he's Iraqi. Into politics, all this stuff. He came in, he had a bullhorn, he came with money. They started taking over the Stop the Steal rallies, and he was organizing everything in real time. And he's like, all right, everybody, let's pray. And 100 people get down on their knees and start praying. All right, everybody, turn your lights on your phones and shine them at the drones. And everyone did that. And everyone openly prayed. And what's the other thing we did?
Sang.
Oh, everyone sang the national anthem. Or that's ritual behavior. Right. And he did it once at the first meeting, and then the second meeting he did it 2 or 3 times. And then by the third or fourth meeting, he was orchestrating, and everyone was getting down and praying, standing up and praying, getting down, getting up at his command with the bullhorn. And that is cult indoctrination behavior. Yeah.
So I got really like, I still have my faith in Jesus Christ, and I'm not shy to talk about it. I know that you don't share that. That's fine. I don't push it on anybody, and I don't sit on a soapbox, but I thought that he was a man of faith in the same kind of way that I believed. But what he would do is that before every show, there would be the Jesus Christ invocation spoken. Then there were the rules. And it was like this whole thing where like it would be like 20, 30 minutes in and you're just like, oh my gosh. But it was every time. So now I'm at the point where if people do want to pray, like I'm not going to be a jerk and just be like, nah, but I'm just going to put it out there into the public. Mm-hmm. I don't even like to pray in public. I don't even like to get involved in any of that stuff. Sometimes I think it's grandstanding, and then sometimes it's just I was so ritually made to do that for every group meeting, every Zoom, every broadcast, every damn thing we did.
That's a
Had to be done.
It's
Had
a
to be done, or else
control
we were going to get
mechanism.
attacked by the freaking mother.
It's a
of
control mechanism. So so what he's doing is he's reinforcing, he's making his belief system your belief system, that there is a real thing. And if you do what he says, the demons will be abated at that time. It's just a control mechanism. It's a fear mechanism. And it becomes a collective reality. I'm betting that when you left Gene Decode in that group, like you left a lot of subscribers or you left a lot of supporters, because it would fraction off there. The cult mentality is if you go against that cult leader, then boom, you're ostracized. Now you're the devil and the demons got to you.
Yeah, oh yeah, I was told, it was said that I was trying to have him murdered.
There you
That
go.
was the reason that kids were dying in Maui.
There you go.
At the time, there was a conspiracy being put out by guys like Nino and Kerry Cassidy were talking about it. So Gene jumped on the bandwagon, but the Chinese were going to come to our shores and take 10 to 12 American cities. So he said I was going to be the reason for that. But the big kicker is that I was the reason that I threw the whole entire world into the apocalyptic timeline.
That's a pretty big step for a LARP, dude. That's freaking insanely huge. But we had a question about the numerology involved here. And this is what originally hooked me, was the ritual occult numerology that went along with Isaac Kappy here. Isaac Kappy died on May 13th, the 133rd day of the year, at 7:22 in the morning on Route 66. Okay. Isaac outed Seth Green on July 22nd or 7:22 at 1:33 in the afternoon. So the time and date of Isaac's death is a reversal. It's a flip of the time and date he came out and talked about Seth Green the first time. To the fucking minute, man. I don't know what to make of this. I'm not saying it's God. I'm not saying it's the devil. I'm not saying it's the cabal. I'm saying this happened. And I don't know what to make of it other than it happened. It's recorded. You can go through and find those times and those dates, and they will verify back out again. Isaac's gematria is 33. Isaac. 72 days prior to death, to Isaac's death, was March 3rd, or 33. And why 72? Because 72 is a number, significant numerology. It's baked into the Bible pretty hardcore too, man. If you know your Bible numerology. It shows up nearly every single false flag event, high profile murder, or deep state operation. It usually shows up within the date schematics that I have found. Isaac's death was no exception. Couple this with the gematria number 33 and Isaac's name, as well as the other date schematics, and it's nothing short of ritual scripting. I believe this was ritually scripted, his death. I do. March 3rd, 303, right there. On March 3rd, there are 303 days left in the year, or 33 when you eliminate the 0, right? Isaac's name, I and K, comes out to I equals 9, K equals 11. Isaac's initials are 9/11.
And how much 9/11 do we get with Donald Trump?
Yeah, there's a lot of 9/11 Donald Trump too. There are exactly 122 days between May 13th, Isaac's death, and September 11th. 122 is 3 months plus 30 days, or 33. 122 days is also 33% of the year. Again, you see Scottish Rite signature here. A number of Christ, most sacred number. So 33 is also the Christ number. As you know, Jesus lived for 33 years, right? He lived for 30 years, and he began his ministry at 30 at 30 when he turned 30. So for 31, 32, and 33, for 3 years he did his work. Okay. So that's, he did 33 miracles, on and on, right? There's the high signature on the 13th, May 3rd is the 133rd day of the year. I find 133 in all this shit as well. There's a whole bunch of crazy stuff here. Right here to 330-20, it's 322 days. It just goes on and on. Route 66. We asked about that earlier. Someone wanted to know about that. Camp Navajo security guard drives by the same. Oh yeah. I forgot about this. Shit, that was a good question. Whoever asked me about the numerology here. Cyrus Avery, by the way, for these you don't know, there's a little bit of Arizona State history here. He's the father of Route 66. He was a Scottish Rite Freemason. He had the Albert Pike Highway Association. A Mason designed, developed, funded, and built Route 66 that went from Chicago to Santa Monica. Okay. If you take the miles, Route 66, and convert from English to Scottish miles, you have 2,171.5765 miles. Okay. Divide that by 66. Divide by 66. It equals 32.9 or 32.9. The closest you become to become a 33rd degree Mason without being bestowed upon you by the Grand Mason.
Oh
so
gosh.
That's Route 66. Isaac was killed on Route 66. Okay. What are the odds that a Scottish measurement of this distance would encode the current Masonic degree, the degree of 32nd degree Masonry Cyrus or Cyrus? What are the odds that as Camp Naval security guard drives by the timestamp on the video, it goes from 7:20:32 to 7:20:33? Right there. 7:20:32. As he drives by Isaac Kappy, the second goes from 32 to 33. And Isaac is sitting right above Route 66, where it was 32 and 9/10.
And it took you
Divided.
a while to get this footage from them, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, this video.
This was an ordeal.
This was an ordeal to get this video. And everyone's like, hey, Corey, have you seen the video of Isaac on the bridge? I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, I got it. I'm the one that fought the system to get it.
Right.
Yes, I'm the one that went through and got that and made it public for you to see.
And there's a 72 in there too, babe.
Yeah, I know. So the Transwestern Bridge remodeled. By the way, the bridge that Isaac went off of is torn down. Do you know that? The bridge that's there now.
They ended up tearing it down.
They began construction or deconstruction exactly 100 days after Isaac's death.
Oh
Dave
my
Langley
gosh.
says, this is just like the Vegas shooting, isn't it?
It's absolutely like the Vegas shooting.
There you go,
The
Langley
Vegas shooting has
Liber.
all kinds of crazy shit in it. Absolutely. ADOT to close down I-40 overnight in Belmont for overpass work. They chose, so when this project began, it was from, I think, Williams or no, Seligman or Ash Fork or Seligman to just to the east of Flagstaff. They were going to do this corridor of improvement for I-40. Money was allotted. They started with the Belmont Transwestern Overpass. That was the first project exactly 100 days after Isaac died. And, that goes down to 1, which is a completion number, because you got 1 through 9 is the numbers, and then 10 is the number of God, 1. It's the whole. When you get into sacred geometry, that's what the numbers represent, with a 0 or an exponent after it, which then magnifies it, right? That's God's hand on it at that point. So it goes nuts. on. Oh, you want to see some crazy shit though? Let me see if I can find some crazy shit for you here, man. Let me see if I can find something.
We haven't even gotten into the bum that looked like Isaac. No,
we haven't gotten into the homeless guy yet. I want to. This is if you guys haven't seen this, I'm going to blow your freaking mind here. If you have not seen what I'm going to show you about Isaac Kappy, one second. I'm on my website here.
I'll drop a link in the chat.
Where's it at here? Where's it at? Where's the stuff on Isaac? His movies that he did.
Oh, yes.
Deocculting. Here, Isaac Kappy's Hollywood career and role death connection. D, fucking buckle up, Buttercup. This is going to get fucking crazy, man. Okay. Oh, yeah, I wrote it. There you go. That's probably why it's in my subtitle there. Okay. Isaac Kappy in Breaking Bad. Isaac appeared in the Breaking Bad season 2, episode 1, titled 737. That's him right there. That's Isaac. That's the role that he played.
Finally, I was looking for that damn picture.
Yep. That's it. Where he goes, I didn't get the video. I was going to get the video in there. Oh, I think they told me there was going to be a copyright strike on it if I did. So, but he goes, hey man, where's my phone call? And Hank takes his hand and shoves his hand back through the bars and pushes Isaac back. So that's Isaac's role right there. It's like a 1-second scene, season 2, episode 1. Okay. Where they were supposed to be in the show was this building right here. Hey, where's my phone call, man? Oh yeah, here it is.
Hey, where's my phone call? Ow!
There's Isaac's whole scene.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. So nothing earth-shattering in itself. However, there's some serious occulted subtext. For starters, the building portrayed in the above scene is actually the Sims building located at 400 Gold Avenue, Southwest Albuquerque. That's it right there from the Google Earth. That's the building that was in the TV show. but it was windows that got my attention. 300 windows. Right there, you can see the little red numbers there.
Mm-hmm.
10. We got 300 windows if you look below the 13 floors. Right? It goes to 13 floors. So 13 floors, 300 windows, you got 133 again. In that building that they showed before Isaac Kappy was seen, you saw that building. Keep in mind, the building is shown seconds before Isaac's one and only scene in the entire Breaking Bad series. So in essence, what you have is 133, the high signature Isaac Kappy. Isaac died on May 13th, which is the 133rd day of the year. Now, the
13 is going to be amongst Masons.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the 133 is the 13 in the York Rite and the 33 in the Scottish Rite, sharing the 3 in the middle, unified. It's the high signature. It's something, when something is condoned by this group, or maybe it's, in my opinion, and work on the 133 number has changed. I've always, I originally ascribed it to the Masons, but then I realized the Masons are a relatively modern organization. This numerology goes back to Babylon. This is old, ancient numerology. These numbers meant things prior to the Masons, prior to the Illuminati, prior to Satanism even. Okay? Satanism's a brand new concept. You have to believe in Christ to believe in Satan. You got to believe in God. You got to believe in the Christian pantheon to believe in Satan, right?
Right.
Christianity has a birth date. We know when Christianity was born on earth. We know when the Nicene Council got together and compiled the text that became the 66 separate books that became the Bible, which is actually a library. It's not a book. Your Bible is a library of 66 books, right? Compiled from, 1,000 years of script. And you can argue they came from all over the place, Indo-European pagan stuff, some Nordic stuff in there. There's nothing really new in the Bible in terms of the stories and the archetypes. They go back thousands of years, right? But getting back to this here, the scene immediately prior to this one is the scene where Hank and Marie are having a conversation in front of their house. During this conversation, a neighbor boy is playing with a red remote control car on the street. At a point during Hank and Marie's exchange, you can hear the boy yell, "Look out," just before his car almost crashes into Marie's foot. The boy says, "Sorry, Mr. Schrader." And Hank picks up the truck, turns it around, sets it back down, and the boy drives it off. A few minutes later, Marie purposefully runs over the red car truck, and we see it smash into bits. Everyone recall this scene from the movie, or the show? Right?
What was that about the
Right.
Chinese?
We don't have to watch the whole thing here, but so you got that scene. Here's the photo of the truck that ran over Isaac Kappy. Keep in mind, this scene was shown directly before Isaac's scene. In the only episode where Isaac appeared. What does it mean? Might mean nothing. I don't know. Here's the address. 4904 in the scene. That's 17. 9 plus 4 is 17. Okay. This episode is titled 737. So the only episode where Isaac Kappy is in Breaking Bad is in 737. And 737 comes out to 17. The address where the truck gets run over is 17. And it's directly before the scene where Isaac is shown in this building that comes out to the 133 steganography, where you see Isaac do this. Is that all a coincidence, D?
Do you know what date this
Oh yeah. Oh, we're gonna let's dive into that,
This
D.
is freaking nuts, dude.
No, that's not nuts. This is nuts. When you get down to Better Call Saul, okay, I'm glad we got a nice audience here. By the way, anyone out there think I'm crazy? Go ahead and sound off in the chat room. Let's see who thinks I'm crazy here. While Isaac Kappy played a 5-second role in Breaking Bad. Oh, hey, Defango. He was not in the spin-off series Better Call Saul. Still, I believe there's a very real occulted significant connection between these two as it relates to Isaac Kappy. Each season of Better Call Saul opens with a flash-forward segment of Saul managing a Cinnabon, Omaha, Nebraska in the future. These insets are all shot in black and white. Followers of the Breaking Bad series will know that this stems from a scene in the Breaking Bad episode Granite Slate, where during a conversation Saul has with Walter, quote, "If I'm lucky, a month from now, best case scenario, I'm managing a Cinnabon in Omaha." Okay. I've watched the series like 3 times, so I know all these by heart. As shown above, Isaac appears in season 2, episode 1 of Breaking Bad. And as noted before, each season of Better Call Saul opens with a black and white shot flash forward of Saul Goodman, whereas these insets are used to tell the viewer what eventually happens to Saul. They follow his mundane life as a Cinnabon manager. There is one flash forward that foreshadows Isaac Kappy's death in extremely precise detail. Whereas Isaac doesn't appear in Better Call Saul at any point. If we go to season 2, episode 1 of this series, Better Call Saul, which is the same season episode in which Isaac appeared in the Breaking Bad original series, we see something interesting. So you following me yet?
Yeah.
Isaac is in season 2, episode 1 of Breaking Bad. However, in Better Call Saul, the spinoff, when you go to season 2, episode 1, you get this right here. The scene starts out with Gene, Saul Goodman's new name, closing down a Cinnabon for the night. While taking out the trash, he accidentally locks himself in the mall's dumpster room. Here he contemplates using the emergency exit to get out, but realizes that there's an alarm on the door that would notify the police. So he decides to sit and wait to be let out by the mall janitor, who will eventually come and throw out the mall trash. During this time, Saul sits on a milk crate in front of a graffitied concrete wall and waits. While waiting there, he finds a screw on the floor. A few hours pass, and the janitor finally shows up, and Saul gets out and he gets up and leaves. It's at this point that the camera zooms in close to where Saul was sitting, and we see that Saul has scratched SG was here into the wall. The episode then cuts to the show intro. Whereas this scene was used to allow the viewer insight into the mind of Saul and relay that even though he has changed his name to Gene, he still thinks of himself as Saul Goodman and not James McGill, which happens to be Saul's real name in the series. Anyone who is overly familiar with the events surrounding the death of Isaac Kappy will see many hidden foreshadowings of Isaac's death in Belmont, Arizona. Here you go. Let's fast forward here. Okay, so this is where he goes into the room here. This is beyond creepy, D. When we get into it, have a few minutes of patience here, and your mind will be blown.
No! God damn it! No! Come on! Hey! Somebody!
Okay, so he's in this room. Look at the graffiti. Look at the graffiti. All right. So he's kind of a wanted man. He's hiding out, right? So he doesn't want to push that because the police will come and they'll find out who he is. So he's got to wait, right? So he sits down. Here's where we want to look. It says right behind him, it says what? Crazy.
Crazy.
He sits down where it says crazy on a milk crate. And just next to his head is this thing right here. What does that say?
Mariah?
Do you know your Bible, D?
I don't know what this is referring to.
Mount Moriah, the land of Moriah, where was it Jacob?
I think so.
Was going to sacrifice his son Isaac up on the mountain.
Oh my gosh.
His
son Isaac was going to be sacrificed, right? God told him to take his son Isaac up to the mountain. And so as he lifted up his, he said, surely another sacrifice will come. And God's like, no, I'm testing your faith, bitch. Like, get up there and kill your own son for me. So he binds his son to this altar, to this rock up on the top. And as he lifts up his knife to come down, they see a ram stuck in the bushes with his horns.
Right.
And God provided the sacrifice. And he was told to stop. Don't sacrifice your son. You've proven to me that you're a loyal servant to God. But he's going to sacrifice his son, Isaac, in the land of Moriah.
And let's pause for a second, because Isaac wasn't a child. Isaac was a grown man at that time.
Yeah, Isaac was a man in the Bible at that time, okay? Keep in mind, it's the same season and episode as the one that Isaac appeared in Breaking Bad.
Yes, it is a horned frog.
What's that?
Somebody's asking if it's a horned frog. It's a three-eyed frog.
Well, I think it's something else. We're going to get to what I think that symbol is in 1 second here. And I think I'm right on this. Okay, what's the time here? Later on, earlier there was they showed the clock earlier when he came in, and now it is 11:46, almost 47, right? But before, there was a time where he walked in, and it shows the clock again as he walks in here. He comes in at 9:19, okay? That's significant later. He walks out. Okay, so that's that scene right there, all right? Direct rational numerology. First things first, Isaac appeared in the one and only Breaking Bad, season 2, episode 1. The occulted messaging detailed below also occurs in the black and white flash forward of season 2, episode 1, Better Call Saul. All right. The episode was called Switch. Secondly, the title of the episode is called Switch. If one reads in the wiki on this, you will learn that is a nod to a switch in Saul's new office in Santa Fe. During Saul's first day in his office, he finds a switch taped in an on position with a note reading, "Always leave on, do not turn off." Saul then turns it off in the show, in a show of asserting his freedom and independence. It is no secret that many people have thought from the beginning and still believe that Isaac is in witness protection. I personally do not believe this, but many do. I have to admit that the title of this episode does lead credence to the theory. However, I believe there's another explanation for this. Wait till the end of the article here. But so people think it meant switch, like he switched, right? The graffiti. The name Moriah is written across another image, right? That's 3 little peaks there and what looks to be a railroad track. Or maybe it's a
frog head.
Is it a frog head?
The thing that the audience is asking too about the frog head.
I don't know it to be a frog or not. If it is a frog, I don't know if it's a keck. I never took it as that. Here's what I took it as. Okay. Who or what is Moriah? Moriah is the name given to the mountain region in the book of Genesis, which is the setting for the would-be location of the sacrifice of Isaac. However, at the last second, an angel appears to Abraham and instructs him to not sacrifice Isaac and provides a ram instead. Genesis 22:19. And there's the passage if you want to read it. I'm not going to quote scripture, and people tend to tune out when you quote scripture. Moriah is written at the level with Saul's head in the shot as to identify him with this place. The image in which the name Moriah is scrawled across would probably seem like a random scrawling unless you knew the location where Isaac Kappy died and was familiar with Arizona. Here's where Isaac died. Belmont. This is Mount Humphreys Peak. Mount Humphreys has 3 peaks behind him. These are the railroad tracks that ran right there between I-40 and the Camp Navajo military base. You have railroad tracks. You have the 3 peaks behind him, and you have Isaac dying right here in the middle. 3 peaks, railroad tracks, Moriah, where Isaac was going to be sacrificed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you just love this series and you ended up catching this? Or what?
We were watching it and we were looking at it.
My brain. So I have ADHD. Okay. My brain works like an ADHD person, and I think in symbols. I think in associations. I think in numerology. Like right now, the reason I stammer. I know Thomas loves to make fun of me for my stammer, but the reason I stammer is because as we're talking, my brain has like 15 windows open, and I got all these ideas and thoughts of what I want to say, but I'm also anticipating what you're saying, what Alicia might say, and each of those things have 10 or 15 windows in there. So my mind is like 10 sentences ahead of where I'm at right now, and I have to slow myself down. That's how my brain's wired. So when I'm watching Better Call Saul, I see Mariah, and I'm like, oh, Mariah, Isaac. Then I think, oh, fuck. Isaac died next to road tracks. Oh, shit. Isaac died in front of 3 mountain peaks.
That just happened, though? You didn't think, like, okay, he was in season 2 of episode...
Then when I started digging into it, right? I started digging into all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, shit. Season 2, episode 1, season 2, episode 1. Wow, these are connected, right? And I started digging into the material. And granted, this article I wrote here, this took me 2 weeks. It's not like it was like I sat down for half an hour and just pumped it out. This was 2 weeks during COVID of 6 to 8 hours a day obsessing over this topic to get to this information.
Do you find that any interesting at all that it's called Switch?
Well, that's a lot of people said that Isaac was taken into witness protection, right?
He was switched out, maybe for the bum.
Maybe for the bum too, right? So there's the land of Moriah. Could it be that Camp Navajo Army Base, the largest military base in the state of Arizona, the base is located in Belmont, Arizona, right there. The land of Moriah. Is that what they were referring to, the land of Moriah? I would like to get on with some people that work at that base up there and see if the word Moriah is thrown around. If it is, I'm going to report back on it. Here's a rough outline of the Camp Navajo base. That's it right there. It's bigger than the freaking mountain, and this is the tallest peak in Arizona. Just so you know, for scale, people, this mountain is 13,633 feet tall. Okay, it's the last remnants of a volcano system in northern Arizona. Flagstaff is located like right here. This is Flagstaff. Okay, the military base is bigger than Flagstaff and that mountain range. That's how big the Camp Navajo military facility is. Just so you're aware. I go into the homeless man here a little bit as well. The other graffiti you get into, trust me, Nix, Risk, SG4 taken directly. SG4 is a federal pay scale level. You see that in there as well. Wink, as if saying it's all a joke for those that hold the opinion that Isaac is witness protection. Crazy. Look to where the word crazy is written. It's scribed the exact spot where Saul is sitting. If you're a fan of Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, you know the word crazy doesn't describe Saul at all, and there's no way it could be referenced to him. I believe the extended reference is to Isaac. TMZ most certainly tried to make Isaac out to be crazy. He did numerous online social media, and as did numerous online social media enemies from California, Nevada, and West Palm Beach, Florida. The primary goal of this counter intelligence all-night operation was to paint Isaac as crazy, drug-addicted, failed Hollywood washout. And right there, you see crazy, right where Isaac was sitting. GS4, like that's the government pay scale again, right? Risk. So weird shit right behind the camera picked up all of this. And if you watch it, it pans out very slowly after you, so you can actually it pans in, I think, at the very end. Let's watch that real quick so you can see what it pans in on as it does it. This is kind of nuts here. Here. So it's the last, after he throws the trash away. They're taking out the trash. They're taking out the trash. So it pans in so you can see all these things. And then SG was here. Okay. Well, as stated, he doesn't, in this scene, his name isn't Saul Goodman, right? He's the other character in the future in Omaha when he's in his witness protection or when he's hiding out, right? But
right. Witness protection. But
he's still maintaining, he's telling the world that SG was here, even though he's going by a different name now. So he's still holding on right here. It says at this point, the camera zooms in close to where Saul was sitting, and we see Saul scratched. SG was here into the wall. The episode then cuts. There you go. So he's maintaining his old identity, even though he's in the future hidden. The other graffiti was there. SG4 pay scale. This right here, WTZ 243 graffiti panel. I really don't know what that. I looked. I don't know if it's the Z sideways. I could never make sense of that. If anyone out there wants to help me out here.
Right.
WTZ, while going over all the possible names, the word trans-Western kept coming up again. Trans-Western. The only problem is that the letters weren't in the order. So, I mean, that's admittedly a stretch there. 243. Next, the number is 1, the reversal of the room 234 that Isaac was staying in. So when you go through the video cam footage, room 234 is the room that Isaac stayed in that night before he died.
The hotel where they only went in for like 40, what was it?
42 seconds.
42 seconds. You can watch the video. I got it loaded up. You can watch it. They're in there for like 40 seconds. They walk out. They don't take anything. There's no prints taken. Nothing. They just walk in, film it on their body cams. They walk out, say, all right, there's nothing in there.
That's just crazy to me that they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, there's so many questions because I mean, like it's all lined up for their Masonic or whatever you want to call it. It's like they mapped it all out.
Yeah.
Then you find stuff like this, but do they just put that out there for?
Then I go, and the rest of this article, I'm going to admit, is a bit of a stretch, but I just fit in what I could. Lou Dog is written right here. Lou Dog. Lou Dog is written on the wall here. Lou Dog is the name of Sublime lead singer Brad Noel's dog. Lyrics, you know, he grew up in. Lou Dog can be found throughout the band's songs. Brad Nolan grew up in Belmont Shore, Long Beach, California.
Belmont
again.
So the dog, Lou Dog. I mean, everyone, you say Lou Dog, everyone goes, oh, hey, Lou Dog, Sublime, right? Lou Dog, everyone knows that. Right. And Lou Dog is written right next to where Saul was sitting with Mariah and all that. And he was from Belmont Shore, Long Beach, California. Is that, I'm just saying, dude, Isaac died in Belmont. Right here, got that creepy ghost thing. That kind of looks like the ghost from the commercial for the Army psyop thing, now that I think about it.
Ghost in the Machine.
Yeah, doesn't that look like that one of those Ghosts in the Machine right there?
Yeah.
And that's all about psyops.
About psyops.
Yep.
Right. TBK, well known for slang for Taco Burrito King. Right. TBK was located on Belmont Avenue. Right. And you see TBK right here. It's on Belmont Avenue. Is a stretch? Yeah, admittedly, it's a stretch. But all these things tie into Belmont is not a popular name. It's French. It means beautiful mountain. Belmont, Spanish too, for that matter. Spanish connection here. There are 2 graffiti scribblings on the point in Spain. I wouldn't mention other than for the persistent theory. The entire event was staged. Terranea was written right here. And Terranea is a place in Spain. I don't know what it means. If he is hiding out, did they whisk Isaac away there? Again, it's a stretch. I'm not saying this is a fact. I was just de-occulting and finding out what I could from the graffiti on that back wall there. So I'm not saying as a fact. I'm just saying this is what I found. Could not be, probably isn't. The Reaper panel in the graffiti that close where Saul entered the room, 2 numbers leading to graffiti markings, Epple, and right there, Ruse. R-U-Z-E, whereas the ruse isn't recognized word in dictionary. It's a play on the word ruse, means a trick, right, or artificial. Epple, aside from being a product line for sealing, bonding, adhesive, Epple is a modern-day Urban Dictionary, which means internet health food, Epple. So you have the ghost in the machine right here with Epple, internet health food,
right,
i.e. psyops. Is that a stretch? Right here, underneath this thing is 2/17. That's Isaac's birthday, man. February 17th. Right here. Next to the psyopy ghost.
And it says taco. Nope. I'm a few minutes behind you on my screen over here. Sorry.
Tag is literally what appears to be a Reaper coming for a prime target who is numbered 217.
Corey,
yeah.
Silver says Isaac was part Jew. Many, like my family, come from Spain. So that might be your Spanish.
Those are the Sephardic Jews. The Sephardics come from Spain. We'll say, though, when we spoke with Isaac's mother and father, they laughed and said, no, we are not Jewish. They claim that there is no Jewish ancestry in that family at all.
Wow. Okay.
But people claim Isaac was. Did Isaac ever claim he was Jewish?
No.
Maybe his nose.
Special request.
We
Can
got
TPE take a hit of his Gandalf pipe while chat tries to unpack 0.01% of the gematria here?
I know. And this is all going to be made available for free.
Yes.
You guys can go through this stuff as well. And if you find out more stuff, then let Corey know.
I told you this be a 10-hour broadcast if you want to, brother. I mean, we could go fucking until midnight and
I
not
know,
hit the
right?
finger face twice.
And I'm glad you got your people in here sharing your links and stuff like that. If you want to support this work, then please.
Here's
help
the
them
unfinished note on the emergency door. I don't know what to make of it. The camera stops long enough to make the impression the viewer that is significant. However, the last letter is torn off the instruction notice, and even if it was complete, it wouldn't be a complete sentence and would be incorrect grammar, missing punctuation, a comma after must maybe. There is obviously another notice which has been ripped down. Again, I don't know what to make of it.
Corey Silver says Isaac did talk about it.
He did talk about being Jewish?
Yes.
All right. Well, his mother told us together.
Well,
did she not?
She told us a lot of things that we found out later were untrue.
Really?
Yes.
I don't wish to
We're
get
not
into that.
going to talk about
I don't want to get into that right now.
Yeah, we won't get into that here, but like that's kind of mind blowing because I'm still kind of
Little
mind blown that
sketchy.
they, as much as I wouldn't want to see my child, I cannot believe they didn't verify.
Isaac admitted his grandmother was Jewish as Langley Larper, and then later his father was a converted rabbi. So there you go.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Langley Larper. I walked a very delicate line while doing this investigation. I was asked this investigation because I didn't know Isaac. I have no emotional connection to Isaac Kappy. I did not know him. I never met him. I never spoke with him. Okay. All I know about Isaac is I probably know more than most people out there who actually knew Isaac in hindsight after what I've done here. Okay. But I never knew Isaac. I was dealing with his mother, trying to get what information to help out this investigation while being disconnected, while having compassion for the family because it was their son. It was the death of a real person and friends.
Right.
So,
and I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that.
No, I know you're not. But I want to explain to everyone else out there. I was told things by the family that turned out not to be true. I was told things that were true. I don't want to call anybody out on things. I don't know what it means yet. Now's not the time to bring this up. There will be a time in the future where that all gets discussed and brought out. I promise everybody there will be, along with the other evidence that I've not brought out about this stuff. So all I'm saying is I have compassion for the family because it was their son. At the same time, we were very, and you met Wendy and Glenn several times.
Yeah.
And, they lost their son. At the end of the day, they lost their son. And I'm not going to get in here and beat them up for a fucking internet investigation. I'm not going to do it.
That note that's on the wall there that you were talking about a minute ago, I'm going to talk to you about that later.
Okay.
That brought something up.
Which,
for me.
this note here?
Yeah.
Emergency exit only. If you exit this door, you will activate the alarm and the police will be notified. If you must exit so it's missing and it's got a piece torn out and a piece torn out here. So I don't know what this means. I don't know.
No, but it brings up something for me,
Okay.
and I will discuss it with you later.
All right.
Just don't let me forget.
Yeah.
Ooh, they're keeping stuff back, guys. They must have even more for the future.
Yeah, you got the hangman on the bridge here. I don't know what this is. It says Bigfoot, F-U-T. Got a diamond, a triangle, and a circle. It's obviously some geometry. There's a code in here somewhere. This isn't an accidental drawing. There's something going. I don't know what it is. I'm not smart enough to figure it out, I guess. But there is a code. These shapes, this means something. There's a foot here called Bigfoot. I don't know what it is.
There's an alphabet that uses those.
Oh.
I'm thinking about it right now. There is an alphabet that uses those, and we need to find that alphabet.
If anyone wants to figure that out and hit me up.
But I do want to say that I think that says big FU, right? Those are quotation marks around the B.
Oh, there you go.
On the other side of the U, it's a big FU.
Oh, dude, I think you're right.
Beautiful, boom.
But it is a picture of a foot, right?
Yeah, I think so. Okay,
and it says LF here.
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right.
It does look like a hangman's platform, and the tarot card of the hangman is a man in transition.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like a foot hanging from a bridge. It sort of looks like it could be an overpass.
Is that an Egyptian foot?
It's the only tag wherein somebody used a straight edge in the whole entire deal. Someone used a straight edge line to draw this.
Right.
Someone put a fucking yardstick up and drew this. It's not just graffiti.
It's not hand done.
Yeah, it's not hand done. One can read where it looks to be a big foot and then UF below it. Maybe UF.
L/F.
Yeah. It looks like it could be a measuring scale. There's geometry involved, among other things. The G in the
LF could be left foot.
The markers underneath the shapes on the line, the markers underneath the line, the downward coming lines are measures of space or time or something.
Yeah, that's kind of what I initially thought. And there's code in here somewhere.
There's something.
There's probably some scale it fits into that someone who works in this kind of language would say, oh, that means this and this and this. You know, it's definitely a specialized language.
Jim points out the diamond is 4-sided, the circle is 3-sided, the triangle is 3-sided.
4, 3, 1.
Yes, 4, 3, 1.
So like a countdown, maybe. Yeah. So, and starting on the third measure, is this a music scale? Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. So someone smarter than me needs to figure this out there and get back to me if you can. The clocks, here we go. Of course, whenever there are clocks or time shown in movies, there is always ritual involved. There's no exception. I actually looked at this for a week before it hit me, and I don't know why I didn't see it. It's so obvious. The first clock is shown as Saul is entering the dumpster room, about to be trapped. 913 or 391. CIA.
Wow.
And okay, so if we're going back to the hanged man, the upside the tarot card, the hangman represents sacrifice, release, new perspectives. Whether upright or reverse, it encourages surrender and the acceptance of a new perspective, a period of suspension, sacrifice, and delays. It also is that doesn't really apply. So
again, keep in context, everybody, that this is in a movie, in a TV show, season 2, episode 1. It's a big mural. Some of it might mean something, some of it might not. It all might not. I think there's enough here that we can say with the dates: 2/17, Isaac's birthday, Mariah, the tracks, the 3 peaks. I think there's enough here to really say this is coded to Isaac.
Here you go. SG was here.
Yeah.
Seth Green.
Yes, I wanted to point that one out. I was holding it on the screen. That's a possibility that you might want to write down.
Write that down.
That's a good one.
So, again, this is reaching out. This isn't proof. This isn't evidence. This isn't an accusation. This is just what we're seeing, what's, foreshadowed. And we know they play these games, man. We know they play these games.
For sure. And as Chad's pointing out, it feels like we're all in a murder mystery movie right now.
There you go.
And we freaking are, man. This is trying to figure out some crazy stuff. And there's some coded messages here. There's some coded messages here for sure. Some of it we still need to figure out.
Did Isaac go off with his head first? The bridge, do we know? Because now here's why. Because Silver says Isaac fell off the bridge upside down, head first, foot up. And then the triangle, the square, and the diamond, there were people on the bridge.
There were people on the bridge.
There were people on the bridge.
There were. I came across something the other day, and I forgot I had this. It was a YouTube comment, and it said, hey, I have a friend that used to live in Belmont, and one of my friends still does. They drove across the bridge before Isaac jumped, and he told me that Isaac was already bloodied. He was already looked like he was beaten and bloodied, and he hit the ground on his feet. That's what the message said. In the comment section. I reached out to this person 2 years ago, and then again a couple weeks ago. Nothing back from this person at all. I don't know if it's bullshit. I don't know if it's second, third, fourth hand. I don't know if it's disinformation seeded into the internet on a sock account. It's out there. I don't give it much gravity because I haven't spoken to the person yet, and I haven't tracked them back to the person who allegedly saw that, which I'm currently attempting to do.
Did anyone report that he went over head first or jumped?
No, in fact, the only people that would know The only people that would know would be John Koch, who was looking in his rearview mirror while talking on the phone to 911. He'd passed Isaac. He said he was acting erratically. He pulled over to the right on the south side of the bridge. He was maintaining view of Isaac through his rearview mirror while talking on the phone. I know that because he told me he was doing that on the phone when I spoke to him. Okay. Wow. And then you can hear him say, oh, he just went over. And that's when he got out and started walking down the side. Okay. I don't know if he saw him go over head first, feet first. The Deck brothers would surely know because they reached out. They said to grab him and restrain him. And fuck, well, let's just go here. Let's just get into the very eyewitness testimony. Oh, scene witnesses. Sorry. I'll just read you the fucking thing that the kid wrote right here. Tanner
yes,
Deck.
he did have his shoes on.
He had his shoes on. Yes. This is Tanner Deck. As my brother and I came over the bridge from the Pilot gas station, we saw a man sitting on the edge of the bridge backward with his arms flailing as if to regather his balance. I instantly thought he was trying to kill himself by jumping off. My brother and I sped up to him and stopped the truck. I jumped out and ran toward him to grab him. He saw me and pushed himself over the rail backward. He hit the ground. We tried to tell the people on the freeway below to stop or move over, and some did, but a large older truck did not and ran him over. That was from Tanner Deck. And by the way, this is Tanner Deck in Flagstaff on the track team. This is Tanner Deck. I did some minimal. Here's Tanner Deck. He's the son of the fire chief right here. Okay, he's in that picture.
At the time.
At the time, yeah. The fire chief, the Summit family in Tanner's father's name is Dwayne Gannon Deck, paramedic, captain for the Summit Fire Department in Flagstaff, Arizona. And of course, the Ponderosa Pines Fire Department was the first EMS unit on scene. But the first person on scene to check Isaac's body was a witness number 4, Aaron Hudman, who is the purchasing officer for the Ponderosa Pine Fire Department. So there you go. That is Tanner Deck. Here's Levi Deck's report. He was there too. Just got morning coffee on our way to school. Warrior 2 inspector, whatever that means. Heading over the bridge, I saw a man flailing as he tried to kill himself the first time. He regained his balance and we tried to get to him as quick as possible. My brother tried to grab him, but he jumped before he could. The man flailing on first failed attempt of suicide. We tried to pull him from the edge. We saw him try to commit suicide as we were coming up to the bridge. He was flailing and about to fall off. He regained his balance and we tried to get to him as soon as possible. But just as we pulled up next to him and tried to pull him away, he jumped. One vehicle ran over the top of him as he was on the ground. We proceeded to direct traffic away the best we could. And there you go. That's his dad again. So there's that for what that's worth.
So they don't say that they actually made any contact. They just were making an attempt
Correct.
to hopefully grab him, and then he fell backwards.
Yeah. Yeah. So when people say that he was shot with an ice bullet and fell back, or whatever stupid fucking story they got, like
Right.
There's witness reports that were right there, unless these witnesses are all, part of some grand, elaborate fucking assassination kill box team, But if you were going to kill somebody, why would you wait till they're out there on a bridge over an overpass with cameras and witnesses? And why wouldn't you take him out in his room at night, or when he's walking around the hotel all night long? Why wouldn't you walk up in a car and pop him? Or why wouldn't you grab him the next day or that night when his tire blew, or a million other things? Why would you wait till the morning when everyone's out and about, when he's sitting on an overpass? It doesn't make any sense.
It seems ritual.
It does.
All ritual.
So here's the second clock right here. The second clock is shown as the janitors entering the dumpster room, and it comes out to 9/11, and those are Isaac's initials. 9/11 is IK. So first you got CIA 391, and then you got IK or 11-9-9-11. So that's the gematria on the clock, and the show makes it a point to really show that, you know?
Corey.
Yeah.
I didn't add the septenary in here. Let me do that really quick. Septenary update. They all use the word flailing.
Yep.
In the reverse reduction, it's a 47. In the ordinal, it's a 70. And in the septenary, it's 29.
Okay.
So
yeah. I didn't get too deep down into the gematria. There might be stuff there, but I kept it surface level on this one.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to go back to this just because someone's asking. And I did put this in the preview video, the teaser to this live that we were going to do. But if you want to just go and show that, because there is something particularly weird about how he is sitting there, like we were talking about.
So the bridge?
Like
on the bridge.
Yeah. We'll go to the bridge video next. I'll cover that next here. Right here. The writers of both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul did something special with the episodes titled BBS2, Season 2, Episode 1, in which Isaac appeared, and the corresponding Better Call Saul, Season Episode 1, in which the occulted graffiti appears. And only these 2 seasons, okay? In Breaking Bad, Season 2, Episode 1, they hid the grand finale in the actual episode titles. Did you know that, by the way?
No.
Okay. For those of you who've seen the series, you'll know that Season 2, Episode 13, the final episode of the season, 2 planes collide over Albuquerque, one of them a 737. This is coded in the episode titles. Right? 737 down over Albuquerque. So the writers of the series wrote 737 down over Albuquerque. And in the final episode of Breaking Bad, 2 planes collide over Albuquerque, 2 737s. So the people who wrote the series, Breaking Bad, wrote what was going to happen into the actual titles. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what they did.
I love Breaking Bad. I mean, it's a hardcore show, but I freaking loved it.
Yep. And that's from the Breaking Bad fandom.com, right? Side note, 737 is the only season premiere episode that Vince Gillian didn't write. Okay. Mm-hmm. It was written and directed instead by Breaking Bad's main character, Bryan Cranston, the actor who plays Walter White. Better Call Saul, Season 2, Episode 1. The writers used each of the first letters of the episode titles to spell out the return of Gus Fring at the end of Episode 10 in the last episode. So right here, SCAGR, right? They spell out, unscrambled, they form Fring's back. So that's what the writers of the series did. Okay? For Season 2, Episode 1 of Better Call Saul. That's when they brought back Gus, right? Gus Fring is the character played by this guy here, the Pollos Hermanos Kingpin drug dealer. We kind of got ahead of ourselves a little. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul creators Vince Gillian said, referencing the naughty Season 2 puzzle that eagle-eyed viewers decoded a couple of weeks ago. Just as they did the second season of Breaking Bad, the writing staff put clues in the Better Call Saul episode titles this year. Gillian and co-creator Peter Gold were hoping to unveil the mystery sometime over the summer, but their fans got ahead of them. Yes, they were trying to tell you that the Breaking Bad villain Gus is coming back. He's just not here quite yet. Okay. Note that these are the only 2 seasons where the writers of both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul embedded within their episodes titles occulted messaging foretelling future events in the series. These are also the only 2 episodes that Isaac Kappy and the occulted material related to his death are brought together. You understand?
Dude, this is so deep.
It is very deep, yeah. The above red boxed episode titles are also the only episodes to be opened with black and white teaser before the intro of the entire season. Each of the teasers, in part, foreshadows the upcoming 737 plane crash, episode 13. These teasers, along with extended teasers at the beginning of each season premiere episodes of Better Call Saul, include Season 2, Episode 1, and are the only times black and white was used in the series franchise. This can't simply be another coincidence.
I know.
Wherever you see the black and white,
13. Unity amongst Masons.
Yeah,
Kappy died on the 13th.
which is the 133rd day of the year. And you got the black and the white here, which you see in all Masonic altar rooms, where they work. The checkerboard consists of 64 squares, right? Black and white, symbolizing the four of the house of mysteries. Upon this field of existence or thought, move a number of strangely carved figures, each according to the fixed law. The white king is Ormza. The black king, I can't pronounce that right, Ahram. And above the plains of the cosmos, the great war between the light and the darkness is fought. That's from Manly P. Hall. Okay, Manly P. Hall. That's the actual meaning of the checkerboard cross to the Masons. If those of you don't know, that's what the Masons believe. The white king is Ormuz, O-R-M-U-Z-D. The black king is A-H-R-I-M-A-N. So for you out there that are always quoting the Mason shit, that's the knowledge behind that for you, okay? Saul is Isaac sitting on a chessboard of life. He's right there sitting on right there. Look what he's sitting on. The milk crate, the checkerboard.
Checkerboard, yep.
He's on the milk crate. He's sitting on that. This isn't an accident, man. I mean, I've been de-occulting for years. This is not an accident.
Babe.
Yeah.
We got a couple questions.
Okay.
One, first of all, this is from, I'm going to go back to my notes here because it's easier to find. Tim Fergie said the diamond circle triangle is actually square triangle circle and is PlayStation. So this is a game. Those are the markers on the
triangle circle is a PlayStation.
It's not a diamond triangle circle. It is a square triangle circle. So
that's interesting.
In his mind, he's thinking PlayStation, which equals game.
Okay.
Then Langley Larper said, why did he lie to the hotel clerk about not having a car? He told the clerk and filled the car at check-in with no vehicle. Why did he do that? Why?
So when I spoke to Isaac's mother, she said that she believed that Isaac got out of the vehicle after he hung up off the phone with his friend, Kirk. That was the last person he spoke to on the phone was Kirk. And he walked over to the hotel. And then he checked in. Then he called his mother and said, hey, Mom, I got a flat in Belmont. I'll fix a tire in the morning. I'll see you sometime mid-morning. And then he walked back. And she said he was walking back to get his car. So he walked to the hotel and checked in. Maybe he didn't know they were going to have a room. I don't know. I'm guessing. I don't know. But we know he walked from his car, checked in, walked back across the bridge.
Maybe he didn't think he'd be able to drive it back.
Yeah. He walked back across the bridge, got into his car, drove it on the flat rim. He must have over and into the parking lot. The only other explanation is after or before they killed him, someone moved his car for him. That's the only other explanation. And that's all I know.
Okay.
But his mother said that he was walking back to get his car after he checked in.
Yes.
No, did you call any tow truck places nearby to ask him? I mean, can't imagine.
Fuck yeah, I did.
Of course he did.
So they didn't say.
I recorded the conversation. No, I talked to the guy that towed Isaac's car. I talked to the guy that you want to hear the conversation. I talked to the guy that towed Isaac's car. I did my fucking work, guys. For those of you out there that say I'm full of shit, I did my fucking work.
I know you did your shit, man. I'm just getting some stuff mixed up in my head, I think. But
yeah, no worries. Let's see.
Yeah, but why did he say he didn't have a car?
I don't know why
it's possible that someone moved it at that point.
No, I don't know why he told. When they asked him if he had a car, he said he didn't have one. Maybe he just didn't want to fuck with the clerk. Maybe he's like, I don't have one. Just check me in.
Or maybe he's depressed because his car wasn't working. So he's like, fuck, I don't even have one right now.
Occam's razor. Here's the conversation with
pause real quick before you go there, because I don't want this to get lost.
What?
You know, he disappears at 1:37 in the morning, right?
He disappears at 1:37 in the morning from all online activity on his phone.
So you just said that he walked back after checking in. He walked back to get his car.
According to his mother.
Kim says, I think they grabbed him when walking and the fake homeless guy checked in pretending to be Isaac.
That is a theory. That is a working
I'm going to
theory.
record that for our notes. Thank you, Kim.
Kim, that is not something that I have not contemplated 1,000 times.
Right.
Here's a conversation with the Winona truck driver, tow truck driver, between Kate Schneider or Katanon. Here is, I called him too. I know that. Follow up. Where's my call with him? I know I talked to him too.
And he may not have had his plate number to give to them when he checked in.
Yeah. But Kate talks to him here. Here's me ordering the records from Cook County Sheriff's Department, conversation with the coroner's office investigator, requesting Camp Navajo security guard dash camera evidence. That's that recorded conversation there. Follow-up call with Coconino County Sheriff's Office in regards to 9/11 records request. So here's the Winona truck driver with Katanon.
Hello?
Hi, is this Richard with Winona Towing?
Yes, it is.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me out. I just have a couple questions about my friend's car that was towed. I found out that you apparently were the one that towed his car last week on the 13th.
Okay.
It was towed from the Days Inn. It was a Hyundai Elantra, a gold color.
Okay.
Now, do you recall the damage to the vehicle? It's my understanding, what I was told by someone else I talked to, that it was the front right tire that was blown out.
Let's see. Yeah, it was the front right tire that was blown, yes.
Okay, and there's no other damage to the car that you could tell?
I don't remember any other damage except for that front tire, yes.
Okay, and it was pretty bad, like the tire well was pretty damaged. Like he probably was driving on it for a little bit before he pulled over.
Well, I could say when I got there, the car was in a parking spot, and so I can't say how long he's been driving on it.
Okay,
All
yeah.
I know is the tire, basically the tire was, most of the tread was gone, and it was basically just the side pieces of the rubber and the ram, and that was it.
Okay, and is it hard to tell if it was like a nail, like he hit a nail or something? Or
Well, I couldn't tell because, like I said, the main tread was all gone. All that was left was two pieces of rubber on either side of the rim, and the rim was off, and that was it.
Okay. And
For those who don't know, that is indicative of a low tire pressure blow. I've contacted two tow truck drivers and a friend of mine who's been driving tow truck for almost 30 years now. And he says, when you see that damage, that is a low pressure. So Isaac's tire, his tires were in bad shape all the way around, but it looks like he had low pressure in that and it blew. I think his tire was sabotaged. The odds of all of this happening in Belmont, Arizona are astronomical. It's fucking astronomical that all this shit tied into Belmont, Arizona. And the last place he stopped before his tire blew was Love's gas station, Williams, Arizona.
The purchase costing $6.66.
Yeah. Well, that was over in Kingman, but yeah. So
yeah, isn't that weird? Don't you think?
Yeah. So
where did they pick up the car and move it to?
So they picked up the car and moved it from Belmont, Arizona, in the parking lot. The farthest parking spot out on the left-hand side on the southwest corner of that property. I think it was the farthest one out, the second to the farthest one out. And they picked up and towed it to Winona, Arizona, which is a little town about probably 12, 15 miles, not even that, maybe 10 miles to the east of Flagstaff, called Winona. And that's where their tow yard's at.
So Kappy didn't have his car.
They towed his car after he died.
Oh, it was after he died. Okay.
Yeah,
That's where I was getting mixed up.
Yeah. So Isaac died at 7. We went out on the bridge 7:22 in the morning. He's declared dead at 7:46, I think.
And that explains the check-in with no car.
And that,
yeah, exactly. So the car was still not where he was at. So he had no
so
car
to start
left.
from the beginning, so everyone knows, he pulled off the off ramp, right up to the top of the bridge, basically parked his car there. He got out. He walked across the Transwestern Bridge towards the hotel, The same bridge he would later go off of the next day. He walked past that, into the Days Inn, checked in, called his mom, came back out, picked up his car, drove the car on the rim back across the thing to the hotel. Went into the hotel room, walked around the hotel most of the night, according to the night manager. The night manager saw Isaac walking towards the bridge at 7:11 a.m. in the morning. Okay. He dies. The Winona tow truck driver is called by the DPS. They pick up his car at about 8:30, 9, about somewhere in there, 8:30 in the morning. They tow it across Flagstaff, east of Flagstaff, to their tow yard where their parents picked it up a couple days later.
Okay. So there's a question here for you. Does anybody know if Isaac had breakfast that morning?
I would assume not.
It was early, and he didn't eat much when I went to see him on Wednesday, and I think he really wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, he was scared to death. He wanted to leave Apple Valley. He was scared to death he was going to die. So anyway, that's about the Winona truck guy. Check this out, dude. Let's get this de-occulting thing here with this. Saul's $700 check. In Better Call Saul, season 1, episode 1, titled Uno, there's an interesting scene wherein the month and day of Isaac's death appear on a court paycheck Saul receives for defending 3 kids after breaking into a mortuary and mutilating a dead body. Right there. 5/13/2002. This is a snapshot from Better Call Saul, season 1, episode 1, where he shows the check that he's got to cash. That has the date of Isaac's death on it right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the month and the day, not the
3 years later.
Well, how many days? Well, actually, he died in 2019. So,
2019.
17 years later.
17 years later. Oh my gosh.
There it is.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking 22 for some reason. 2022, but it's 2002.
Yeah. Plus 17. So to the date, 17 years to the date Isaac died is on the check from Better Call Saul. That's why I almost didn't publish this de-occulting, because of those people that are close to Isaac. I didn't want to be playing and making light of Isaac's death. I've tried sincerely not to do that through all of this, even though people will claim that I'm making a mockery circus out of it. I haven't. I've been very respectful to all parties involved. But when this happened here, I'm like, Jesus, for fuck's sake. I mean, with everything else above, Mariah, the numbers, Isaac Kappy's initials, CIA, and the time, it goes on and on. And granted, apophenia, people can see things, you know.
Right.
17 years.
But it just keeps showing up over and over again. You might see one thing here and you might see one thing there, but when it shows up over and over and over again.
Yeah. The check also occurs exactly at 12 minutes and 21 seconds mark, with 28 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. 12:21 is 3 and 3. So you got 33 there, and 28 and 28 are 10. So it's 1 and 1. The check being presented at the 12:21 mark in season 1, episode 1, or 3311. Within the numbers 3311, we have both the high signature and the number 113, which is the number of deception. 1478 blah, blah, equals 33. There you go. Again, 33. There's too much. Saul's character bridges Isaac with impending death again, right? The address on the check, 160 Juan Tabo Northeast, is the address of Saul Goodman. If you remember back in Breaking Bad, where Walter White's assistant, Gail, lived at 6353 Juan Tabo. This is the location where Jesse Pinkman murders him in cold blood. The date on the check connects Isaac to Saul. Juan Tabo Avenue connects Saul to the murdered Gail. The exact same associative divisive formula that connects Saul Goodman with that of Isaac in Breaking Bad season, Better Call Saul season 2, episode 1, when in the dumpster room, is used in the paycheck to connect Isaac with the murder of Gail. Then there's this exact numerological resonance. Here you go. 63, blah, blah, 31, 161 Tabo. So somebody was playing with gematria while they were writing this Better Call Saul. So somebody with new numbers. They knew ritualistic embedded numerology who wrote this episode. You see it with the coding. You see it with the names, the foreshadowing. All right, moving on from that. Isaac Kappy played in a show called Night Shift. Get ready for this, D. If that didn't blow your mind, this is going to send you over the fucking top. It gets better. Isaac's second to last acting role was in 2016 show called Night Shift, where he played a rather significant role. Certainly more of a role than he played in Breaking Bad, Terminator Salvation, or Thor. The only problem here is this is exactly how he dies. Watch.
We're here.
Oh, my back! Oh, my God! My back! My back!
All right, everybody back up.
I fell off the roof. There's no railing.
Okay, I'm gonna go get the back.
Give me a painkiller.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold up. Hold on. Okay, who saw this man fall? Anybody? No? Who actually saw it? You? You didn't see anything, huh? No, I didn't think so. Get the hell up.
I can't even move, man. Can't move.
Get up, Sean.
Wait, you know him?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Every couple of months, he takes a ride to the ER. And every time it's the same story. Fell off a roof. And every
Fell off
time
the
he
roof.
just wants more oxy. Come on your feet, Sean. Here we go. Yeah, there we go.
Come on, Kenny. Damn, man.
Oh, man. It sucks, huh? Have a nice night.
Nicely done.
Isaac played a part in a TV show where he falls off a roof and pretends to be dead. But wait, there's more. What are the odds that at the second to last role Isaac played, he played a man who lied and pretended to fall off a building with no railing for opiate drugs? Of all the roles Isaac could have played and all the ways there are to die, he chose to play this role. And then in real life, according to the official narrative, he falls off a bridge and then gets run over by a truck. Okay. Here is still shot from the officer's body cam scene in Belmont. Right? There he is there. There's Isaac on the ground there. And then there's this. The license plate of the ambulance that pulls up in the show is LKH12U. LKH, there you go. License plate L236 on and on. Comes out to 119 or Isaac's initials.
Yep.
The license plate that picks up Isaac Kappy in the show is the initials of Isaac Kappy.
Again. What are the odds? You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just goes on. There's more, but yeah. So,
needless to say, I don't think that Isaac jumped. I don't really think that he's in witness protection.
No, I don't. I
know
don't.
that there are things involved in this that you could go down that road and try and make it fit, but at the end of the day, for witness protection program, they would have just picked him up and put him there. They wouldn't have gone to all of this trouble.
Right.
They would have. They don't do that. If somebody cares about you to put you in witness protection program, they don't go to all of this.
No, that's the last thing they'd fucking do.
You know, because it keeps people involved. Just Isaac Kappy disappeared is what you see is he's just gone. If you go into witness protection, right?
Evil people would do this. But
That's
what you just laid out there, everybody knows that Isaac played to a conspiracy crowd. And he followed Q. So you got all your 17s and you got all your symbology. You have enough here, and you're not a Q follower. You're would you say like opposing that or against it?
I mean, I think Defango laid out what Q is. I think if you want to know what Q operation is, you go ask Defango. He'll tell you the truth. I think Defango's extremely well informed, and he was there during its inception and proliferation. I think Manny knows what's going on.
Right. It's not Patriots in control. It's not white hats in control. It's not this very, this unicorn rainbows out your ass, amazing Q alliance saving the world kind of thing. The thing is that they've orchestrated this through Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, and all this kind of stuff that Q people haven't found. No. But if they did, they would use it to prove that he was still, or they would try to say that he's still alive.
They would ascribe it to Q.
Right.
And they would fit it into their
All
narrative.
movie. He faked his death. He's okay. There's even been leaked photos of a guy that made to look like Isaac Kappy, which could have been a Photoshop job or whatever.
I've had 2 or 3 people reach out here, and 2 or 3 people reach out with people that look a lot like Isaac. Like, oh, and I'm like, what? I better take a look at that. There's a guy in Australia, right? That singer in Australia that was making it big a while back. Zach sent us that stuff, and I had to track him down. I found out who he was. I'm like, no, this guy predates Isaac, so we ruled that out. It sure as fuck ain't David Rothschild. I mean, shit, guy's busy. He's too busy to act like Isaac for 42 years before he died. Isaac was a real person. There's been a few, but
do you think that these things energetically became a self-fulfilling prophecy for Isaac?
Hey, I haven't ruled that. I deal with the occult. I look into and de-occult the occult. I have several working theories as to how numbers integrate into the world. That's a much deeper conversation, not for tonight. Manly P. Hall talked about this. Occultists across the world. The Jews talk about this in the Kabbalah. Are these numbers that we're seeing representing is it our measurement system for representing the manifested reality in this lower 3+1 dimensional world, three dimensions plus time, 3 + 1, the 4 that Einstein called it? Is that the case? Could be. Could absolutely be. Could it be that it's more likely it's that to me than that somebody scripted all of this shit and planned it out and put it together years before Isaac died? Because if you believe that happened, you got to believe that they scripted, or maybe this, and I don't believe this, but this popped into my head at one point. Could it be that they said, all right, Isaac, we're going to take you to witness protection, or you're going to disappear, whatever the case is. And he says, hey, tell you what, why don't we just go through all my career and we pick all the stuff out and we build a narrative around what I've done?
Probably not.
Probably not. Highly unlikely, but my ADHD brain goes places, and I go to the fullest extent. I rule it out and I come back, So, I mean,
there's a question here for you. Did his family authorize the cremation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't want to give an answer on that because I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Dash cam video they wanted, right? Someone said they wanted to see the dash.
Yeah, go ahead and show that, because it does look a little strange, but you haven't been able to get anybody that can say it's not or is doctored or anything like that, right?
This is the original right here. This 20-second long video was what Officer Barr sent to Isaac's mother. Look how grainy it is. This was the proof that was given to Isaac's mother to prove that her son was on the bridge in conjunction with that right there. That was it. They showed her this video and gave her his belt, his IDs, and pack of cigarettes, and said, here's what's left of your son. By the way, you probably don't want to look at the body. It's very disfigured.
Which is a bone of contention to me, because damage to his face and head was mostly internal. Well, I saw the photographs.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
she could have tolerated it, I think.
Yeah, if this was my son,
his face, his jaw wasn't ripped off and hanging, half of his head wasn't gone. Horrible things like this.
His body was in one piece,
and it wasn't.
His head wasn't cracked all the way open. I know the plate on the roof of his mouth cracked. His head got hit so hard and slammed in the back.
The sphenoid process broke.
Thank you.
Yes.
But if the cops gave me this and, hey, Corey, this is your son here. Here's the proof this is your son on the side of the road. They're like, fuck you.
Give me the body.
Personally,
I need to see it.
What?
Right? I would have to see it.
I said, give me the body. This isn't my. What do you mean it's my son?
I had to see this for myself.
So this is what they sent Mrs. Kappy. Okay, and I found out about this in a conversation. She just mentioned it out of the blue. She said, well, I said, why did you? I said, why did you authorize them to cremate the body, or what? So without seeing it, she says, well, he told me he was in Belmont, and they gave us his belt and all of his ID, and his car was here. He was checked in. They said the body was not, in good condition, and then they showed us this. So it had to be Isaac. And I thought,
and why did they cut out everything? They cut out the timestamps and all that kind of stuff.
Hold on, wait. This isn't the whole video. So when I took this to my research group, one of them said, "Hey, Corey," who's better than me, they said, "Look at this thing down here in the bottom right hand corner, ROAV." He says, "This is filmed with a phone in
that's right.
computer mode." He said, "This isn't the fucking video." I said, "Oh shit, you're right, dude." So I then called. The following minute 55 clip is the original evidence I received from the Coconut County Sheriff's Department. This is what I finally got. And before we watch it, how I obtained the video, I go through it here. This is the email that was sent to me from Matt Freshour, Freshour, right? And he said, "If you have any issues with the file, please let me know." That's what he sent me right there. So that's the email to them, Mike Freshour at mail@sfnotifications.com up there at the Coconut County Sheriff's Office. I tell you how I found it, what they told me I had to do, the hoops that I jumped in, blah, blah, blah. But this right here, a little over a week. Oh, shit. That's not the one. Hold on, sorry. Let me go back. Right here. This is it. And so everyone knows this is the original video burned off by Eric Beatty, witness number 6, I believe, who gave this video to the sheriff's office from his dash cam. This is his music in his car that he's listening to while recording on his dash cam in his personal vehicle before he got to work. People accused me of putting the song in here. I didn't doctor this thing in any fucking way. This is the video. This is the exact file sent to me by the sheriff's office.
Maybe I'm just blind.
So it goes on. Right there. And by the way, for those of you who want to know where the base is, so by the way, Isaac's car was parked like right up in here, I believe, because he exited the ramp this way right here, right where my cursor is. That's how he would have come eastbound. Okay. So this car's headed south right now. East is to our left, west is to our right. So Isaac would have come up here, parked his car here, walked across the bridge to check in, walked back to get his car, drive it back again. This guy's on his way to the military base. Military base is literally a couple hundred yards past here. So that's him going to work as he enters the military base right there. That's what you're looking at there. Okay. But when you go back to Isaac, that's what we're given. That's what we're given. Now, this lens on this dash cam does round out the sides. Okay. It does round out the sides. Absolutely.
So it gives a little fisheye effect.
It gives a little fisheye on the very edges, because if you watch the signs as they go by, you can see it kind of fisheyeing right there. As he comes up to Isaac, let me actually slow this down.
I remember he had, according to the autopsy report or whatever, the toxicology report, he had no drugs in his system.
Correct. 0. So this is him right here. Oh, shit.
And by the way, scopolamine doesn't stay in the system very long at all. It's basically a thing that is inhaled and then breathed out.
It oxidizes very fast.
It metabolizes very quickly.
It is. I mean, one of my highest theories is that Isaac was scopolamine in some capacity to be out here. Maybe someone said, again, theories. Hey, Isaac, here's what we're going to do. You're going to go on the bridge. You're going to wait out there. Car's going to stop. They're going to pick you up. Maybe that happened.
Maybe.
God only knows what happened.
But look at that picture. He's not really there.
And he's just staring
behind him. The back of his head is flat.
It just
his
looks
feet aren't touching
wrong.
the ground. And when you get up close to his skin, he's got blood pooling in his hands and his lower face and his jowls, and his face is slack. His eyes are partially open, also not in a way that the eyelids are not The eyelids are slack and loose, along with the jaw and the jowl.
No cell phone in his hand. It looks like his feet aren't on the ground. His back.
Do you have a picture that you have enhanced and blown up?
I might in a minute here. Yeah.
And look at the perspective on those legs and feet. It's wrong.
It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. This the perspective. It looks to me like Isaac is post-mortem, laying on his back with his feet propped up like something under it. They took the picture and then they cut out the object that was propping his feet and they just did this with it.
Yeah.
And they put it on the bridge. That's what it's like to me. But we had people in my research group that said, oh no, Corey, this is real. This looks real. But you asked me for a close-up picture here. Did I put one in there? I didn't put one in there. I do have pictures. I just found a second ago.
We did go to the bridge. And for your information, I am not a tall woman. I am 5'4". And when I stood there at that bridge, that rail was just above my hip, like right at my hip. So about 36 inches tall. It's not a high rail. It's not high. So, if you were standing there and somebody drove too close, you could fall off. Sure.
I did find
but it wouldn't be an effort to have to climb over and go.
So if you do want to see something else, I did find this. No one ever thinks about this, but if you go back a little bit here, you can see right here the white thing. So if they did put him in as they drove by, they had to put a little white speck right here. You see it?
They
on the
were
left-hand
smart
side
about
there?
it, yeah.
So that is there as well. Just in full transparency,
I find it interesting that truck is parked there. A whole operation could happen out of that truck.
Oh, 100%, babe.
A whole operation could happen out of that truck. And the mysterious Italian-looking man.
Right there. This could have been the control center if there was something nefarious going on there. But then again, trucks do park on the side of the road.
They do. They sleep.
He could have been delivering something to anywhere in here and had to wait an hour, 2 hours. He could have been over on his time. Who knows? Anything could happen. But when you see big trucks like that, white trucks with no logos on it.
Tyler Hempes says, why was the driver recording? Well, if people who have dash cams generally record every time they get in their car. Yeah, that's typical.
But this doesn't say Swift. This doesn't say,
night,
Albertsons.
It's not night trucking or.
This is a.
He was on his way to work that morning, Tyler.
Yeah, this is Eric Beatty driving this vehicle. Eric Beatty is witness number 6. He was the one that turned this camera footage over to the sheriff's office. Okay. Yeah. That's who you're looking at. This is his private vehicle with his private dash cam that he was recording before he got to work as a security guard at the Camp Navajo military base. This truck right here, it's got no logos, no insignias. The trailer's got not unmarked. This is.
It's a little spooky.
I owned a truck stop. For 10 years. We owned gas stations for 20 something years. You don't see unmarked vehicles like this, especially rigs out there. They work for somebody. They're contracted by somebody. This is very strange to me.
Right.
Okay. So for what it's worth, that's that dash cam footage there. I guess, and people say, oh, Corey put that music in. Corey didn't put that fucking music in. Corey just obtained this video and made it public for everyone to see. And everyone started scripting shit. And, I'm really happy that I have the opportunity to come on here and in long form explain this to people that want to know. Don't believe the lies and the garbage, disinformation pumped out by Schellenberger towards me, throwing shade at me. It's absolute. He's the Lord of lies, the absolute Lord of lies.
Question: was there a DTS number or a dot number on the side of that truck that you could capture?
No.
Couldn't get anything off of it.
Yeah. The shit where Corey and Geo and Shark Belly killed Isaac. It's all garbage. It's just all defamatory garbage. Corey did this and Corey said that. No, Corey just did the investigation, put it out there.
Yeah, neither did I. I didn't go in there and honeypot Isaac. I went in there to be his friend. Isaac put a call out in the FamiLam and asked for company. And I went.
Yeah.
And that's the extent of it.
And what's happened tragically is anyone who was Isaac's friend, these disinformation assets have come in and just turned everything and said, well, you were his friend. Maybe you're an asset. Maybe you did this, and just starts throwing these baseless garbage out there just to put the seeds of, what do you call it? Disinformation out there. And just like Q, just let everyone else run with it. Just say something, let everyone else build the narrative around it. Then it becomes their story, right? Then their ego's attached to it. Then they spread it. And that's what we've dealt with since the beginning of this thing. Gio loved Isaac. Gio calls me crying sometimes on the phone about Isaac at night. Brett was Isaac's very good friend. Shark Belly Kelly loved Isaac. And you got people out there saying that they killed their best friend. Good God. I never knew Isaac, yet Shirter's out there repeating the most horrid garbage and defamation from Thomas. It's just absolute insanity. What we had to deal with for the last 5 years is absolute, utter insanity. So,
there was a question here.
Yeah.
Do you wonder about Shark Belly's passing? And I said, yes, we do. She had just gotten a clean bill of health, like a really good checkucause
Yeah. 5 or 6 months before she died, she had a clean bill of health.
It was only like 4 months. It was really close.
Yeah.
Because
her heart was good. Because Corey, because I told her, you better quit smoking cigarettes. Quit smoking cigarettes. She goes, oh no. And she, I better go to a checkup. She came back. She said, Corey, like, my heart's in perfect condition. They asked me how much I smoke. I told them fucking 2 packs a day. And they're like, they can't believe it.
Yeah, she was in really good health.
Her blood came back good. Her enzymes were good. Her kidney and liver function was good.
Yeah, she didn't have any indicators.
Do you remember who said that Shark Belly Kelly was going to die a few months before she died? Who put out this prophecy that Shark Belly was going to die? Do you remember?
Yeah, some motherfucker.
Remember that name?
Yeah, I do not speak that name. I do not speak the name of the devil.
Thomas Schoenberger came out and said Shark Belly Kelly was going to die before she died. He said he had a prophecy.
Do you know how long before?
A few months, several months.
Couple months.
Several months.
Yep. And then he even reminded me in an email, I believe, if I can find it. He emailed me and said, I told you, I prophesized that Shark Belly Kelly was going to die. She died of a brain aneurysm.
Hey, Corey.
Damn.
I'm not making that up. This isn't defamation or slander.
Right.
He came out and said that. Then he reminded me that he said that.
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Yeah, he had to go and rub it in and remind you. Piece of shit.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of really dark shit involved here, man. Maybe the audience is starting to see what we've been having to deal with. I did want to show you this here. I talked the other day. We were online about this, man.
Langley Larper has a question for
real
you.
quick. Let me get through this, then you can ask a question. Remember when I told you that I tracked down Isaac Kappy to the Love's gas station, Williams, and I got the photos of Isaac because they couldn't release the video to me. But I told him, hey man, about 11:46 p.m., a guy probably dressed in white with a crazy fro might have come in. I need to verify he was actually at your gas station. Can you give me the video? And he says, I can't. He said, but man, your timing was spot on. How'd you know he was in here at 11:46? Or right in there. I said, because I have his debit card records and he purchased something on this day and he couldn't have been here before this time because he left Apple Valley at 7:45 p.m. And then he made this purchase in Kingman at this time. And I took that distance and divided it, by the miles per hour and came up with the time. So I knew he was doing roughly 75 to 80 miles an hour. So I went from the Kingman station to the Love station at 75, 80 miles an hour on average. I think it's 78. And it put him there at 11:46. And he says, dude, you're spot on. Like, that's when Isaac was at the gas station. It was 11:46 p.m. I got the email. And that's his first right there. That is one of the pictures. And there's Isaac right there walking through the store before he made his purchase. And how he tracked that, by the way, and how I knew this, I own gas stations. And when you get you have, the cash register. The cash register is not just a cash register. It syncs up with the gas pumps outside. It's called a Gilbarco system. That's the people who actually manufacture the cash register. The thing you put your card into the pump is called a CRIND, a CRIND. So the cash register and the gas pump are hooked up together. And then the cash register and the camera system can be hooked up together. You can get a Gilbarco compatible camera system. So if you're looking for a sale, all Budweiser sales of whatever. You can type in that SKU number, and every time that product was rang up on that cash register, it'll pop up. Well, I knew the amount that Isaac spent, and we knew the dollar amount, so we tracked the dollar amounts in the system, and he popped up with this video footage. So the system synced up the video footage with the cash sale. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I knew, because when I had my gas station, the one I ran, 1995 to 2005, we had that system then. So I know they had upgraded systems since then. So I knew if I gave them the dollar amount and a rough estimate of time, I knew they could find Isaac if I said he had crazy hair and white. So that's how I did that. It's not magic. It's just simple, good detective work.
Really good work.
And he stated that he couldn't give me the video without jumping through legal hoops, and I couldn't give that subpoena. But he said, "Hey man, I know you're like really invested in this. I can hear it in your voice. I'm going to send you 2 still photos." I said, "Man, thank God, thank you." So that's what he sent me. Were these 2 photos right here?
And there was a question a minute ago about the shoes. In that video, in that clip right there, that photograph, he's wearing black shoes, and on the ground, his shoes are also black. Correct?
Let's see here.
Yeah.
So they're black shoes with white rand. That's the rand around the bottom there. RAND. Yeah. Black shoes with a white rand.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the photos of him on the ground under the bridge, he's also wearing those same black shoes.
Yeah, same black shoes.
Yes. Okay.
Yep. With
so
the white.
He never changed clothes between the 2 days.
No. In fact,
no, he didn't.
Yeah. Scene photos. Where's the scene witnesses? Scene photos. There we go. I think there's pictures of his shoes here, actually.
Tyler says his legacy on the bridge seems skinnier than the gas station photograph, probably because they're trying to Photoshop a shadow in behind them, and they're losing some of his pant leg. That's what it looks like to me.
It does. Yeah. I think you're right, man. Where's the one right here? Does it show his shoes in here?
If that today's the number 48, so if you have traffic.
As well.
Yeah, I know.
This is the walkthrough of the actual, when they walk through his room. It's like 45 seconds long. They don't look at anything in there. It's kind of crazy. It's really crazy, actually.
Number 4.
Yeah, I can't see the shoes there. I do have still pictures that I'm not going to show of Isaac on the ground.
Please don't do that.
No one, you don't want to see that, people. And I gave my word to.
And you identify it as Isaac.
Yeah, it's Isaac on the ground.
Yeah, Shark Belly also had a look at the photographs because she met him in person and was able to identify landmark moles and things on him.
Yeah, when you go through the mind map here and you're in the dead man switch here, and you get to the video, the first one here.
I would like to address the letter.
You see those moles on his neck right there?
Right.
Kelly said when I said in person, he has those moles. And when you see him on the ground, you can also identify those moles on him on the ground in the actual photos.
Probably not a detail they would be too concerned about if they threw a dummy on the ground. Mm-hmm. Because when you look at the Epstein things and you look at some of these other things where the body is in question, you have earlobe differences, you have differences, right? If you look at real Britney Spears versus the fake Instagram Britney Spears, right? The differences are astonishing. These things all lined up. Yeah, it's very sad, but these things really did all line up.
Yeah. The only other thing we haven't talked about was the homeless man, and that was a very weird deal.
Right.
Do you think that Craig Sawyer could have been sent to whack Kappy?
No.
No.
I don't think Craig would do it. Craig seems like a decent enough guy from what I know. He has a lot of.
There's a lot of controversy about his organization that rescues kids or was rescuing kids. I don't know if it's still in action, but
coming from where? Coming from whom?
Right. Exactly. So
as you and I know, as people, you were friends with Isaac. You knew Isaac. I decided to help out because, I was doing this at the time, and then you and I fell in love, and we had to find out what happened to your friend. And I'd formed relation and bonds with Kelly and all the other people there. So I stayed on it.
Yeah, and Kate made you promise.
And I promised Kate that
Corey
I'd keep going.
his word.
And I keep my word. I always keep my word. You know, I was looking into all this, but I don't know. You and I know what we have been accused of. You and I know what people have said about us, right?
Yeah.
Absolute slander, defamation, and garbage. Just muddy the waters.
Disgusting things.
Disgusting shit, right? And I see them call Craig Sawyer all this shit too. And I don't see anyone else out there with organizations saving kids. They're sitting as keyboard warriors in their dark rooms or their basements out there throwing shit at other people who are actually doing shit. So I know Craig's got some stuff in the past. I know he's a warrior.
Is he tied to the Clintons?
Okay.
His thing is
Yeah.
currently active on LinkedIn as Veterans for Child Rescue.
Yeah. So we keep hearing that, oh, he was working for the Clintons.
Was he?
In what capacity? Oh, he's a security guard. Okay. Well, if you go and find where Craig Sawyer's talking about that, he says, it was a Secret Service, wasn't he? Was it a Secret Service or a private security firm? I forget what it was. He goes, that was the assignment. Like, that's who we were being paid to protect. That's the job. You know, when you're Secret Service, you don't say, well, I'll protect Trump, but I won't protect Biden. You do your fucking job. You're Secret Service.
Right.
Or you know what I mean? So Craig was protecting, at that point, he was on a detail protecting Hillary Clinton. Did he love Hillary Clinton? Was he an operative for Hillary Clinton? Was she working with it? No one knows it. People just make shit up.
Well,
it's disgusting.
Yeah.
You know, if you say he's working with Hillary Clinton, okay, find me the emails, the correspondence, find me the great controversy. Why do you believe he was taking orders and operating on behalf of Hillary Clinton? Because that's what you're suggesting, right? Not you, the proverbial you there. You're suggesting that he was working clandestinely with Hillary Clinton because he was guarding her. Prove it. Prove it. It's easy to say something on the internet and not be responsible for your words, but prove it. If you're going to say that Craig Sawyer did X, Y, or Z, show me the damn proof that Craig Sawyer did X, Y, or Z. Because all I hear out there is a bunch of crap thrown. And I'm not defending Craig Sawyer. I'm defending everyone out there who's getting shit thrown at them from these online fucking trolls and scumbags who are mudding up the waters here.
Well, and very simply, Hal 9000 makes a really great point. If Sawman turned on the Hill Dog, wouldn't he have been Clintoned as well? Ask NYPD.
Yeah, ask Vince Foster, man.
Yeah.
So, you know, I have some strong opinions. D, I've been doing this for 6 years now, and I have been accused of being everything but a white man. You know, I've been accused. Alicia's been accused of the most horrible, god awful shit. And it's been sustained for so long. It's either mental illness or it's an agenda to cast shade on the facts I presented here tonight.
At least with the things that Corey has researched, he has put together this thing for you to look at. He's put together all the pieces, the things that are easily verifiable and the things that happened that don't make any sense. He has put all of the pieces here for you to look at for yourself. We have only kept a few things back for verification and our personal safety, and for things to lay down with the AG should we take it there and present it again. Because you have to have some of those things that are not public so that it's verifiable.
Wendy Kappy did go back to Coconino County Sheriff's Office and ask them to reopen the case. She told Officer Barr, this is a really shitty investigation you did. We have a guy named Corey Daniel out there who is giving me more information that you guys never even thought to consider. Can you open it? And they said, no, we consider it closed. She then went to the Attorney General's office, from what I understand. She said
she did
of Arizona and tried to get it reopened. They said without conclusive evidence coming forward, we're not going to open it. But if we've come across some other things that we may be able to have this opened and looked at.
Right. And to be clear, because somebody gave a really shitty remark a couple hours ago here about Corey's opening it up like he can do it himself. No, Corey doesn't open it up himself, but he will take it in and lay the evidence bare and see if they will reconsider it. Mm-hmm. To be clear.
Yeah. So, you know, I can only do what the authorities want to go forward. We compiled all the information. I tell you what, right here, the conflicting. This is a really good box I put together. The official investigation mistakes. When you want to get down to the nitty gritty, the breadth and depth of the investigation was treated as that of a much more minor and less important investigation, even though Sergeant James advised he would contact on-call criminal investigations after Deputy Luna notified him the incident had turned fatality. Sheriff's report was the only 8 pages in its entirety, of which 5 pages were write-up of the 3-hour investigation, which he took place after Isaac's death. This included all witness statements as well as the search of Isaac's hotel room, the days in, and the body cam footage. It's only 8 pages. Even though authorities were aware the totality and magnitude of Isaac's celebrity status, recent history, and exposing pedophiles and pedophile network rings in Hollywood and D.C. and Washington, did not appear to factor into the evidence gathered at the scene, i.e. Isaac's phone, or the circumstances of the event. Pat Barr was provided Isaac's phone on the scene by a firefighter. I went there right there. No fingerprints were taken anywhere, not in the room, nowhere. Video footage of Isaac's checking the days in hotel was never acquired to see if he was with somebody or somebody followed him or somebody was outside in a car. The cigarettes that Isaac in his possession were not found at the scene when the search of his effects were made. They were later discovered at the coroner's office and noted in the autopsy report. So they did such a shitty job searching his body on the road. They missed a pack of cigarettes.
Right.
That could have been something. The investigating officer failed to verify the Deck Brothers story that they were at the pilot getting coffee. There were no interviews of any employee at the pilot station to verify the Deck Brothers story that they were there, nor was there any video footage taken from the security camera at the pilot station to verify their timing on the bridge. There was no follow-up to determine where Isaac obtained the business card for the tire shop, which could have shown he met someone after he arrived at Belmont after 1:30 a.m. An accurate narrative could have been gleaned in which to accurately determine what Isaac may or may not have been doing on the bridge that morning had the investigating officer spoken to the person who potentially gave him the business card. Instead, the officers assumed Isaac's thoughts and actions and postulated their own narrative as a probable course and official events. No forensics of the tire were performed. Seeing that Isaac Kappy mentioned to several people that he was going to be torn limb from limb, had committed treason, and is going to die in a public execution to atone for his mistakes, one would think to investigate the matter which landed him in the middle of nowhere prior to his death. Instead, the shreds of the tire were never picked up from the side of the highway, and the rim of the front tire was never examined. Isaac's body was never properly identified. We covered that. The push notifications of the text messages on Isaac's phone were not do not reveal the amount of information the cops are claiming. The investigating officer assumed much and took the liberty to script a narrative in his report. And he did. He wrote up a whole narrative as to what Isaac was doing and intended. He didn't write the facts. He wrote a fucking narrative. The first witness I interviewed, the employee at the pilot station, stated to me that when the officer came into the store to notify her that they were rerouting traffic nearby, she told the officer she had information regarding the dead man under the bridge. However, officers never returned to speak with her or contacted her for an interview and never even took her last name. Randy told them, I know the guy that went off the bridge. He's been here for 2.5 weeks. I know all about him. Come talk to me. They never went back. No witnesses were called back any time for secondary follow-up, right? In his report, Detective Barr states that Isaac's father informed him that Isaac was returning from California to live back home in Albuquerque. This is not true. In conversation with the family, they made it clear that this was never said and that Isaac was simply visiting. They were also quite disturbed that something that insignificant could have been misinterpreted and written down in the official documentation. It made them wonder about the competency of the rest of the investigation. So again, he scripts and says, oh, Isaac was going back home to live in Albuquerque. He never said that. And the parents never said that. He fucking made it up.
Yeah.
In the sheriff's report, Detective Barr states family describes Isaac as despondent. The family states that this was never said. In the coroner's report, the medical examiner states that Isaac's hair is black when in fact it's brown. Medical examiner state the conclusion of the final report based on the autopsy findings and the investigation history that is available to me, in my opinion, that Isaac died as a result of multiple blunt force injuries.
Multiple blunt force injuries.
Reportedly, the descendant was a witness to jump off an overpass on I-40 and subsequent was struck by a pickup truck. The manner of death is suicide. The medical examiner had no idea why, or if or exactly how Isaac fell off the bridge, other than what was written in the report, to which is the product of a 3-hour investigation. So the medical examiner went off of what the sheriff said, and the sheriff wrote an 8-page thing, which 5 pages were witness reports, and 3 pages were, and they declared a suicide within 15 minutes. They said it was a suicide. You can hear it on the fucking radio.
Yeah.
The medical examiner had no idea why, if, or how exactly fell from the bridge. I don't believe it is possible for a medical examiner to have made the determination that the manner of death was suicide. The most he could have honestly possibly discerned as the doctor is that Isaac died as a result of multiple blunt force injuries. And it goes on. Conflicting testimony from the cell phone. The scene was cleared. The coroner's report states that Isaac was wearing a light blue shirt, while all photos of him, the love station, he was wearing a clearly white shirt. Every 9/11 call describes him as wearing a white shirt. Yet the coroner's report states he was in a light blue shirt.
Well, that picture at the gas station could be a light blue shirt.
Isaac had a knot the size of half a tennis ball on the back of his head.
It was not identified.
It never mentioned it in the autopsy report.
Maybe the head injury from the truck changed the structure of his skull.
Maybe they assumed because when it hit him in the head, his head was slammed back down. Maybe he hit right where he was banging his head.
He would have.
He would have hit
But wouldn't they still report that it was there? Because they could say it was the truck, but they would still report that it was there.
If you go through the dispatch right here,
think so.
This is crazy. This is nuts. Dispatch says 12:15. Go ahead, officer. Can you show me out at the county attorney's office for a 10:15 on 97? When you go through that, a 10:15 is a prisoner, and a 97 has arrived on scene. So he's asking the dispatch, can you show me at the county attorney office for a prisoner arrived on scene? So he's asking to be shown at the county attorney's office with a prisoner as opposed to being on scene. Right. He's asking the dispatch to falsify his location right here. You can hear it. And I put it all that's never been gone over.
Real quick. Were there any marks on the differential underneath the truck? Was there no dents, no blood, nothing underneath the truck?
Did anybody get pictures of Aaron's car, the woman?
Yeah. I'll show it to you.
And did it prove that she hit him?
No. They didn't photograph it that closely. Right. Here's the undercarriage, here's the truck.
No evidence.
That's it. Right there. They took that looks like the front differential. Might be the front. That's it right there. When you go through.
Did you talk about the homeless man? I
did not talk about the homeless man yet. No. But that's the front of the truck right here. Here's the front of the truck.
Also, no.
And I think it was right here, the front differential that hit Isaac in the head. And again, I'm going to apologize to anybody out there. I'm a little blunt when I talk about this because I've been talking about it for so long. If you knew Isaac, I'm not being callous. I've just researched this from a distant perspective. Okay. Just so you know, I don't mean to offend anyone out there. I just want to clear that up.
As much as family and friends would like to probably get involved in investigations, sometimes it's too emotional. It's too traumatizing. So to have the ability that you were able to do by disconnecting from any of the emotions and just investigating this for what it is. Brilliant.
I had a lot of people in the family tell me that. They said and a few brave ones, the ones that stepped forward were the admins. They really stepped up. Those admins in the family, the pillars, they were in here going over this evidence and these videos and these footage with me. They went over the body footage. Kelly knew and loved Isaac, and she went through those, and she cried, and she called me, and she cried, and she goes, Corey, I have to do it. I have to do it for Isaac, and she went through them, and they all fucking powered through this shit to find out what happened to their friend. So, kudos to the family, man. You guys were out there doing what it took, the pillars especially.
Right. That's not easy.
So, And as far as the homeless man goes, this is one of them weird things that, dude, again, I don't know what to make of this in any way, shape, or form. Let me close some of these out here. I keep opening these scenes up. I don't know what to make of this, and I'm not saying it's an absolute fact. This is what happened during the investigation. Okay.
This is crazy to me. The homeless man thing is just.
But dude, there's something here. There's something here. I don't know what it is. It's not fully materialized, but there's definitely something absolutely 100% here with this. So
yes, and so I know it'd be ridiculous to ask if a homeless man had a cell phone, but a lot of homeless people actually do have cell phones now.
Sure.
But were you able to look into that as a possibility? Because I think it is someone raised it, and there's going to be speculations, but you have just the facts. But in speculation, I mean, Isaac's phone in a time of fear, when you think that he'd want to be connected to people, so they always knew that he was okay, turns off at whatever you said, like 1 something in the morning, was it?
1:37 a.m.
And then nothing after that. And
it didn't turn off.
That was
his phone didn't turn off 1:37. 1:37 was the last message he sent. Was it on Telegram?
It was on Telegram. It was the last time he was seen on Telegram.
Yeah. You know how on Telegram it says the last seen at whatever?
Yes.
Isaac was last seen at 1:37 a.m. on Telegram.
And remember that Isaac is connected to people all over the world. So just because people here in America would have been asleep and stuff like that, he still would have had contact. If he was pacing and freaking out, he still would have had contacts and would have readily listened to him or hear him out or been a voice on the other end just in case something went wrong, anything like that.
And he was walking around the hotel at night. He was in and out all night long, the night clerk said.
Somebody was coming in and out of that room.
Yeah, I don't believe that Isaac would have been walking around the hotel at night, burning off anxiety not being on his phone.
Well, and I think about this. It occurred to me just now how terrified he was. Would he really be outside where he could be easily seen and grabbed or shot or injured or killed, where he could be hiding in his room? It doesn't make sense. But there was a person looking like Isaac, smoking and pacing around the thing all night. He would have been on his phone, but if he was as scared at that hotel as he was when I was with him on Saturday, he would have been hiding inside.
Right. That is speculation that we can make, but it makes the most sense to me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the pilot station. During the course of this interview, the person told me, Randy, that the man who committed suicide was the guy who'd been hanging around the truck stop for a couple of weeks. Keep in mind, she'd only worked there for 2.5 weeks. She mentioned on that Friday, May 10th, that he had come in to buy beer and told her that he just wanted to end it all. She mentioned the man had a dog with him. I informed her that the man who jumped was not a homeless man, but instead Isaac Kappy, an actor from California. I showed her a couple pictures of Isaac, and the second one, she said, looks very much like the homeless man. She went on to say that she had seen him almost daily since she started work there 3 weeks prior, but she hadn't seen him since May 12th, 2019. So she saw him last on Sunday. The second person was interview number 2, a Belmont resident. The interviewee stated that she thought the man who jumped was also the homeless man. She had driven by the scene that morning. She stated that if you put a cap on Isaac Kappy, it would be him, meaning the homeless guy. She stated that she had not seen the homeless man since then. Belmont interview number 3, another Belmont resident, stated in the recorded interview that she believed the man who jumped was the man to be homeless, was the homeless man who'd been seen sitting there in Belmont with his dog for the last 3 or 4 days. She described him as having brown curly hair that he kept pulled back with a headband. Also stated that he looked clean, well-fed, and just needed a ride. Stated that this man had not been back since the incident. The Williams Love truck stop employee, this man drove by and was diverted around the scene that morning of the incident. He mentioned in his interview that he understood it was a homeless man who had jumped. Assorted Belmont residents talk about the homeless man who jumped. The following picture gallery. Oh shit, my picture gallery. I got to get that in there again. I had a problem in my website and all my picture galleries got nuked. There's screenshots from the closed Facebook group. In this thread, there are 3 references to a homeless man who looked just like Isaac, who was the jumper. Keep in mind, this is an independent of any outside influence the day of the incident. So I found a Belmont neighborhood Facebook group. And within this group, this private group, it was one of the, I think this lady here, the Belmont resident, who added me to that group. She said, oh, they're all talking about the homeless guy. I said, fuck it, I want in that group. She goes, yeah. She added me in there. And like 8 people were talking about the homeless guy that jumped. So everyone believed the homeless guy jumped. Everybody in Belmont.
That's crazy.
Okay.
For how long did they think this?
Well, they probably still do. Randy told me that the homeless guy jumped, and the 3 people that I showed pictures to Isaac to, they said, that's the homeless guy. That's him.
Was
That's
there
him
a
right
local paper in that area that reported on this?
No.
Okay.
So what are the odds that a homeless man who looked identical to Isaac Kappy is hanging out at the truck stop hotel since February? Okay. Keep in mind, this is May 13th. What are the odds that everyone whom I interviewed thought that the man who died that morning on the overpass was the homeless guy? What are the odds that on the day Isaac Kappy made his last Periscope saying that he would be willing to pay for his treasonous betrayal and a public execution, the homeless man walked in and told the cashier at the pilot station he was thinking of ending it all and committing suicide? Same day. The same day Isaac put out that Periscope video with the wood panel behind him, his last video, was the same day the homeless guy came in and told Randy that he was gonna commit suicide. What are the odds the homeless man had been seen regularly at the truck stop since February, but was never seen again the day of or after Isaac's death? So this guy that looks just like Isaac, that's been there since February, whom everyone in Belmont identified to me as Isaac Kappy, was never seen again after Isaac died, after May 13th. What are the odds that the homeless man would pick on average the coldest place in Arizona, Belmont, Arizona, in the coldest month of the year, February, to spend the next few months when he could have hitched a ride to a warmer place? If you go down towards Seligman or down towards Two Guns or Twin Arrows or down towards Camp Verde, Belmont is right there at that mountain, right? It's the highest point in Arizona. It sits right on the southern slope of that. So all that cold air comes off those alpine. It is alpine. It's above 12,000 feet tree line. You have sub-freezing air coming right down that valley, blasting. Dude, I could tell you, all the guides hated stopping at Belmont. Like, you didn't stop at Belmont. You stopped at the Love Station over in Williams, and then you backtracked a mile to go to the Grand Canyon because you didn't want to deal with the motherfucking wind. Because when you opened up the van door or the truck door, the fucking wind just like, it was always blasting. It was fucking cold as shit. So no one wanted to stop in Belmont. It was always windy and always freezing. Why would a homeless guy be there in February, the coldest month? He wouldn't.
Right.
And by the way, there was a cold snap this May. The May of 19, it was like really, really, really cold out, kind of unseasonably. That whole week was really, really freezing as well. So Isaac was cited at Camper World. I recall hearing early on in the investigation, within weeks, that somebody who matched Isaac Kappy's description exactly was spotted hanging out with law enforcement personnel at Camper World. I can't recall where I heard this, or perhaps I read it, but I'm certain of that. I did. Without proof, it's neither here nor there, but I'm not leaving anything unsaid or undocumented. Isaac's brother, again, Isaac's brother looks nearly identical to Isaac. There were people that said all kinds of things, about that. I don't think it was Isaac's brother. Military op people talked about. I don't know. To be fair, I have no proof of a military op, but there is a base across the street. It occurred to me that if this was some kind of an operation, they had some agent just walk through the base, sneak through the fence, or hell, walk across the street and walk on over and pretend to be a homeless guy, 3 to 4 nights a week, and then go back on the base, just make his presence known.
Right.
Waiting for the opportunity to drive Isaac crazy, knowing he's gonna, push him. Because where do people in foxholes go, man? What name does everyone who's dying in battle scream? Mom. Right. Mom, mama. Dying men scream for their mothers. Where was Isaac going the day after he told Alicia, they're going to tear me limb from limb? They told me they're going to kill me. He was going to his mother's house. The only way to get from Apple Valley, to Albuquerque, New Mexico, without going through Phoenix and I-10, then come back up, is across I-40. This location is right on the only path between Apple Valley and his mother's house. So if you were going to stage an operation, this would be the place to do it.
Right. And they've confounded it in so many ways to Isaac being who he is. So you have JFK, you have presidents, and you have like scenarios, whatnot, where they throw out the multiple multiple shooter freaking things, all that kind of stuff. They confound everything. They've released the JFK files. We know nothing more, and it just seems to be ridiculous. Isaac Kappy's in a conspiracy space. So of course you're going to have a whole much more people looking into whatever happened to him. Therefore, you set it up like you do with all these ops, and you get so many things to confound it that could create a new rabbit hole for people. That's what I think a lot of this is all about. The homeless man, especially, even though the homeless man could have very well played a very intricate part that very last night specifically.
Yep. By the way, these are Isaac's shoes here. Those are the black with the white. Someone asked me that's that photo right there. There's one more thing I wanted to go over here. The Doris Day and the Pine Breeze Inn. Have you heard this yet?
No.
Another strange alignment of events is that fits squarely into the ritual occult file is the connection between Isaac Kappy and Doris Day and the Pine Breeze Inn, which is located in Belmont. Know first that both Isaac Kappy and Doris Day both died on May 13th, 2020. Or not, sorry, I shouldn't say 2020. May 3rd. She died 2020. Isaac died 2019. So she died, I think, a year later. I gotta fix that. This isn't so strange in itself. Honey, will you check to see when Doris Day died real quick for me?
Yeah.
At least not until you bring the Pine Breeze in. Terry Melcher. You know that name, bro?
I don't know that name.
Terry Melcher was all wrapped up with the Manson shit.
Same day.
Beach Boys. Okay, so it's 2019?
2019.
Okay, so Doris Day died the same day as Isaac Kappy died. So that's a typo there on my point. Terry Melcher is the son of Doris Day. Terry Melcher was the one that was introducing Charles Manson to I think he is to it was a fucking Dennis Wilson, right? Terry Melcher, the only son of Doris Day, wrote the song Ballad of Easy Rider for the Byrds. The song whose title was used to name the infamous 1969 movie Easy Rider, starring Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper. In 1968, Dennis Wilson, a member of the Beach Boys, introduced Melcher to ex-con and aspiring musician Charlie Manson. For a while, Melcher was interested in recording Manson's music as well as making a film about the family and their hippie commune. Manson eventually auditioned for Melcher, but Melcher declined to sign him up. There was some talk of making a documentary about Manson's music, but Melcher abandoned the project after witnessing Manson become embroiled in a fight with a drunken stuntman at Spawn Ranch. Both Wilson and Melcher soon severed ties with Manson, a move that angered Manson. In the movie Easy Rider, there's a scene where Fonda and Hopper are traveling along Route 66 and attempt to get a room for the night at an old inn with a vacancy sign. This scene was shot in Belmont, Arizona, only about a mile from where Isaac Kappy would die on the same day as the mother of the man who wrote the song for the movie it appeared in was named for.
Oh my gosh. It's oh man, and this ties into more if you've never heard of a guy that goes by juxtaposition. I did some work with him, and he covers a lot of various murders. He's done the Sharon Tate, Manson stuff. He thinks Manson is a patsy and that he's involved in a lot of these.
Manson was MK Ultra project,
right? Exactly, and took the fall for some other stuff. Anyways, it gets into a lot of wild stuff, but he calls these NATO military gladio executions.
Read that book.
Chaos.
Read that book.
Manson.
Chaos.
I'll
Read seriously, bro. Seriously, read this book. And then I want you to watch a movie. Go to Netflix and type in, write this down. I want you to, this means us. This means what we're doing. Watch a series. It's 4-part called The Octopus Murders.
It's called something conspiracies
and
American conspiracies, The Octopus Murders.
Yeah, you'll find it with The Octopus Murders. And then this book right here. I mean, I got my investigation of what happened to Isaac. I have notes all in here about figures, how they operated, people who contacted me, the same techniques and strategies used that this author found was used against him. I found so much of the same things happened to me during my investigation that Tom O'Neill went through, finding out what really happened to Manson and tying it into the FBI. He was being handled by his parole officer, the L.A. Police Department and the L.A. Sheriff's Department and corrections. They all worked together in the FBI. It was like there was so much fuckery going on at that time. I noticed a lot of people and the way the tricks that were played and the way information moved. My investigation to Isaac, I kept telling Alicia, like, holy shit, like this happened to me. This happened to me over and over again.
Yeah.
But you'll understand a lot about Manson and the 60s and these psyops and kind of how they operate with all of
Not much has changed since then, how these things go down.
Yeah. Right. But this strips away all of the woo-woo around the Charlie thing and brings it down to earth. Kind of like what I've done here, with the exception, and I'm going to say this, this whole entire mind map is based fully in reality. I kind of go into the occult stuff here because it was just so glaring, as you saw in this box here. But everything else is very, very factual and non-speculative in this, in the mind map.
Right, and that's what's most important. It's fun to speculate on some of this, but coming from the conspiracy space, like I said, they've confounded this. It's just like the magic bullet and all the theories they put out there. They've made now Isaac Kappy's death so many different things that conspiracy theorists can run with, and then they have their little parrots out there that are making up bullshit like what they've done against you and different narratives that they've sowed. They make it so that you can't find the truth. You need just look at these facts. Find anybody else that's put the facts together like this, and then everybody can draw their own conclusions. But I'm seeing a lot of things here that are similar to what juxtaposition breaks down with Gladio murders. This is like a form of like military operation. Guys that do this, they are higher authority than any of the FBI, any of the local authorities that are there, and they are all going to be submissive to it. And therefore, it's not going to be. I want to push for an investigation to be reopened on this. That would be what I want.
Yeah.
To see that happen, I highly doubt it, because I think this goes all the way to the highest authorities when it comes to executing these kinds of operations.
Yeah. Skilly spot on. You two would love the book. Dave McGowan's Laurel Canyon. I think it's called Weird Scenes from the Canyon, something like that.
Yeah.
That's about all the stuff too. He ties. Do you have that book?
He did YouTube channel too, didn't he?
Well, he did a lot of if you don't want to read the whole book, you can go and find interviews. He went and found out in this book, Weird Scenes from, I think it's called Weird Scenes from the Canyon. Is that right, Skills?
Yes.
He went through and found out that Jimi Hendrix's father was an officer in the military. Jim Morrison's father was an admiral in the military. Janis Joplin's father was in an officer in the military. Mama Cass's military. All the people who died at 27 in the 60s, all their parents, the Yardbirds, the Birds, all them, their parents were mostly all officers in the military. And then they found out that the same people handled most of these singers, right? So you had this operation in the 60s to derail everybody from anti-war efforts into LSD, free love, debauchery, and all the shit that the hippies devolved into. Right. They didn't want that catching on and infecting mainstream America, so they demonized all of these groups. Right. Well, you find out as well in there in this book that McGowan wrote that all the bars and the clubs that opened that, like Jim Morrison, Hendrix, they all played on, like the Whiskey Go-Go. These were all owned by shell companies of the CIA.
Yes.
And you look at the LA music scene that came up in 67, 68, 69, and it was a military operation to hijack and socially engineer the American youth who were anti-war and devolve them. And it culminated with Charles Manson. The day that Sharon Tate died is the day that the 60s died. It was over. At that point, the hippies were synonymous with Charles Manson and murder and insane people, and they demonized the whole 60s, and boom, the 70s were born the very next year, and life moved on. That's how they did it. The whole 60s free love music scene was a military psyop, and McGowan proves it. Wow. He absolutely, beyond a shout out, proves it in this book.
And
fucking
the
crazy,
operations continue, like especially like in LA, like the Comedy Store. Those the comedy, how they run the comedy.
Oh fuck.
Oh man.
Let's bring it to fucking April 10th of 2025. Diddy.
Right.
Diddy's running Beyonce. Diddy runs everything in LA. Diddy runs everything in Florida. He runs the whole music scene for the whole country. Why? Because 13% of the US population is African Americans, hip hop, rap, and all that. They control the youth through that music and the messaging. Yes. And you control all of them. Look at Taylor Swift. What did Taylor Swift do? She was country, right? Then she went into hip hop.
And now she's all sex.
Right before the
she is.
Right before the election, what did she do? She put voting registration booths in her concerts, and she got 11 million young women to register Democrat.
Right.
She's a fucking psyop. She psyoped the right and carried them to the left, the way McDonald's hooked the youth on poisonous food back in the 70s. Same thing. It's a long-term operation. And why? For votes and social engineering and control. These things happen. They're happening now. And you don't have to look too far back.
Right, exactly. And you go back to the early 90s, I believe it was, when the rap game is alleged that I think it was in LA. It's even alleged that it was Clive Davis's place, but I don't know. Anyways, top executives brought in a bunch of young rappers and they got them to sign deals so that they would put out certain lyrics, certain things to turn it into like sex, drugs, and gangster and basically pimping hoes and all that kind of stuff, destroy the nuclear family and push drugs and fill the private prison systems. Became a huge lucrative thing, and it destroyed a lot of the black population and a lot of the black families, especially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that's the work I've done on the events surrounding the death of Isaac Kappy. I hope these facts, at least for those who want to know what happened, people can access them. There's no paywall. You can just type in the Isaac Kappy Mind Map. You can go here. It's all free. As long as the site's up, you can check it out and go through it. You can download the PDFs. You can download the videos. You can download and share all this shit. There's no paywall. There's no grifting here. It's all transparent. I maintain this site at my expense. And I got 5 years of work and effort in here for free. It's my contribution, to add to finding the facts what happened to Isaac. Because everyone knows Isaac didn't commit suicide. I think everyone understands that. Who knew Isaac?
Right.
So something happened, and it might not be solved now, maybe never, but at least, I couldn't sleep and live with myself. And I gave my word I'd do my best, and I think I've done my best on this, and still am.
You absolutely have. You absolutely have. And you have toughed it out when things have been really hard. You've toughed it out when things have been unclear, and you just kept moving forward. You had great pattern recognition and amazing intuition. And I am incredibly proud of the work that you've done here.
Hey, Sortown. Yeah, Defango. Then thank you, honey. I appreciate that. You got to be smart or this stuff will own you. Yeah, Isaac said that all the time, man. He said, stay in the light, stay in the light, stay in the light, over and over and over, because Isaac was going to the dark. It's like at the Grand Canyon. You stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back at you, and you find yourself like leaning in, like it'll suck you in. Everyone always asks me, how close should I stand to the Grand Canyon? I said, how tall are you? I'm 6 foot. You're going to want to stand at least 6 feet back. That way you fall over, you don't fall in.
Stand back, man.
Stand back as far as you are tall, at least. Add another half or double that. That's how far back I want you to stay, because, I don't get tipped if you die. But that's how darkness is. And if you're into this so long, and again, I want to reinforce here, Isaac had opened himself up and he said, call me. He was entertaining SRA victims. How many of them were real? Honey, how many of the SR victims that called us were real?
One,
I believe. Out of all the ones that called and tried to rope me into fucking insane stories and insane. We had one girl who called in. We put her on the air. And she was all demure and
oh my God, scandalous whore.
And then I get an email from her like a week later saying, "Oh, it was really great. And I just want to let you know that you and your wife are kind of hot. And if you ever wanted to mess around, I'll come out." I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is this? Of course, the fucking honeypot. Of course, that's what they're doing. I mean, my God. And I said, my wife and I are, and this goes for everyone out there. My wife and I are monogamously happy. Monogamously happy. Content monogamously with each other, married. Neither of us have any interest in anyone else.
Nope.
Period. And she was saying, I can come out there. She sent me, I think, a nude. I'm like, fucking, I said, don't send that again. I'm not interested. My wife's not interested. You're not coming out.
My wife will find you and kill you.
And then she wrote back again, I didn't mean to be, whatever, but if you really wanted to, it's okay. And I'm like, goodbye. Thank you. I mean, what do you call that, man? It's a fucking honeypot to destroy my credibility and the Isaac Kappy thing, And if Isaac opened himself up to these SRA people, calling them, dumping their fantasies, their psychosis, their whatever, even their real trauma, Isaac was inundated 24/7 with darkness, on top of the psyoping he was received on the side, on top of the Q shit, on top of all of his social media interaction, on top of being blacklisted from Hollywood, on top of being told he was going to be ripped limb from limb. He was attacked every which way. And you could see him degrading as it went, the months. I've watched so many Isaac Kappy videos. You can see him just getting more and more erratic until Alicia spent, her final day with him on Saturday, the Saturday before he died, and he was just out of control. He was running home to his mom. He couldn't take it anymore.
I almost couldn't drive myself home that day. I got in the car and my body just started letting down because I'd held so much stress in that space for an 8-hour visit that I was there. And I cried all the way home. I almost couldn't get home that day. It was to see a grown man terrified, and not just, talking a little bit about being scared, but running window to window and his body clenching up and his arms pulling in and his legs pulling in as he's walking, one leg pulling up to his chest and the next leg pulling up to his chest, and then pausing for a second to catch his breath and going outside and inhaling an entire cigarette in one breath, and then asking to be held, but not being able to be held because he's so anxious that every little sound has him nearly, exploding in fear. I've never seen such a thing. And then I had my own experience to have that same feeling on that Friday when I got that phone call. I told you about that the other night. Then I was in that same position and I couldn't stand by my window because maybe somebody, after having a long range rifle photo sent to me a few days prior, then I couldn't stand by a window and I couldn't stand by any wall that was to the outside of my place because I was afraid that I could be seen with any kind of device. I got under my sofa in the corner and had my friend sit on the sofa. I was so terrified. I knew where he'd been, and so I went into hiding, and he didn't have that option. I gave it to him and he didn't want to take it because he didn't want to put me in danger. He knew it was coming. That. And he told me, I don't want you to be in danger. So, there are things that I don't talk about very often because when they come up, then they hang with me for days, and it is a lot to process over and over and over again. But I want to talk about it from my own point of view because it was me that was there, and I want people to, understand that it was real, and he was a real person. He wasn't just this figure on the computer that you looked at. He was a real human being, and with hopes and dreams for himself, and not only Not only that, when he was little, he was 4, and he told his mother that he was going to do something big. He was going to do something to save people. And he just knew it. He knew from the time he was a little tiny boy that he was going to contribute in a way. And then he said it on a broadcast. Yeah, it'll probably cost me my life. He knew it.
Right.
And he continued to go forward anyway because it was what he felt was true. He talked about how he felt overcome with, the Spirit of God to tell the truth about what he'd seen. And that's why he came out at Comic-Con, because he was so overcome and he couldn't keep it secret anymore. He couldn't carry that burden. He had to put it out there because his friends were not responding to his wishes to change their ways. So,
yeah.
It's not all about entertainment. As entertaining as Kappy was, and I loved his songs and his ways to just kind of make people happy and laugh and have fun and stay in the light, like you were talking about, Corey. But I find that here even with all these channels and all these podcasters, this isn't just for entertainment. You guys are not just doing this for entertainment. You have suffered along with what this investigation has been over all these years. And
yes.
Kappy ultimately suffered, but we can't let that be in vain. And that's why this is so important to get out there. I think the more people that watch this and share this with people will cut down on some of the disinformation that's going on out there. And
without naming a name, I will say that there's one person that is responsible for probably most all the pain that we have received. I don't think people can guess who that is, but that person is responsible for probably the majority of everything that has turned into a living nightmare. And everyone knows who that person is. The same person that reached out to Isaac and was handling Isaac. I think everyone who's been following this understands that. I just want to say that, if it wasn't for that one person, this wouldn't have been nearly as traumatic for everybody involved, because it's just been chaos on top of terror, on top of, Defango, one guy, many people. Yeah. Terror on top of chaos, on top of disinformation, on top of confusion, on top of sock accounts, on top of misdirection. I mean, it's just any trick that you can think to lie and deceive to somebody has been played on us or other people involved in this. And it's one person that spins other people up. It's one person that is responsible for almost nearly all of this, including a lot of people believe what contributed to Isaac's downfall.
Yeah, so, and they're probably going to continue, especially after this. I'll let you know. I kicked a heck of a lot of people out in the beginning, and then this went a whole lot better afterwards. But it felt damn good kicking you fools out. You couldn't say shit afterwards. So see what happens after this. But the word is getting out. The facts are there. All the links are going to be provided down below this video. God bless you both for doing this work and putting yourself out there.
Thanks, man.
You're going to be sharing this on some more podcasts as well.
I mean, if people are interested, I don't talk about this on our channel. I cover the news for the most part, and I talk about my goats and gardening a little bit. If people are interested in this, this is the most we've talked about this in a long time.
Oh my God, years.
Other than with you the other night, on our thing. It's just something that's very heavy for us. It's not, if you live this and you're living the fallout of the individuals that are still on this on the backside, tormenting people about it, you know how bad it is. And it's all for nothing other than just their own demented fun, I guess, unless there's an agenda. I can't figure it out. Either they're just sadistic, evil people, or they're actually getting paid to do something. I don't know what it is. I mean, everyone knows what Alicia. I can see when we came out 5 years ago, they had our doubts about us. We were grifters. We were whatever. We've been at this for 6 years. Here I am.
Hasn't changed.
Our story hasn't changed. Everything's the same. We have more evidence. We put it together. It's offered for free. There's no money. We've maintained it every single year, at our cost. And we contribute untold amounts of time and energy into making sure Isaac's story is the truth, whether, non-narrative, just the truth, where Isaac was, what he did, what it meant. And there's people out there that just really rail against this. They have their own narrative as to what Isaac, and you have to ask yourself, why are they doing this? Why are they still doing this 6 years later? What are they so invested in that they have to chase around and demonize and start lying, knowing lying? I mean, there's no way anyone can say that I was on that bridge that day, because I was not on that bridge that day. I never knew Isaac. Yet this is why are they saying this? They know they're lying, and they know they're spreading lies purposefully. Why? Is it fun? Is it a LARP? Is it a game? It's no longer a game. It's been almost 6 years now, and it's continuing. It's not that it's annoying. It's that it's very telling at this point. Why do they continue to do, if they were just LARPers, or they were just dickheads on the internet in their mom's basement, they would have stopped this years ago.
Right.
They're not getting any views on their channels. No one believes them. Everyone knows who and what they are now, but they continue. And that, I think, is very telling. So,
I'm a pretty shy person and a quiet person, and this has pulled me into a space that I didn't ever expect in my life to be. I saw my friend was telling me, you got to watch Isaac. You got to watch Isaac. So I watched Isaac, and then I joined the Telegram room, and I kind of sat back and watched in the Telegram room. I participated a little bit, but very, very carefully. And I finally got into a conversation one day with Isaac about, he had a dream he was posting in the Telegram room. And so my friend said, oh, Isaac is putting a dream in your dream interpreter. Do it. You're so good at it. So I got in there, and then Isaac and I started talking. And when I saw that he, I would watch his videos, and I could see that he was going downhill and something was wrong. And when he put out his call to have people come out, anybody, please come out and see me, it was a huge stretch for me. When he sent me his address, I gave it to 4 people because I wanted people to know where I was going. I was terrified. But he looked so alone, and my soul just told me that there was something that, that if nobody else was going to go, he was in trouble, and I probably should just be brave and do it. And it was really hard for me. And all the way out there, I would talk to my friend, and I said, what am I doing? Why? I'm so scared. She says, just stay on the phone with me until you get there. And so she talked me there. And when I pulled into the driveway, he opened the front door. He was so happy to have company. And I almost didn't recognize him because he was so thin. Then I was afraid maybe I was not even in the right place. But when I heard his voice, it all came together. I just hadn't realized how emaciated he was. And then I was glad that I went, because I could see he was a soul in need. And, you can't, you sometimes just have to listen and do what you feel is the most right thing. And I did the thing that I thought was most right. And it has brought, it brought me to Corey. It brought me out in this beautiful place that we live. But it has brought it brought me severe illness a few years ago. I got very, very, very sick. It brought us a lot of things. And the thing is that I wouldn't do it differently, and I wouldn't take it back, because that was a man in desperate need of kindness and friendship and somebody to be there. And weirdly enough, it was me, and I'm glad I did it. I'm very proud of Corey. He really has done a piece of work here that is, it will stand, because the work is true. It's clean, and it's not biased. It's just the facts. And I'm really, really proud of him.
Thank you, babe. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. You both are very courageous. And I'm honored that you decided to come on and do this here on Painfully Beautiful Productions. I don't know why you chose me, but I just feel blessed and honored. Thank you very much.
I heard you talking to Defango, and, after all the dust settles, I think people are going to find that, I think Defango's, and it will. The truth about Q will come out. It will. Right. It's not going to be an enigma forever. But I saw the way you handled him. You're respectful, even though people disagree. And you handle your show the way I handle my show. You are a little calmer. I don't think, you don't have ADHD like I do. I get wound up and shit. But
I got pretty worked up in the Defango one, but I allowed the trolls to go longer. This time I was like, nah, I'm just gonna cut them.
No, and I get worked up not because I'm angry. I get worked up because I have so many ideas in my head, and
Sure.
I do consciously monitor how I try to disseminate the information. But I saw what you're doing, and I said, you know what? I think there's a big audience here. People are interested, and I want to get the truth out. I want people to understand what we did, the facts that are to be had, and they can make up their own mind on it, I guess, but there's so much garbage and counter narrative out there stemming again from that one person, primarily that one person.
Yeah.
Starting all of it, pushing all of it to all the other people, all of his other minions, all of his other associates and assets and collaborators that just pump out disinformation and garbage and lies and distortions of truth for their own profit and agenda and channels. And, I guess I can only let that go on for so long, but I think most people in the chat understand the truth. I think they get it. I think they can read us right. I have no criminal record. I've never been arrested. My past is transparent. Alicia's she's a goody two shoes as well. Neither of us never been in trouble. So, all this crap about us is just, I wanted a chance to counter that, and people could, and to tell people about the mind map. Go check it out for yourself. Go dig through it. If anyone else out there, by the way, has any other information on Isaac, or if you know something that I haven't mentioned, or by all means, reach out to me. We have a Rumble channel, the Phoenix Enigma. You can find us there. You can go to myphoenixenigma.com or email me at the info at the Phoenix Enigma. And I respond to pretty much everybody. So I will ask if you do want to speak to me to either be on a video chat with me or the phone. I don't do these.
Well, no, it has to be that way.
It has to be that way.
It has to be that way.
Well, I want to talk to you, but and they have some fucking crazy handle.
No Sixes designed shit.
Yeah, and I can't tell you who I am. Yeah, I can't tell you who I am, but this is this, and it's like, no, what, dude? If you're not gonna stand behind your fucking words, if you're not gonna come out and say my name is so and so, and here's what I know, I don't need you to call me. I don't need the bullshit. I don't need the fucking psyops and the tricks and all that crap. If you're going to be a real person, be a real person and come out and, I'm going to vet you. I'm going to vet you if you're going to be in this mind map, or if you're going to give me intel. I need to vet you. But if you are able to do that and you want to do that, by all means, that leaves you out, Skills. I know that. But, and all the other people out there that have opinions but can't be bothered to behave like a real person. So,
man.
There was the live on Sunday with Truth of a Flower. Oh yeah, that's right, huh?
What's that?
The live.
I'm not aware of that person. Who's that?
Oh no, yeah.
That wasn't that what's her name? Kayla.
Yeah, I know you don't, Skills.
There's some people that you guys know that I don't know, so I'll be able to use you guys as a resource if I start getting hit up with stuff and be like, hey, what do you know about this person? Maybe you can help me out, because I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of response we all get after this.
You and I got to talk about some stuff the other night that we'll probably have to dig into eventually.
Yes.
On
and
unrelated
I'd love
topics.
to have you guys back on for some other topics too.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think we did a thorough job on this. So if there ever needs to be a follow-up, I guess, and you guys want to do it, you can. But I thought you guys both shared your hearts, you shared your evidence, you shared your facts, and I think we did a thorough job of going over your Isaac Kappy Mind Map. And we're going to make sure all the links are down below. I will point you to all the ways you guys can contact them and help them and support them.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And if there's is there anything else you guys would like to say in closing?
I think I've said it all. Yeah, I've been long-winded on top of that. So,
yeah, I never
go.
expected it to go this long, but I'm glad it did, because every minute of it I think is important. So I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you all for being here. God bless, and look forward to catching you on the next one.
All right, brother. Peace out.
Good night.